Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Chess 24. This is the Oslo Esports Cup, and we are live. Wow, I've got a screen switch happening here. Just let me fix that 1 second, and we're good. Guys, today is the day where potentially, depending on the results, we'll be able to tell who may go on to win the entire Oslo Esports Cup, because we've got big matchups coming up. Before going into all our pre-show action, let's take a look at the standings. And this is where we're at. Take a look at that leaderboard, which few would have predicted at the start of the event. Pragnananda leading with a full 3-point margin. That's an entire match point here with 9 points. And following him, hot on heels, is Magnus Carlsen with 6 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda with 5. Anish at 4. That's kind of fun because every player, there's just one player at 9, at 6, at 5, 4, and then some big heavyweights with Liem, Eric Hansen, Jorden at 3, and Shah at the bottom of the table. That's one other shocking result that we've had. I think he's just not been able to find his form throughout the event. Well, that can change any day. Before we kick off, let's bring on our panelists one by one, and I'm going to start with my partner in crime this time. He's par excellence in journalism. He's a top-class commentator, a world-class Instagrammer. Let's bring on the founder of Chess Base India, Sagar Shah.
Hi, Tania. Thank you for adding that last line because that's the latest in the resume. So, Instagram.
How's life being an influencer? How's that going, Sagar?
I don't know what I'm influencing people about, but yeah, it's good. Good to see it.
It's good to have you here with us, and you're influencing, well, the entire of India to take up chess. Our next guest is, well, he's a regular here at Chess 24, a very big part of it, and it is none other, well, than a commentator we love to hear. I love his dry humor, his wit. Let's bring on Grandmaster Jan Gustafsson. Jan, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Tanya. Pleasure to be here. What's happening?
Well, we're going to find out what's happening because this is going to be a fun day. By the way, Jan, loving the background right there. It's really matching our entire esports vibe and what's going on in Oslo there.
I was told the louder, the better. No more, sponsor walls. People want the red trees.
Getting value for money here with Jan. Let's bring on our final panelist, and it is the rock star, Grandmaster Danny King.
Rockstar, I don't know about that, but anyway, I can match Jan's red trees, not with the background, but with the shirt. I went for the loud shirt this time, so I hope that matches the loud theme you're looking for, Tanya.
No, I love it. I love how you and Sagar are all dressed up for this, and Jan is just in chill mode, but with a really cool background.
What are you talking about? There's a bear on my sweater.
Oh,
that's hurtful, Tanya.
Your mic is obscuring your bear, I'm afraid.
Not the first time that sentence was said.
Okay, I'm going to really quickly bring up the scenes from Oslo. This is where we're at live. Take a look at the playing venue because this has been absolutely spectacular. There is some action going on there with Jovanka and Simon and Kaya. And we can see the amazing backdrop that the players have. And I'm going to start a little bit by talking about this because we've had so much action on in this. Now, we've never seen anything like this before. It's quite futuristic and fun, but sort of, not something that chess players are used to. And I'm going to start with Danny on this because Danny, you've got this classical rock star vibe going on. What do you make of this? Is this super cool? Or are you like, what on earth is going on?
No, I kind of like it, actually. No, it's good. But okay, you say it's kind of futuristic or, nothing's ever been seen like this before. I beg to differ because actually I helped to design a studio set that was actually very similar to this. We took, that the studio of Who Wants to Be a Millionaire, which is the classic, quiz show, TV quiz show. I know there's an Indian version, of course. And of course, the franchise was all over the world. So basically, we took elements from this and we put it together. And this was going to be a rapid play Grand Prix. And in fact, the first one took place in Dubai in, I think it was 2002 or 2003, something like that. Grand final with Alexander Grishchuk and Peter Leko, and there were, I can't remember how many players, maybe there were 64 players. And yeah, we filmed it, and then the whole thing went bust. It was meant to be a FIDE Grand Prix, but they had an extremely dodgy Russian sponsor who seemed to disappear very rapidly after one of these events. It was a rapid play event, and it was a rapid play exit from the sponsor. So I have no idea what happened. But anyway, we still have a TV program in the bank somewhere. I still have an old VHS with this program with a fantastic set, and it looks amazing.
Wow.
The spotlights,
But I have a question. Were players sitting there with headphones on and music blaring? I'm sure that didn't happen.
That no, we had kind of the music. I mean, you can put that on after. There were no headphones, but I mean, the lighting was fantastic. Well, actually, before this was only for the semi-final and the final. Then it was just normal tournament hall. And before we got to the semi-final and final, we had to introduce the players to the set, and not only to the whole studio, because it was like, wow, this is really different. How are they going to react? But also to the pieces, because we'd painted the white pieces silver, because it looked fantastic. The problem was the black pieces were too black because there were spotlights on the board, which really highlighted the silver pieces beautifully, but the black pieces were just too black. So it was a real problem, actually. So yeah, we had to introduce the whole set and the pieces to the players.
So you're loving this, Danny. It's sort of a blast from the past, and it's history repeating itself.
But I just want to say, we did it 20 years ago. We did it 20 years ago.
Okay, well, one thing that's also fresh here is that even though the players are in Oslo, they've got computer screens in front of them, and they're sort of there, present, but playing online. And now, Jan, I'm going to bring you onto this one, because this question keeps me up all night now, and you can throw some light on this. That usually esports gaming events, right? If you take the kind of games that are competed, are not things that you can replicate in real life. I mean, you can't imagine a Counter-Strike or a Fortnite or a Dota being played in real life. But this is chess. So the players are in Oslo, yet they're playing online. Why not just make it OTB?
Oof, it's a rough question. I've been getting that a lot these days. I kind of like the aesthetic of them sitting there on this screen, and through the pandemic, I'm not sure about you guys, but I haven't played a lot of chess on a real chessboard the last 2 years. So I would imagine players are very, very used to staring at a 2D screen, and with everybody in the same place, you don't have to worry about cheating or any kind of assistance. So might as well use computers. It's tedious to press that clock. I'm not sure if they're still using these chess clocs that I use at home. But it's hard work to push that button.
I've got a couple of those gathering dust on my bookshelf over there as well. That's proper timepiece, I would say.
I'm not sure where it's coming from. I found it the other day. It doesn't look recent.
That's beautiful. I've got a couple gathering dust, and
wow.
Yeah, they're fine things. But yeah, I've been asking the same question. Get rid of those screens and they can eyeball each other. At the moment, they have to peer around the computer screen to actually see each other. What's going on?
And they don't even have time to do that. And it brings me to what Sagar mentioned the other day, right? When something new happens, and when something that we're not used to happens at first, we're just thinking, wait, what is this about? But then it kind of becomes the new normal in the future. Yeah. And it's what happened with the internet.
Yeah, and also, I mean, when you see something like top players giving blindfold exhibitions or something, we don't need to put some kind of a cloth over their eyes. They can anyway just sit somewhere and do it. I think the screen in front and them making the moves and this entire studio, the lighting, the camera work, it's adding to the aesthetic value. I think that's what they're going for here, I believe, more than And it's just an additional thing in the chess world, right? I mean, we have so many tournaments with the chess set, so this is a nice change.
But you know, I'm kind of half expecting Prag's mom or dad to kind of come onto the screen and come onto the studio and tap him on the shoulder and say, "Now come on, my lad, too much screen time. Too much screen time. You're only limited to an hour and a half each day. You'll never earn a living with playing some video game."
Well, speaking of too much screen time, Danny, the one thing that's going to have us glued to our screens is the big matchup that we've got going today. And I think I want to discuss a lot around this because this is the big news for today as tournament leader, 16-year-old Grandmaster Pragnananda takes on world champion Magnus Carlsen. And I want to start with this tweet that we had from Magnus. This is their head-to-head score. Let's bring that up. And Magnus saying, "Suit up." Now, when I saw this for the first time on Twitter, right, which was a couple of hours ago, the thing is that Magnus hasn't tweeted once during the event. He's been playing every day, but we haven't had a tweet from him. And I got the feeling that this isn't just a fashion statement. He's not talking about the hoodies that he's been showing up in every time. And today he's just going to get really dressed and come for the game. I think this is Magnus saying that, you know what, he respects this game a lot. He knows he's up against a player who's in big form and he's in gladiator mode. Sagar, what do you make of this one?
Well, I thought Magnus was asking me, so I suited up. Anyway, I've been wearing t-shirts throughout, but this game is this match is so exciting that I'm very much looking forward to it. And also, I think Magnus is taking it seriously. The last time when Prag played him, he played in Airthings and he also played him in the Charity Cup. And in Airthings, he beat him. And at that point, that had become national news. The Prime Minister of India tweeted about it. There was Sachin Tendulkar, who is a world-class cricketer. I mean, one of the best cricketers ever, tweeting about it. So it had become like huge news. And then next event in Charity Cup, Carlsen beat Prag by playing a beautiful game, like very accurate game. So actually, it's built up pretty well now, and I am looking forward to what will happen today.
That's an interesting point what you mentioned, because he did win in the Airthings Masters, and then Magnus comes back in the Charity Cup and plays this flawless game. Now, Jan, we know the one thing about Magnus is when he loses to a player, for him to play that player again and try and win every time is not enough to just get revenge once. What do you think this matchup? I mean, you clearly know Magnus the best out of all of us here. You are an integral part of his team for so many years. What do you think is really going on in the world champion's head right now?
First of all, since I know him so well, I can reveal that tweet is just a Barney Stinson reference from How I Met Your Mother. And I think he's always had a soft spot for Barney Stinson. He even prefers him over Sheldon Cooper, if I recall correctly. So I don't think we have to read that much into the tweet, but obviously he will be very, very eager. Also, there is this saying, you got to beat them while they're young. I think he even talked about it, that with these upcoming superstars, you want to put it into their heads while they're still not fully formed, that you dominate them. And since he lost that game, although it was in the prelims and he won the tournament and so on, obviously the news were out there that he lost to Pragnananda, and I'm very, very sure that he'll be very eager to rectify that situation. However, Pragnananda seems to be playing pretty well. From what I've seen, he has 7.5 out of 9. It's not gonna be a walk in the park, is it? What was the question, by the way? I'm just saying stuff.
Oh yeah, make of this tweet, but you put it on Barney Stinson and Magnus's love for How I Met Your Mother.
Absolutely. And no, he'll be motivated. Then again, I don't think he's ever not motivated when he's playing. I'm not sure how sick he is. He didn't look great the other days, but his chest looked pretty good. Yeah.
Bad shape. But that's the weird thing, right, Danny? That despite him looking so unwell, somebody who's really struggling to even stay up and awake during the game, he wraps up his game, his match, in just 3 games against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, it's fantastic. But do you know it? I mean, I was thinking about his illness and about his motivation and his just extraordinary will to win. Or let's just say, when you know what it's like when you're ill, it's kind of about survival. You know, you hang on in there, and you know, have you got the guts to kind of just plow through regardless? And I think, you know, we've all played in international tournaments, and well, you know, getting sick, I'm afraid, is just a part of life. And we've all played a lot of tournaments, and sometimes you're just sick during tournaments. And, you know, I mean, I can think myself about situations where you either just kind of roll over and you can forget it, or you just carry on. And yeah, it's just that incredible willpower. So Magnus has that, you know, more than anyone else in the world, it seems to me. So of course it's going to affect him. And, you know, I'm so looking forward to this. But yeah, it's a factor. But do you know what? I had this in November, you know, this for the World Championship match, and people was, you know, kind of giving Nepo a chance. You know, he could do it. He just has incredible genius. But I've learned you never bet against Magnus. Basically, I just think he's going to win. You know, he's a safe bet.
It's a tough thing to do. You say a safe bet, but just to sort of summarize the whole thing, I feel that in this match, the pressure is more on Magnus right now. Prag's been having a fantastic tournament. He's leading by an entire match point. His tournament situation, he'd still be on share lead regardless of where this match goes. He's spoken about, and it is true, that this tournament primarily and in a big way is the biggest experience for these players. While for Magnus, as Jan, you pointed out, it's a lot to do with just winning, regardless of who he's playing and how many tournaments he's won. Yes or no? Who is more under pressure? Is Magnus more under pressure in this one? Sagar, let's start with you.
Yeah, I think so. Magnus is more under pressure, because if it was like the first time Prag was playing against the world champion, we could imagine that he would have been under pressure. But itself, in this year, he has played a classical game with him at Tata Steel. Then he played these two games. I think Prag is slowly getting accustomed to playing against these world-class players. So I think that pressure does not exist of facing the world champion. So I think about the result, it would be Magnus who would be under some pressure.
All right. Jan, is Magnus feeling the heat?
No, I feel completely the opposite. Like for Magnus, this, of course, there's the pre-story, but still another day at the office. It's round 4 of one of the champion chess clubs. It's champion chess tours. It's exciting, but I don't think he feels extra pressure. He's played a lot of world championship matches and all the other situations. While for Pragnanda, it's different being used to playing world-class players than facing the world champion, whom you've also, quote unquote, offended in the past by beating him. And you know he's just gonna try to destroy you as a 16-year-old there with all the nonsense going on. And then playing Magnus after you're doing well, I do think that it's a much more special situation for Pragnanda, which of course he might still handle well, but pressure-wise, it's clear to me it's on Prag.
Oh, very interesting takes. There was big action coming up. Now, the other stuff that's sort of taken me and Peter by surprise while we've been commenting has been Shah struggling so much in this tournament. He just feels like he's not been able to find his rhythm, not just this one, but for a couple of past months. He started really well here with that win against Liem, but after losing to Prag and then yesterday to Eric, it's been a tough tournament. Now, Dani, you're sort of a master analysis of game in power play chess. And I want to ask you that, what's your breakdown of this? What's going on with Shah here?
I'm not sure. He is an incredibly aggressive player. You know, it seems with the white pieces, like his first instinct is basically, we've seen it 100 times, play d4 and whatever variation comes on the board, he wants the castle queenside, basically. You know, this seems to be his way of doing things. And when it hits, it's just like, wow, you know, it's just boom. Yeah. I just think he's a bit hit and miss. Hit or miss, not hit and miss. At the moment, it's hit and miss. And I think just with his style, it can happen. He's playing very, very strong players. And yeah, sometimes he just crashes, but that's the way he plays. I don't think it will really affect him too much. I think he accepts that as part and parcel of his style, actually. So let's see by the end of the tournament, but I don't think it's anything to sort of write home about in a way. I like his style. It's incredibly aggressive, and normally it's very well suited to this kind of thing.
To this format, right? No, it's definitely surprising to see him at the bottom of the table. And like you mentioned, I mean, when Shah is in form, it's just unstoppable. I mean, it's just incredible to witness those kind of games, but we're hoping that we're able to see some of that. Now, by the way, the chat is completely torn about the Magnus Prague match, and I'm being told it's 54% to Magnus and 45% to Prague. Wow. I feel like that's also a lot of emotions there in chat.
Absolutely, I would take those odds. Gee, I'm really.
Sagar, is the chat underestimating the world champion currently, or is it just too much love for Prague?
No, I don't know. I want to see today's match and then decide, because clearly when Magnus will play at his best, he will beat Prague, that's for sure, because he is so good. I mean, but today's match will decide. I mean, because Prague is playing so well. Didn't we say that he would lose to Mamedyarov? Didn't we say that the match will go into the tie breaks with Liem? Yet it got over in 3 games. So, everything that we tried to predict, went wrong. So who knows what will happen today?
But I just want to say, sorry, very quickly.
Go on.
I'm a journalist as well. I have lots of different hats, and after January, after the Tata Steel, I was the next big thing out of India, the next great player, Arjun Erigaisi. Wow, winning the challenges, and then after that, we've got Prague winning in Reykjavik, and of course defeating Magnus, and then the last 3 tournaments we have Gukesh, who almost won Reykjavik, and then he's just blasting his way through. It's just like, I can write the same article and just cross out the name at the top and put the next Indian player in. It's unbelievable.
It's
it is
amazing.
Incredible. What's going on?
The question is, where's my guy Nihal? Like, the others can't have all the headlines. Nihal, we need some big result. No pressure.
Yeah, next one. But
probably playing bullet somewhere right now. I mean, Nihal's just such a genius.
but seriously, guys,
crushing everyone in bullet.
I'm writing the same article and just crossing out the name at the top.
Yeah, that's an established tradition in British chess literature, no?
Oh, who did you have in mind?
No, I'm just making up stuff here.
Lots of support for Prague, of course, in our chat. Big game coming up. And now, speaking of Magnus, I've been watching the series inside Team Magnus, Jan, which has you and Laurent and Peter Heine. And it's just fantastic. It is so insightful. I think I'm on episode 4, which talks about match strategy. I started it last night. I'm somewhere in the middle of it. And I mean, it's brilliant. Chat, if you haven't got onto it yet, just please, and maybe mods can just spam the link to it. It's a brilliant series. At some point, it looks like you guys are giving too much away with your approach to the match, with how the team was set up, how you were approaching opening preparation. Did it ever feel like there are too many secrets that are being revealed? And is there something that was kept out? Maybe you can reveal it here.
First of all, thanks for the praise, and it's great to hear you're using your free time after you finish this show at 3 a.m. wisely to watch our series. No, obviously, I think we get some clearance that there are no secrets to be revealed. So we're safe there. Other than that, first of all, we usually have the feeling that we have no clue what we're doing, so we feel we're not giving that much away. But No, I don't know. I think we've been very, very open with what happened, like how stuff was put together, how we managed to convince them that once again the camp had to be in Thailand for strategic reasons. All the good stuff. Check it out. I'm not sure what we could have left out. We've been fairly open, I would say.
And I believe that you, amongst all the other team members, really wanted the camp to be there. It's you enjoy your time there.
No, but kidding aside, I think what Team Magnus did differently and probably wisely was that you don't have your seconds during a World Championship match on site. Not only so they don't bother you there, because it might be tricky to manage a team of 6 people or whatever, asking you random opening questions, but also for the seconds, it's much more pleasant to work during daytime. If you're on site, usually the games finish, I don't know, let's say 10, he has to eat something, needs a break, and then you get a briefing realistically around 1 a.m. and then you're supposed to start working. It's much harder to keep this up for 3 weeks, however long it is, if you work nights and your food intake gets all messed up. Well, if you have a time difference of a couple hours, you just get up in the morning, get your briefing, get breakfast, and start working. And we were usually done at 4:30 p.m. We would send our stuff over to Peter/Magnus, who was on site in Dubai. And then you go have a dinner, go check some stuff afterwards, go to sleep, and you're good to working the next morning. So to have that in a sunny climate with good food and daylight is much more pleasant than being.
That's sorry, just very quickly. That's really interesting, Jan. Do you to have the seconds not on site, not with the player, and I get your point entirely about sort of managing. That's an extra problem, managing the team with the player there. But that happened in Magnus's first World Championship match in Chennai in 2013, I believe. Do you think that was actually the first time that had actually been done in a World Championship match?
I think so. Like, I'm sure the tradition to have remote helpers who aren't revealed has been around for a while. Not everyone has to be there. But not the whole team. But the whole team, to put them together on purpose in a different location, I think was a first. I think during the match in 2013, I wasn't involved then, but they hadn't figured out the time zone angle so well yet. So the team was still working nights somewhere in Norway, I believe. But if you also manage it to adjust the hours by being somewhere else in the world, I believe it's a good way to work. Of course, everyone's different, and some people want more company there and might also feel it's necessary to approach seconds directly. But for Magnus, I think it's worked nicely.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent strategy, actually.
Super good. And I remember, Sagar, you did a really nice interview with Peter Heine, the world champion, and he said the same at the World Championship. He said the same thing, that this time difference, that while these guys are resting or, catching up on sleep, they're able to work and then send the files when they wake up. Now, the other big matchup that we've got coming on is the 2 Dutchmen facing each other, right? Jorden versus Anish. That's going to be a fun ride. And I know that there was a little bit of drama that happened with Jorden being a part of the Magnus team, and I want to ask you, what is Jan, what is the relationship status there? Is it friends? Is it BFF? Is it frenemies? And what's the dynamic in this match
between Anish and Jorden? The dynamic?
Sorry,
the dynamic between Anish and
Jorden and Anish. Yes,
I don't know, frankly. I think they're good. I didn't catch much of that controversy. Jorden used to work with Anish for, I think, the candidates, and then he got an offer from Team Magnus during the match, and he was with us in Thailand. And I think the debate was a debate that is fairly common in the seconding world, that after the match, when Jorden could, in theory, of course, go back to working with Anish, what he can reveal from the prep and what he can't. And I'm not privy to the agreements and the debates that were had there. I don't know, but I know it's a fairly common topic, not just who can reveal what, but also who can play what and when. And after Magnus played it, never, or after the match, anything is fair game. And I guess Anish was also, he felt that Jorden had the knowledge from the candidates, which I don't think we use from, as far as I know, but once again, it's such a gray area in chess. I'm sure most people have looked at the Catalan at one point or another, and it's always tricky to navigate if you work with different people. But as far as I know, they're good. Like, why wouldn't they be good? They've always been friendly.
So no drama there.
Not that I know of, but I would guess you guys are more in tune with chess drama than me.
All right, let's talk about a few predictions with this match. Sagar, I'll start with you on this one, with Anish taking on Jorden. Both players had a tough day yesterday. What's your take on this?
Yeah, I think this thing which Jan spoke about will definitely play a bit on the mind. Yes, like when Jorden will play his openings, what to play, what not to play.
Also, Sagar, let's not forget the Tata Steel stuff, right? Like playing for the championship. There's a little bit of fun history there.
Yeah, I'm sure they're good friends, but there will be a lot of excitement. I think Anish is the favorite, especially he is. I mean, Jorden hasn't been doing so well in this event until now. So I think Anish, for me, winning in 4 games.
Winning in 4. Dani, would you agree with that?
Yeah, I was going to be very boring and say exactly the same thing. Actually, I think Anish will do it. I don't know. I looked at Jordan's play so far in the tournament, and I didn't find it too convincing. I mean, listen, he might have a great game great match today, but on current form, yeah, and Anish, I think, should do it.
81% in our chat for Anish, so they seem to agree. And I think Jorden as well yesterday had that very unfortunate mouse slip. I don't know if you guys caught that. It was straight out of the opening, so it's also going to be interesting to see how he recovers from that. But definitely a tough day ahead. Well, for both players, but I think Anish would be the favorite in this match. Let's bring up our next matchup on our screens, and it's Eric against Liem. Now, Eric had a big win yesterday against Shah, while Liem a tough loss against Prague. On paper, one would feel that Liem would be a big favorite, but the way things are going and, just the way the tournament's been progressing, it might be a different narrative. Let's start with Jan on this one. What's your take?
First of all, I'm very impressed by Eric and also the recent success of chess streamers with Hikaru qualifying for the candidates and Eric doing so well there. I've stepped up my quantity of streaming, but so far I can't tell any increase in chess strength. So I'm not sure if that's the whole secret. But yeah, Eric's been doing great. He's mentioned he feels very at home in this esporty environment, and he also, of course, has always been a good rapid blitz player. I would still think Leko Liem has to be the favorite. He's just, the more accomplished player and also typically stronger in shorter time controls. He did beat Magnus 2 days ago, so it's not like he's been doing horribly here. So I'd still bet on him, but kudos to Eric. Anything can happen, and I've been impressed with the way he played.
Yeah, not just this event, right? Even the previous event at the Champions Chess, though, Eric's been fantastic. Sagar, would you agree with that Eric, impressive, but Liam still the big favorite?
Well, I would say with the momentum on his side after beating Mamedyarov yesterday, and the way he reacted, he was so happy on beating Shah. There was a fist bump. I think Eric is I would go with Eric, although I think Leko Liem is the favorite, but I want to say that today Eric might come out on top.
Dani, what do you have to say?
Well, actually, I agree. I think it's really interesting to see the streamers doing really well. But I think it's a really intriguing clash because I see Liam as being technically excellent as a player. I mean, and we have kind of the streamer bullet brawler against Liem, who I think has much better technique, and he's a classy player. He's a stronger player, if you over the board play. But playing on screen, I'm not going to say online because they're in the same studio, but I think it's a really intriguing matchup. But I'm okay. Just to be argumentative, I'll go for Liem.
All right, that's going to be fun. Chat saying 64% to Liam, Eric 35%. I think there we can see a little bit of Liam, you can tell, is a bit more of a favorite in this match. But as you mentioned, Jan, chat is also quite impressed with the way Eric's been playing. He's had his moments in the match, definitely. Even the one that he lost against Anish was, I think, a lot could have changed in that one moment of Queen C7 where he went instead of Queen A8. All right, let's bring up our final matchup that we've got. And this is Shah against Duda. And quickly, we'll have your take on this. But just we'll also run a poll on the audience. But just to put things in context, I think I would say that this would be such a close fight. But once again, it just comes down to whether Shah will be able to find his rhythm or not. And so far struggling, my pick would be Duda on this. Let's start with Sagar.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Duda has been doing well and Shah not in the best of form. So it would be a safe bet to go with Duda here.
Jan, who's your money on?
Yeah, I'm team Duda as well. You guys already talked a bit about Shah. It feels like sometimes if a tournament isn't going his way, he's also saying, okay, I think it's normal. You can have a bad tournament and he might not be at his very best because he also needs so much energy for his very entertaining style. So Duda has to be the favorite. I'm trying to recall, Duda had a recent heartbreak against Shah where he had a winning position in one of these, what's it called, these endgame lines, this Semitarash CD5, CD4, which he then went on to lose. Was it one of these, was it in Vaikansee or one of these online series? I can't remember, but there's some recent history where Duda lost a crucial, important thing against Shah. So maybe that's still in his head, but he has to be the favorite, look, given how things have been going.
Yeah, I've just looked it up. It was Tata Steel.
In Tata, right.
Yeah,
Duda had a great start and then he lost all the momentum after losing that one.
Yeah. No, it's an interesting one. I'm afraid I'm going to go with the dude as well. The dude abides.
The dude is ready to take on the Shah attack. Well, our chat thinks it's also 77%. And there is... it's going to be an interesting fight. I mean, the thing is, if Shah suddenly finds himself in form, and I think the first game will sort of put the rhythm to that. Very often I've noticed with Shah is that, it can often go into tilt mode as well, which can be a bit of a challenge. If with Prag, I think it happened, he was winning the first game and then that one move G6 and things turned around and he was not able to find himself after that game. And then it was over in 3 games. So I think in that match, the first game is really going to tell us the narrative that is going to set and if Shah is going to be back in form or not. Lots of action coming up. Sagar, before we let you go, chat wants to know, well, Magnus has been talking about the suit up. Why is your suit on today?
Yes, exactly.
Anything special?
For this match. And also, what I'm very excited is because you brought up the tweet, but Magnus also wrote on Instagram stories that he's excited for today's match. And also Prag wrote on Facebook that he's excited. So, I mean, everyone's excited, right, for this match. So am I.
All right, love it. Well, thank you so much, Dani. Thank you so much, Jan. Thanks, Sagar, one more time. It's been so fun talking to you guys about all the action that's coming up. Thank you.
Thanks, Tania. Enjoy the games.
Bye, Jan. Bye, Dani.
Bye, guys.
Bye, guys.
Bye, Tania.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the 2 kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be
interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
This is John. John loves to study chess.
Welcome back, chat. We've got a couple of minutes before Peter joins, so I just wanted to chat with you guys and see and get the vibe of what's going on. Tell me, how excited are you about today? Because I really feel that it all comes down to this match that we have between Pragg and Magnus. I feel that if Pragg pulls this one off, there's no stopping him. I think he's going to win the whole thing. If Magnus pulls this off, if Magnus comes on top, Pragg is still tied and we see how it goes. But of course, then we can say that Magnus is once again the favorite to win the tournament. But this is a really big one. And I was just reading, I was going through chat, and there was an interesting insight by Trip Sam, I think. I would love for Pragg to give Carlsen a fight, but it feels that Carlsen is just too strong. Magnus being sick might help Pragg, so the match will be interesting. And this reminded me of what Peter said yesterday, right? That Magnus might be unwell, but the way he's playing his moves and the kind of moves he's playing, he's very much in shape. And speaking of Peter, he is joining us. So let's see if we can bring him on. And meanwhile, maybe we'll just quickly take a look at this interview that we had with Pragg to set the mood for what's coming up.
When you're scoring like this and when you're gaining confidence against these great players by winning, are you having fun when you're playing now?
Yeah, as I said before, yeah, when you win, of course, you have a lot of fun. But in general, I am having a lot of fun playing these players. It's always a very good experience and fun experience as well. Rapid is always fun. So yeah, it's just an enjoyable experience.
It's always fun when you're winning, and well, that is true, and that's the path that Pragg is on. Take a look at Magnus after his game.
It's interesting to see, Magnus. You have so much time at the end there, and yet you play so fast. Is that because you're in complete control, or to stress your opponent?
No, it's because I'm not in a state particularly to calculate, so I just play by intuition. But yeah, it worked.
But still, fortresses don't stand.
Not in this case, no.
So definitely not feeling too well, but he's got to get his A game on. Let's get Peter with us on our screen and ask him how he's feeling about this big match day coming up. Peter, welcome.
Yeah, hello, Tanya. Hello, everyone. He has super excited. I mean, this is incredible. I mean, Pragg has just crushing everyone with stellar performance, and now it's Magnus's time. I mean, who else, if not Magnus Carlsen, should stop Pragg?
Peter, I was just speaking with chat, and chat, tell us your view on this, that if Pragg pulls this off, I don't think it'll be too early to say that Pragg's taking the whole thing home.
Well, of course, you know, it's he might start to become a favorite after that, but it's first of all still very, very far away. Yeah, Magnus is standing on his way right now, right here, right now. And besides that, also, we have seen, you know, in all these events that when it gets towards the end, it gets very, very hard. Yeah, because you are just about to succeed with something incredible. In this regard, I also feel like there is a lot of pressure and a lot of tension on Magnus as well. Yeah,
Yes, I agree with that. I agree, yeah.
You remember, we always see this footage when Garry Kasparov met and played against the very, very young Magnus Carlsen, and you could feel this incredible tension in Gary's behavior. Yeah, that he was not playing exactly the same way like he otherwise plays. Yeah, there was this special atmosphere, And this is now what Magnus is faced with. Yeah, suddenly he plays against the incredible young prodigy Prague.
No, we were discussing this exact same point that you mentioned on the pre-show as well. And Sagar and I both felt that the pressure is on Magnus on this one. But Jan also made a really good point there that this is the kind of stuff that Magnus loves and thrives on, right? This is when the best in the world champion comes out.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, we have talked yesterday, yeah, that this big match, Anish Giri, Magnus Carlsen. Okay, yeah, Anish is always a very tough opponent. Yeah, very well prepared and so on. Magnus was completely out of his balance, yeah, with his health issue, and just relied on his intuition and crushed Anish. I mean, I haven't seen the best Magnus Carlsen ever crushing Anish like this, like he did yesterday. So this is also showing that when Magnus knows that he has to pull himself together, then yeah, he's very, very dangerous.
And you remember, Peter, when he was playing against Liem and we had that Benoni and he was just quickly making moves. He went for this F6 plan instead of knight e5. And this is what we were talking about, that, that we're getting this feeling that he's relying more on his intuition and more on his instincts than being able to calculate. And that had reasons to do with his health currently. But despite that, I mean, winning against Anish in 3 games, it just goes on to show how good his intuition is and how reliable it is. Going to be a very, very big matchup. Peter, let's take a look at our standings as we've got about 4 minutes to lift off. And let's bring them up one more time. Prague on the leaderboard right at the top with 9 points. Magnus at 6. Jan-Krzysztof Duda at 5. Anish at 4. Liem, Eric, Jorden at 3. Shah at the bottom of the table. Peter, what is it that shocks or surprises you more? Prague at the top of the table or Shah at the bottom?
Yeah, well, it's kind of both surprising, especially because, okay, Shah started wonderfully. However, also this 3-point system is very, very tricky. I mean, he's sharing last place with Eric and with Jorden. Yeah, so basically just one match victory and you are jumping really high on the standings. Yeah, so we shouldn't really focus too much on the standings. We should focus on the momentum of the players, and definitely Shah needs to turn things around because the match against Prague, yes, it was unlucky at the beginning. Yeah, the first game was unlucky, but afterwards Prague just crushed Shahryar. And then yesterday we have seen Mamedyarov, Shah, who afterwards admitted that no, this was just a very, very bad match. And I think the way to turn things around, first you have to acknowledge that yes, this was very, very bad, and then to tell yourself that okay, this is not me. Yeah, I just cannot. I deserve something better. Yeah, I have to fight for myself, and I think that this will be the day when Shah will start to turn things around.
Well, we hope so, because we love to see a Shah in form. It's entertainment, it's fire on the board, and that's what we love to watch. So let's see how that comes on. Meanwhile, Gerald in chat saying, Magnus the Merciless or Magnus the Merciful? Who shows up today? I can't remember Magnus being merciful on any game day. I think the guy just always wants to win and does everything in his power that he can to get that result. And there we see we've got our first player who's ready to go. It's Jan-Krzysztof Duda after his win yesterday. While the other seats are empty, that's what our studio looks like currently. And Peter, looks quite nice. Are we expecting some playlists today?
Well, yesterday Abba worked to perfection. Yeah, so why to change? Yeah, never change the winning team. Besides, yeah, this is if music works like this, and Magnus really had those type of positions where he could really rely on his intuition, yeah, and everything came naturally. You mentioned the difference between his game against Liem. Yeah, that there it was very, very direct, and there was a lot of calculation involved. And in fact, Liem managed to outcalculate Magnus because he was relying on his intuition. Yesterday, in the exact same Benoni structure, actually Magnus did not really need it to calculate. He could just rely on his strategical positional feeling and managed to win a wonderful game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the studio, Peter. Completely agree with that judgment that you have with his play against Liem and Anish and the subtle differences there. There we see Prague, for whom, of course, it's always an amazing opportunity to play against Magnus. And he's ready to go. Magnus, wondering if it's going to be still late for him. he has been arriving to the game a little late, later than everyone else. And we see Shah taking his seat, Pragg having a look around. It's kind of, you can feel a bit of tension here, no? With the players walking in one by one, getting ready in front of their computer screens.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of a different atmosphere than usually. Yeah, it's this whole screen, and we already have liftoff. We have 2 d4s on the board. Jan-Krzysztof Duda against Mamedyarov started with d4, and Anish Giri against Jorden van Foreest. We haven't talked about this Dutch duel. Yeah, there is lot of prestige at stake. They had been working together. They are very, very good friends, but recently, since Jorden was part of Magnus's team for the World Championship, we have been hearing some words from Anish that he's now not feeling so comfortable because Jorden knows him, but he doesn't know Jordan's World Championship preparation insights and so on. So not so easy for him to understand who Jorden right now is.
It's interesting you bring that up because that was a topic of conversation on our pre-show, and Jan put things to rest there by saying, as far as he knows, there's no drama there.
Yes, well, normally, of course, yeah, there are some tweeting. It's clearly not any drama, yeah, but it's still, when you face someone, you know who you know, but yeah, you think that you know, but you might don't know him because he has many new things. That's very tricky. But let's take a look at Magnus versus Pragg, because this is Rosso Limo, and usually we see Magnus playing the Rosso Limo from the black side. And let's see how will Magnus treat this against Pragg.
So Magnus is back in his hoodie. So clearly the suit up was not literal, whether it was a Barney Stinson reference or whether it was Magnus's mind state towards the match. We'll find out, but it's the Rosso Limo. We've seen this it's an old opening, but we've seen it pick up a lot of momentum and a lot of popularity since the World Championship match back in 2018 against Fabi.
Yes, and I exactly remember that I played against Pragg, against the very, very young Pragg in Isle of Man 2018. And it was before the match, before this World Championship match. And then it wasn't exactly clear that what Pragg's main opening is. He was playing some kind of Arhangel Spanish and also some other things. Then against me, he played the Caro-Kann. So he was jumping, and after this match, I think that after like the winter of 2018, he almost exclusively started to play this opening. So he basically fell in love with what Magnus had prepared, and now he's using it against Magnus.
And D3 played now, Pragg going into a little bit of a think. Is he surprised with this choice, D3? Peter, can you tell us why Pragg is taking a while to make a move right now?
Well, this isn't the usual move. However, I think it's a move that Levon has played against Magnus a couple of times last year, yeah? And maybe Magnus has gained some respect for this move, yeah? That it looks, I was also playing the Rosso Limo with black and also from the white side. And like back then, 10, 15 years ago, the move D3, we would have laughed, yeah? Like, okay, what is this? I mean, this is a very, very innocent move. However, now that we know all the ideas, yeah, that after D6, some pawn sacrifices with E4, E5 had been played. Yeah, this was the idea of what Levon did against Magnus. And it all gets very, very complicated. So I'm really interested to see how well Pragg is aware of all these details and also how well Magnus knows all these things from the white side.
All right, now this is of course going to be a big game that we're going to have our focus on, but we've still got time before things heat up. So let's do an opening tour and take a look at some of the other boards. Peter, I want to go to the Dutch matchup that you're talking about, the Dutch face-off. Lots of, well, there might not be any drama, but there's definitely a bit of off-board subtleties at play here. The two were fighting for the Tata Steel Masters Championship. It went into a dramatic tie-break. Then everything that happened around the World Championship. Of course, these are two of the strongest players from the Netherlands. They're friends. They work together. They know each other's repertoire so well. Jorden was with Anish during the candidates, then went on to help Magnus during the World Championship match. So just a lot of different currents going on here. Peter, what about the positions? Does this offer any big waves?
Well, it's a very interesting position in the sense that now we can forget about all this talk that we were talking. I mean, the preparation for this game doesn't mean anything. It's just like complete freestyling. First of all, I can't really recall Jorden ever playing the King's Indian. I'm not aware of him really doing it, but even if he did so, definitely the move Bishop G4 is not a move that is mainstream. I do recall, was it Fabiano? I think Fabiano beat Radek Wojtasek in Tata Steel 2020 with this bishop g4 and then taking on f3 and so on. So it's kind of a surprise weapon, but you can't really expect to surprise Anish, I think, with this. Knight e1 takes, knight a6, knight d3, b6, bishop g5. If we only look at the general terms of understanding King's Indian, then it was always told that the trade of the light squared bishops heavily favors white. In this regard, one could say, like, what is Jorden doing? But at the same time, he's trying to put up some fortress. Yeah, that's the kind of idea. It's not so easy for white to get the typical a3, b4, and so on going. It's more of a strategical battle.
So not rushing with the a knight to c5, because that would allow this a3, b4 setup. He goes knight d7, not showing his cards. He might look at even breaking in the center with f5, but also eyeing that c5 square with the knight so that he doesn't recapture it with the pawn, but can keep that activity going by playing knight c5 next, and then after a trade, he can recapture it with his knight. I see in chat, Sebastian Marks is saying that Hoodie is more of an esports wife. This is for, I think, Magnus, who's shown up yet another day with the hoodie on. Let's ask chat what they think about this. Let's run a poll that what do you think is the appropriate dress code for an esports event? Would it be suit up or would it be hoodie? Let's see what the chat says, Peter. Peter, what about you? I know that you're a classic and you would never show up to a game in a hoodie.
Well, who knows? Never say never. But yeah, definitely, however, when I was thinking and I was looking at the pictures, how this setup looks like, I was feeling like, maybe I would look like a very, very old-fashioned guy with a suit and a tie in that atmosphere. But maybe it's also kind of nice to have different approaches, the different outfits from the players.
Well, Vince is saying that we want Peter in a hoodie. Maybe one of the commentary days, Peter. Will we ever see that day?
Wow. Well, usually, I mean, if I'm doing banter blitz, then I'm without a suit. And also in the comment section, I noticed that people, wow, Peter without a suit, what a change, and it's different and so on. Yeah, it's different. But whenever I comment it, such a prestigious event, I feel like, this is basically showing respect for the event. Yeah, I'm not getting dressed for myself like this. I get dressed for the occasion, for the tournament, because I take it very seriously. And if I come in a hoodie, I would feel like, I'm taking it too lightly, and I don't want to signal this message.
But that's exactly the point, right? It's an esports event. So we're showing respect to the esport event by being appropriately dressed in the way one should. Nidhi is saying OTB is suit, esports is hoodie. Okay, Peter, I have a proposal. What if one day for commentary, and we can decide on a mutual day, both of us have to show up in a hoodie?
Well, we will talk about it after the show, yeah? Let's figure it out.
All right, chat,
afterwards.
I'll keep you updated if I manage to pull Peter in on this one. All right, let's get back to the chess action. So rook b1 played.
Yeah, rook b1. Okay, this is a very slow play. Basically, Anish wants to go b3, a3, and then b4. Since now all these kind of f5, f4 ideas, like usually they are happening in the classical King's Indian, and then some crazy attack. Without the light squared bishop, this is not really happening. So it's more about a strategical event. I mean, strategical battle, and I feel like, okay, white should be very happy. I mean, I would be very happy. It doesn't mean that that's something very important, but I just love positions like this from the white side. However, let's take a look at Magnus, because there had been some development, and look at this. After d3, Prague opts for knight f6, basically inviting Magnus to, okay, please push e5. And Magnus, after spending a couple of minutes, he decided to not to push. He took on c6, dc, and rook e1. It does not mean that he will not push later. He just wants to be ready for, I mean, rook e1 is needed anyway in this setup.
So it's sort of like a prep move, right? You want to, the threat is stronger than the execution. You want to go e5 at some point, but you're not yet committing to it. So rook e1, getting ready for that. Peter, do you want to jump on to the Duda game and take a look at that? Duda's been having a good tournament, but if he's able to win today, he really catches up on the standings, but he is playing against Shah. And we have a Ragozin, is it?
Yes, it's a Ragozin, and I told you that I feel like, Shah will be very, very serious today, and he has to be, because he has to, really show why he is Shah. However, he exactly gets an opponent, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who has been incredibly impressive in the last 2 days. Yeah, because he started with the loss against Magnus. That was a big match, but
Peter, loss against Magnus, I think it would still, it's fine. Anyone can lose to him, but I think what you also mean is the way the match went, the kind of games that we saw that day.
Yeah, but I mean also because of this three points system, yeah, that the tournament standing can be very tricky. Yeah, that after the first day, Duda was on the last position, then he beat Anish in the Blitz playoff with an incredible Blitz playoff, and then he only got 2 points, and he was still at the bottom, while he actually already played against Magnus and he beat Anish. Yeah, so it's a very, very tricky spot, and then he finally won a clean match. He got the 3 points, and he's already up there. One more match victory, and he's already doing extremely well. And now it's very interesting because Shah somehow did not include the typical h6. Yeah, I mean, usually I think it's the very first thing that after CDED bishop g5, you include the move h6, bishop h4, and after that you do this E3 bishop f5, which is now basically the main line of the Ragozin, and then you have much more options. But now that he did not play it, and after bishop f5, Duda played the somewhat surprising knight d2, but it's already now very much justified because Black already can't correct his mistake of going h6, because then after bishop f6, queen f6, knight takes d5 is possible, since White solved the problem of the pin. Yeah, that's the big point. And after knight d2, c6, suddenly queen f3 happens, and Black is under some kind of a pressure. Okay, Shah retreated with the bishop to g6, so White has now the option of eventually taking on f6, doubling the pawns, which is kind of maybe an option. However, it's not the end of the world. For example, an endgame like this could well be that Black is just perfectly fine. It's the two bishops compensate for the damaged pawn structure.
Well, we might be headed there. It's there, queen f6. So he takes the pawn structure, gives up the double bishop. Black can look at going with the knight to d7, developing the knight next. If White pushes the bishop on b4 with a move like a3, Black doesn't have to give up the bishop taking the knight, but can simply fall back. I think it's very important for Black to keep the two bishops in this position. That's the compensation here. And knight d7 is what I'm expecting if a3 is not played. Peter, let's just continue our roundup of the opening action. And I want to take a look at, well, let's go back to the Jorden Anish board, because there's been a break in that one. And f5 is on the board. We were speaking about these two plans, getting the knight on c5, f5. Jorden has done both of them. What is your objective evaluation of this approach that Jorden has?
Yeah, so it's, I mean, at this moment, I was very happy from White side. Yeah, rook b1, I have a clear plan. Now, knight dc5 happened. Probably it's kind of important to keep the knight on a6 for the moment, yeah, because it covers the b4 square, just in case. Okay, after knight takes c5, it does not matter anymore. And now Anish played the move bishop e3. Black goes f5, and this is a very critical strategical moment. But hang on, sorry. This is strategical. Let's quickly jump to Eric's position, because he has just played an incredible knight c4 to e5 sacrifice, which I have never seen in my life. Like this.
Wow, and let's explain that really quickly, what's going on. So do you want to take it from the top first and see how we got here?
Yeah, very, very quickly. Yeah. So it's basically some kind of again, it's a6 bishop a4 included, but finally we get this this anti-Berlin stuff with d3. Then the black pawn would be on a7 instead of a6. That's the only difference. Queen e7, castles, bishop d6. Wow, yes, really. I mean, isn't it here that rook g8 was the killer move played by Kramnik against Aronian in the candidates 2018 in Berlin? I mean, that was supposed to be this incredible sensation with g5 coming and Black was winning the game very, very quickly. I wonder what changes with the pawn on a6. Very surprising. However, Black did not follow Kramnik's brilliance. For some reason, he opts for bishop d6, knight bd2, bishop e6. And this is a more traditional way of getting some kind of anti-Berlin. Knight c takes e5, bishop takes e5, d4. So actually White will win back the bishop, but the problem is that actually, okay, it will lead nowhere. Yeah, bishop d6, e5, that's the point. Now White forks, Black, however, just castles, and after taking one of these pieces, Black will have a very nice position.
And Peter, we are getting a confirmation. In fact, in that position, the best move, according to the computer, is to go rook g8, taking advantage of the fact that white has shot castled already. There is a pawn on h3. So g5, g4 ideas come into play. And this is the strongest move in the position, but it wasn't played. And the current position that we have with shot castle on the board, e5 played. He doesn't rush with grabbing a piece because, well, the fork is there for a while. He goes rook e1, so improving the position of his rook. Black also just keeps both pieces on. So neither side is blinking on this. If you go bishop b4, then white can always go c3, hit the bishop as well as the knight on f6. So instead, he made the move bishop to e6.
Yes, exactly. I mean, bishop e6 is very nice. Of course, the piece cannot run away, but the point is that actually, whatever white takes, of course, taking on f6 is not an option because then black remains with the two bishops and only black can be better. So sooner or later, I'm expecting white to take on d6. However, after ed6, both after cd6 and queen d, I mean, probably cd6, black is slightly better. I mean, a tiny bit better because the opposite colored bishop position actually helps black. And bishop f4 played. So after bishop f4, basically now, so black has the chance of going knight d5, forcing ed6, then cd6, and we get this type of position. Bishop comes to g3, you move the king, for example, to d7. There are ideas like f5, f4, trying to lock down white's bishop. I mean, I would be very happy and knight d5 on the board.
So it's time to grab the bishop. Peter, we will come back to this. This is going to be a long game. Let's jump back to the Magnus Prague board because Prague has managed to land a knight on f4, but it's a bit of a soul camper that doesn't have support of many other pieces. White can currently jump with the d2 knight and put pressure on that f4 knight, but he's headed to e6, as you're pointing out.
Yes, exactly. I mean, the point of this knight f4 move is probably a very well-timed move because okay, let's jump back to the position which we left. So rook e1 castles h3. White keeps, you know, all his options open, and black is finding it hard to, for example, if you make a move like knight d7 with the idea of going e5, then white pushes e5 and you are getting stuck with a terrible knight on d7. Yeah, so that's the justification why Prague went queen c7. Now he wants to play e7, e5, getting control of the center. So now Magnus is forced to go e5, knight d5 jumps, and now white plays knight bd2. The knight on d5 is not stable. Yeah, the knight on d5 can eventually be harassed with c4 after white develops the knight from d2 to e4 or whatever, of course paying attention to the e5 pawn. However, this is a very classy move that black tries to anticipate this and tries to get ready, getting the knight to e6.
So after a jump like knight e4 as well, hitting the c5 pawn and the knight, you just go knight e6, everything's under control.
Yeah, well, there's also something to calculate, yeah, because actually you could give an argument that maybe you can take on e5, but it's
but would you ever take on e5, right? Not just saying about knight takes c5 as an option, but even giving up this bishop. I mean, I wouldn't even care about the c5 pawn. I think one would just grab the bishop, no?
Yeah, I mean, okay, you take, and however, it's not exactly clear to me how you are finishing it off, but I'm guessing, yeah, Magnus definitely has something in mind after bishop e5.
He's gone for knight e4. He's gone for knight e4. But even if he doesn't have something immediate in mind, I think just the fact that the white bishop could come onto the long diagonal at some point would give him enough compensation.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, okay, and besides, I doubt that anyone really seriously considers in a rapid game to take on e5. Yeah, if the world champion goes knight e4 and is ready to sacrifice his pawn, then you feel like I might have to go back with the knight to e6. But there is a big question. Yeah, like after knight e6, maybe white will have the chance of harassing this knight with knight eg5. Yeah, and maybe trading these knights, for especially if black would take on g5, this would of course play into white's hand with queen d2, bishop h6, creating very nice attacking chances. So black will never take on g5. Black would, for example, play the move h6, force white to take on e6. This case we develop, and we also have the pawn on h6 already, which gives us the chance eventually to play king h7, protect the h6 pawn, and never weaken any squares on the king side.
Speaking of the king side, a lot of fun action on the Jorden board, Peter. Let's just rush to that one because it's quite a wild position that we have. You're going to love it. Take a look at this. White has just made the move Queen F1, probably trying to get it to G2 so that you can also put pressure on the G6 square, defend the F3 pawn from there. Meanwhile, Black has this amazing bishop on H6, which can jump to F4, putting pressure on H2. It's sort of tough to call which side is better, but I kind of like Black here.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I feel like you are in a wrong movie because usually whenever Anish plays, I always love what he's doing. Yeah, because he's very good in openings. He has every time everything under control and he's playing from strengths. And now suddenly I see at this position and I think like, wow, I mean, it looked like a very pleasant position before. And all of a sudden this whole turn around, I mean, probably Black cannot really be better, but Black is very comfortable. I mean, there is no way Black can be ever worse here.
Peter, we have a question in chat for you from Tanmay, and Tanmay wants to know that if there are any plans to play the Olympiad in India this year, surprising everyone with a comeback.
Well, I don't know. I don't know, actually. I haven't even thought about it. There are so many things going on and happening at the moment that this is not yet debated. I really don't know.
What if all your opponents promise to play the French against you? Would you then make a comeback?
Well, that already sounds very, very nice, but I'm not sure that's the final argument in this case. But hang on, yeah, because now we see actually Prague did take on E5. I mean, this is breaking news. We have talked about that. The world champion gives you the chance to capture this pawn on E5. Will you ever take it? And Prague says, yes, I will take. And he opted for this takes, and now Magnus retreats with the knight to C3. Actually, a move which can easily be missed because the knight retreats and hits the queen. The queen will have to retreat, basically doesn't matter where. White takes on F4, Queen F4, Rook E7, and the question is, do you have some bishop takes H3 trick, yeah, connected with Queen G5 check? If not, then White would just be nicely better. So the first move that we have to look at is bishop takes H3.
All right, so GH3 is out because of Queen G5. Let's just show that, and then you pick up the rook. So this one's not happening. After bishop H3, White also recapture the pawn with rook B7? Or yes. Are we worried about something on G2?
No, you have to take on B7, I guess, because anyway, Queen G5 is nicely met by Queen F3. It's a tempo move. And after all, if the knight jumps to E4, it's very nice. But it's kind of, maybe it was a little bit underestimated by Prague, that he was thinking that no way White can play like this because I have all these tricks with bishop H3 connected with Queen G5. But if you don't take on H3, I think that then White is just definitely slightly better. I mean, a very, very nice advantage. Yeah, because you have the knight. This bishop on C8, I mean, the light square bishop is not really doing much. You can try to set up some blockade with bishop E6.
Peter, does it make a difference if Black starts with a move like Queen G5? So that way I'm hitting your rook and attacking H3, or do you just fall back with the rook to perhaps E3? Yes, E3, and then after that, there's nothing to be done with Black?
Yeah, well, I mean, I can just fall back. Yeah, I'm stopping bishop takes H3. I'm still threatening knight E4, but also I'm just threatening moves like, Queen F3, rook A1, get all the pieces in the center, and White is the one. Yeah, Prague goes for bishop takes H3. He has to take.
On the board. So good or bad, you got to go for this.
Yeah, and Magnus grabs on B7 immediately. Yeah, you have to, because this is now a very double-edged position. And at least, I mean, you know exactly why you are kind of, because, White is strategically better. Yeah, if White consolidates, White will have a winning endgame. Yeah, but Black has dynamics. He should avoid the trade of queens. Definitely he should avoid. But, he needs to move the bishop. Where do you move it? That's the first question.
So now G takes H3 is a big threat on the board because there's no double attack, and the Black has to be careful about not exchanging queens because of his horrendous pawn structure. Peter, only two moves come to, I mean, bishop G4 is also possible, but I was thinking about bishop E6 here.
Yeah, bishop e6, kind of very natural because you are also trying to break with c4, I mean c5, c4, I'm guessing, but Pragg actually went all the way back to c8. He wants to win a tempo. He wants to win a tempo, but after rook e7, what he will do?
You
Bishop
want to win
e6.
a tempo. Okay, then he wants to go bishop e6. He plays it quite quick. So White also needs to be a little careful with that rook on e7. You know, in certain positions, you might just find yourself trapped with the piece there.
Yeah, it's behind enemy lines. However, okay, whenever you attack with the queen, I will have rook b7. I'm also expecting that somewhere White will jump with the knight to e4. But knight e4 is probably met by c4 at this moment. This is, I mean, Black definitely wants to destroy White's construction. Yeah, we have been talking about, for example, if White's pawn would be on b3 and stopping any kind of c5, c4, then long terms, if he avoids any losing a piece, I mean, he's not blundering any piece by something like, okay, b3, queen f6 is a double attack. Just wanted to highlight, yeah, that b3 would be a desirable move, but you always have to watch out for not blundering something in return.
And
Bishop
Peter,
e6.
I just want to highlight what the chat is saying. Tom is saying, we want a Peter comeback. Vince is saying, Peter, do it for your fans. Don't kill me. I'm just a messenger here, Peter.
No, great. I mean, it's very nice to hear so many encouraging words. But I'm also getting some encouraging words for commentary. So I might be commenting the Olympia. That's also an option. Yeah, it's not just playing is an option.
The thing is, if we don't have you on the board, then that's the closest that, you know, we have to make do with, is to have you with us for breaking down all the action. But I agree with you. Having you here is fantastic as well.
Yeah, thank you. But it's also fantastic to see what these guys are doing. Yeah, and Magnus is playing the move queen c1. I think this is very, very nice and very important, because now if Black goes queen f6, then White can very nicely go back with the rook to b7. Yeah, and then knight e4 will give a tempo. If Black plays the move queen d6, then actually White probably anyway goes back with the rook to b7. I mean, queen g5 would be an option, but queen g5 runs into f6. Hitting the queen and hitting the rook. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. So I'm assuming that after queen d6 anyway, rook b7 would be played. However,
he goes queen h4, so hitting the rook but not allowing queen g5. And very important is, as you were mentioning, never to trade queens in these positions, because the ending would be a lot worse. Imagine White's knight jumping onto e4, which Peter, exactly. So I think the c4 idea, why the bishop had to be on e6, you want to resolve that problem of those two pawns. I mean, pawn structure is the biggest point in Black's position here. So Pragg wasting no time to dissolve his weakness. At the cost of a pawn, though, can White get greedy here and capture rook c6?
Yeah, well, I mean, at least, yeah, White wins the pawn, but Black destroys White's construction. So, for example, cd, rook a d8 feels like some nice compensation, yeah, because this is a real weakness, a long-term weakness. And Magnus goes d takes c4. He wants to keep his structure intact. I think it's a very, very nice choice, that not grabbing the pawn, but paying attention that his structure remains. And besides, Black has a big weakness on c6.
But doesn't Black just go queen c4 and defend the c6 pawn now?
Yes, you do it, but White seems to get some initiative now. Queen e3, hitting the pawn on a7. I might not want to take it, but I will disturb you. Yeah, I might just want to bring my rook into the game. Maybe somewhere also kick the queen away with b3, then go knight e4. And let's not forget that there are some dark squares around Black's king. So whenever White gets some active knight in the center, Black might have some trouble with his king.
Super scary, right? Imagine that queen landing on h6 and the knight landing on g5, and then suddenly it's just game over on h7.
Exactly. Yeah. So
queen e3, as you were mentioning, queen c4, queen e3. So hitting that pawn on a7. And Peter, once again, it reminds me of what you were saying, that Magnus, under the weather, completely out of shape health-wise, but his moves seem to say otherwise.
Yeah, well, I mean, if he gets this type of positions, yeah, where he can just rely on his incredible positional feeling, yeah, then he doesn't need to calculate, yeah. Takes, now he just grabs the pawn. Black needs to... Black needs to keep some initiative, I mean, somehow, but he will get some initiative, but I don't know if it will be enough to generate real counterplay. So the big question, do we take or do we go rook a8? After rook a8, white anyway goes, I believe, rook e7.
I mean, at some point you take and then start hitting these pawns on the queen side, right? So let's say rook e7, queen e7, and where do we come in with the queen? Because queen d2, there's queen c5. So maybe we start with queen b5 or queen c4.
Yeah, well, this is now on the board. Yeah, Prag is down to 2 minutes.
Peter, we've just got a couple more moments, I think, where we can have a look at another position. And I just want your evaluation on the Anish Jordan board, because it's quite a fascinating endgame. Because take a look at the pawns here in this one. White has got one extra pawn, a majority on the queen side, which can get dangerous. But black's pieces are so active. And that rook on f7, the bishop can jump into play from f4. What do you make of this position?
Yeah, exactly. I think you put it very nicely. Yeah, that black is having so much activity that it should be enough to give good compensation. I mean, bishop east is the move that comes to mind immediately, yeah, because I'm threatening then rook f1 checkmate. Actually, rook e2 would also run into checkmate after rook f1, king g2, rook g1, thanks to this lovely construction.
Oh, that's nice.
But of course, after the move bishop e3, white might break the structure with h3. White might just sacrifice this pawn, but you need to open up. Yeah, you can't really tolerate all this activity from black side, creating a luft for the king. And thanks to this knight on e6, white should probably also have, yeah, this is on the board. White should have enough to make a draw.
Bishop e3 and h3 blitz start immediately, creating an escape square for the king. All right, so Peter, you're saying that this could potentially end in a draw. And really quickly, can we get an update from you on the Duda Shah board? This is definitely a little more complex to call out.
Well, I mean, I feel like this is some kind of a desperate piece sacrifice, yeah, because it simply, white was slowly outplaying black strategically, yeah, thanks to these double pawns. And Shakriya felt like he needs to complicate matters. I mean, he just can't wait for white to, to improve his position to the maximum, and he opted for this knight g3 takes. And the idea, of course, is that the pawn on e3 becomes weak. Yeah, so after moves like king d2, now maybe the move f4 could be played. Yeah, and I'm guessing that f4 is the main idea. Yeah,
it kind of, one gets the feeling that this is perhaps not going to be enough for Shah for an entire piece.
Well, but it's too suddenly the bishop on g6 becomes very, very strong. Yeah, it opened up. Besides, he will get a chance to maybe take f6. I mean, he will have some very nice pawns, because I don't think that taking on taking, then you lose the rook. Yeah, and also the bishop is hanging, so this is impossible. Move like e4 also gives another pawn, and black will remain with very strong pieces. So in fact, he needs to find a very good move now after f4.
Why can't white just grab the pawn on h6?
Wow. And it's played.
And he goes for it, and the eval bar hates it. But the question is why?
No, not necessarily hates it. I mean, actually, it's not about the pawn. The big question is that maybe, in fact, Shakriya will take with the rook on e3. Yeah, rook takes e3. Yeah, that's the human move.
And after rook h1, you always have just simply king g7.
Exactly, yeah, king g7, and then bring the rook to e8. Try to, I mean, black wants to play for the initiative, not counting material.
All right, complex stuff. We'll come back, Peter. Let's go back to our main game, the main game between Magnus and Prag. It's a complex position, but one gets the feeling that Prag is a little bit in trouble here. He's down a pawn. Queen b7 supports b2, hitting on c6. Definitely Prag on the defense here. And it's going to be a bit of a task with 1.5 minutes on the clock and playing Magnus.
Yeah, but on the other hand, it's a very clear-cut position for black. Yeah, you know exactly what to do. Because the pawn on c6, I'm not sure if it's really hanging. Yeah, well, I mean, of course, if you can take it for free, it's nice, but black has all kinds of very dangerous moves like, okay, rook e2 coming in. But the big question that I'm trying to understand...
Rook e2, you can... Yes, queen. Has this been played? Rook e2, queen b6?
No, it's not yet. Yeah, Magnus is thinking, but I'm kind of speculating, because after queen b6, I don't really think that black can take on b2, because then this rook endgame with pawn, I mean, the rook behind the pawn already should be almost winning. For example, something like rook b3, a5, rook c3, a6, rook c8, a7, rook a8, and then you activate the king. I don't think that black can hold this position intuitively. And then yeah, and after if you can't do this, then I don't know exactly what you are doing, because not easy to create more threats.
You can pick up the f2 pawn in a forcing line, right? You go rook e1, you trade the rooks. After king h2, you pick up the f2 pawn. And yes, white has got these 3 very scary passes on the queen side, but you're hitting b2, and there are these threats of giving a million checks to white's king.
Yes, this is the main idea, because this rook e2 line was just bad. I just wanted to highlight, because it was very instructive that white gets this rook on a1, which did not move in the game, but it would decide the game actually. But practically, of course, black has to go for the queen endgame. And the only question is, like, usually Magnus is extremely good in these queen endgames. Yeah, I'm expecting some queen e8 check, queen e5 check first to activate this queen to the maximum, and then start pushing the pawns. So something like this.
Let's say queen e8, king g7, queen e5. Can white go f6 here? Because you don't want white's queen in the center of the board.
Exactly. I mean, f6 is basically obligatory. And now it's the big question that, okay, queen e7 check, you go king h6.
By the way, we do have this position on the board. So queen f2 has been played. Magnus has an extra pawn and these 3 deadly looking passes on the queen side, but with an exposed king. And combining threats of attacking the pawns as well as checks on the king, Prague has got hope.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's not really obvious that how white should play. I mean, you really need to be a computer that to understand. Yeah, queen e8 check is played, king g7 on the board.
A big update, by the way, that Jan-Krzysztof Duda is completely winning in his game. Is that accurate?
Yeah, well, probably it's accurate, because actually he managed to the position between Magnus and Prague goes exactly along the lines I was analyzing, and here the move queen f4 check disturbed me.
So queen f4 check. After king h3, you've still got queen f5 check.
Yes, well, I mean,
can we take a look at that? So queen f4, king h3, queen f5, king g3.
No, but hang on. I mean, king h3 is kind of a scary move. I don't know. Can I maybe try to create some threats with g5?
Oh, scary. So now you're threatening mate in 1 on h4.
Yes, I mean, I would be too scared to go to h3. I actually would prefer to go to g1, but then you are winning the c3 pawn by force.
Exactly. Yeah? This is not something that I wanted.
Yeah, but the trick is then after king f2, you can't take because of queen e3 check, and I'm winning. Yeah. So
right, yeah, he goes for your idea, king g1 on the board. So queen e3, a nice little trick there.
Yeah, this is actually the key move. Yeah, and also after queen c1 check, king f2, if you give a check on the second rank, then queen e2 comes back, and I'm still having this queen e3 idea.
Okay, Prague cannot walk into this queen e3. He goes queen e2, so slightly forcing the hand here. You can't take on c3. Prague giving checks, but it just looks now the king's gonna fall back to g1.
Yeah, you might now just walk all the way back to h2.
And f6 is hanging, so black doesn't have the time to pick up the a2 pawn. So king g1, he goes king g3, because you can't go queen d6, there's queen f4 check.
Yeah, it's basically the same idea. And after queen g5 check, you just move away with the king. And then the queen on g5 and king on h6 would be also misplaced. I mean, normally Magnus is extremely good with this queen end games.
Yeah, he's brutal in such end games. No, he just knows where the queen belongs in the kind of setups that you want.
Yeah. I don't know exactly how he does it, because I mean, it's always so confusing, but he knows what he's doing.
Yep, he's not a bad player.
Yeah, it seems so. Yeah, whenever we see the queen end game, we realize that he's very strong. Yeah, as if otherwise it's not enough proof. Yeah. So a4, how to give perpetual, but I like Prague's king g7. Yeah, you have to hide your king, and then count on long terms. Queen g5 check, king f2, queen d2 check will be played. That's for sure. There is also another argument to this, that whenever I see the queen endgame and when Magnus is playing it so well, he's on the better side. Yeah, and then it's so impressive how he manages to get the maximum out of it. But there was also this incredible game where Abdusattorov has beaten him when Abdusatulov was having the upper hand in this Blitz game in the World Blitz Championship. Yeah, actually, it's probably one of the key things that you have to be on the better side in Queen Endgame. That's very important.
All right, so the question is, how are you hiding this king? I mean, if you don't want to give up the pawns, where is the king going?
Well, I mean, okay.
And I want to point out, Peter, this move, King G7, it's a really nice move by Pragg because it kind of just stops all these ideas of a queen trade, right? So now he goes Queen E2. So he is saying that you can take Queen C3 because after Queen E7, you won't come back to H6, but you'll fall back with the king to G8.
Yeah, you have to go passive, and it's kind of scary, yeah, to go on to the 8th rank. But okay, you take the pawn. But you also have the chance of keep checking, yeah, with Queen F4 check, but
Queen F4,
yeah, maybe Queen F4, not to give the coordination for white. No, Pragg takes the pawn. Okay, Queen E7, King G8.
And what's next? Because there's still so many checks. I don't know if white has the chance to start pushing the pawns.
Yeah, the queen on E7 doesn't feel right to push immediately. Yeah, you feel like maybe then play something like Queen C5, but you might lose the A4 pawn after a couple of checks. So yeah, now white needs some computer move. Yeah, A5. Magnus goes A5. He thinks that he can escape with his king.
And Pragg down to a minute, but like you said, the task is cut. He needs to find a way to keep the checks going now. The pawns are defended. So Peter, Queen D4, you still can't fall back with Queen E3. Where is the king's hiding space? Because it's no more on H2 clearly. So is white's king going to find its path towards the queenside pawns now?
Exactly. That's my feeling. Yeah, and that's the reason why Pragg actually gives Queen D2 check. I think it was very clever because if he would have given Queen D4 check, I mean, if he would have checked from here, then Magnus would have started running towards the queen side and even giving the G2 pawn because his pawns are already way ahead. And Pragg goes for counterplay with G5.
All right, Peter, this is a question for our chat here. Peter!
Yeah, well, Pragg has only 40 seconds. I didn't know that you will, you know.
All right, let's point it out that white can't make the move A6 and Peter, show us why.
Yeah, well, I mean,
many
A6
reasons,
you can,
but...
yeah, even you can, but let's just make a move with the queen, yeah, and then Queen F4 and Queen H4 checkmate is a big threat. Magnus takes Queen F6. That's the way of collecting a pawn and taking care of Queen F4
but
check.
Now, where is the king hiding? It's not on H3 because of Queen H4. You can't go F3 because of Queen F1. So King H2 is the only square.
Yeah, King H2 only
or
square.
King G4, then you go Queen B4 with the check and you pick up the A5 pawn as well.
Yeah, but basically King H2 runs into Queen H4, King G1, Queen E1 check, and then you have to play Queen F1, Queen takes B4, and then push the pawn to A6. Or maybe play the move Queen A1. But okay, Queen A1, a little bit too much, but yeah, you start checking. No, it's not. I don't know where is Magnus running.
It's still not clear, yeah, this endgame. I mean, he's got these two pawns on the queen side, but the king position and Pragg going for this G5 move. I mean, it's amazing play by Pragg here with the black pieces.
Yeah, it seems to me like he's escaping. Yeah, Queen F2, it's only move. Yeah, only move, but Queen takes B4. Queen F5.
I mean, this is some incredible level resistance. Queen F5, finding moves like G5, King G7, going back with the king. Very resourceful play. So Queen F5, now hitting G5 with a check. Yeah, and the thing is, right, if you go Queen C3 check, then the king marches up. You go King G4 and you start collecting the G5 pawn with the king.
Exactly. Now, this is what I wanted to say, that it's not so easy to spot how to play with black. Yeah, Queen E1 check. So but King G4, Queen H4 check, probably the main idea, or no, King F3, just Queen F1. Yeah.
No, and also King G4, there's ideas like Queen E2 check. Because Queen H4, King F3, I don't know what you're doing after that.
Yeah, exactly. That was my idea. That if I can somehow King G4, do King F3, but yeah, King G4 looks so tempting.
But Queen E2 here,
Queen
right?
Queen E2 check, yeah.
And you still kind of are in the game.
Queen F3.
King G4, we're going to find out. The point is that after queen h4, there's king f3. So that you don't want to allow where you don't have a check.
Yeah, it feels like, yeah, you don't want to let that happen.
So what's happening after queen e2, Peter? You want to fall
Yeah,
back?
just queen f3. I just gonna go queen f3 maybe.
Just queen f3.
Queen b4 check played. Queen b4 check. But
I had
hang
the
on
feeling
now.
that white can simply grab the pawn on g5, no?
Now he can and he should. Yeah, he grabs it.
Yeah, maybe queen d2 check.
Queen d2 check.
King h6.
But hang on, yeah, because you can never take the g2 pawn because of queen g5 check, and then the a pawn wins the game. And Prague is down to 15 seconds.
Yeah, this is tough to hold now, yeah, with seconds on the clock.
Yeah, and you don't have a good, yeah, you have to move the queen somewhere ugly, yeah, queen d6.
Because you didn't even have queen e2 because of queen g4 check, so there were no checks on the board.
Yeah, now it's a really technical position.
And Magnus has got over 2 minutes on the clock, and technique is a bit of his forte.
Yeah. I mean, there are also some ideas, like subtle ideas, like put the pawn on g3 because black can't take on g3 because still the same, and then walk the king somehow to h3, which is very well hidden then between the queen and the pawn. And that's also one idea. But okay, there are millions of ideas here, but all of them will have the same problem, that finally, how do we escape the checks? Yeah, g3 played. Yeah. I think this g3 gives the harmony that you want, and you also pass black the move, and it's so difficult to find the move with black. Down to 8 seconds.
Completely. It's so hard because queen g3 once again impossible because of queen trades, and we see Prague hovering with his mouse on the king there. Queen c6 played.
Yeah, queen c6. I mean, also very, very nice move, because the things change. Yeah, maybe you don't want to give queen h1 check, but in any case, you have it in your pocket. Nice little move. But Prague down to 12 seconds. It will be very, very difficult.
He's been playing this queen endgame on seconds for a while now. King g5. You can give a check on c1 now.
King g7. King g7, really?
Just
Queen e5 check.
Queen e5 check, and you'll have to fall back.
You have to fall back, yeah, but then, okay, king f7, but somehow the queen on e5 is very sympathetic because it protects both pawns.
But you're still not pushing one of them. And that's the key, right? If white gets a6, then yes, it's very difficult. But for now, a6 under control.
Yeah, but now with king on f7, maybe now it's the time with queen on e5 to start marching towards the queen side, and then always try to count on some queen move between. I mean, at least it's an idea. Maybe I can't get it done because king f4, queen c1 check, and then you start all these sideways checks as well. Yeah, it's very tricky. Okay, Magnus down to a minute as well.
He's down to a minute. This is getting very intense. So king f7, what is the line that we're looking at for white? He goes queen f4 check. You can still come back to g7 with your king. Just have to make sure that there is no check that trades the queens.
Yeah, queen d4 check, king f7. Okay, all these things will happen.
Maybe he'll go queen b8 check then. Oh, sorry, queen a7 check. After king f7, queen a7 check.
Yes, okay, then king g8. Basically, it's still the same position. Yeah, he goes back to g8 immediately. Okay.
No a6 still.
Yeah, now the pawn on a5 is vulnerable. Yeah, so black is settling queen b5 check.
Do you think Magnus is getting a little frustrated here?
No, I don't think. I mean, he is still pawn up. I mean, he will get frustrated if he blunders the pawn on a5. Then definitely.
I mean, looking at the way he's sitting and chilling, he definitely doesn't look like he's frustrated at all.
Yeah, but it's more about that. Yeah, he's running out of time, and of course he can always repeat moves and then get the 10-20 seconds and then keep on playing on. But
30 seconds, Peter. 30 seconds.
Yeah.
He's got less time than Prague right now.
Yeah, queen b6.
All right, offering a queen trade. Of course, that's not going to happen. Queen d5 check. Where are you hiding with your king now? Are you going all the way up to h6? Or maybe king f6.
No, king f6. Yeah, basically after queen f3 check, he just wants to run. I don't know, to e6 or to e7. It's the same idea that you give the pawn, but you are moving with the king e7.
So he's getting his king closer to the white pawn and the queen so that it can shelter the king.
Yes, and black's king on g8 is slightly misplaced. It's not a bad piece, but yeah, it's not the best.
Where would you think, where should black's king be in such a position, Peter? Just hypothetically, if you could have it anywhere on the board.
Well, normally there is no good square. Yeah, that's the but usually it's said like, you know, somewhere, you know, far away.
Okay, 1 second. Queen a5, what is the point?
Magnus just blundered. No, he's giving mate. Queen e6, it's mate. You can't take. Incredible. Yeah, then queen e6 check and it's mate.
Let's just show that, Peter. Just back up on the analysis screen for a moment and just show this mate. Queen a5, queen e6 check. King doesn't matter where. Queen f6 check and queen f8 would be checkmate.
Yeah, wow. This is a devilish idea, this queen d6. Actually, then now Magnus is just winning. I mean, this was an incredible trick by Magnus.
And this is what he was doing when he was taking that long thing. This is the idea that he was coming up with.
Yeah, he spotted this king e7 and queen d6. And now he's already up on the clock. He advanced his pawn to a6. This should be, but still it's a side pawn, but it should be a win now. Still not easy. Yeah, king c7, and okay, black will start the checks.
I mean, the g3 pawn is defended by the queen. The pawn on a6 is defended by the queen. So the king just comes closer. Then the queen shelters the king and you start advancing the pawns. Or am I making it sound way too easy?
Yeah, I think in practice, it's never as easy as we would love to explain. Because yeah, now queen b3 check and you still have to, okay, maybe Magnus will make it look easy, but it's not. Yeah, king a7. So he basically wants to go king a8, a7, and then he wants to get out. Because also queen b8 check is now a big threat. How do you stop this? I mean, this is a big threat. For example, queen e3 check would be natural.
So you can go king a8 now?
Yeah, you can go queen 8, then queen e4 check. And then king b8.
And then queen b1 check.
And then queen b1 or queen a8 check. Yeah.
Oh, by the way, it's on the board. He goes queen b3.
Yeah, basically the same position is on the board. Yeah, king c8.
All right. And now after queen c4, there's king d8 with no checks.
Yes, that's two. That's two.
Is Magnus, maybe Tad can tell us, is music still on for Magnus, or are the headphones just blocking out the sound? Because it'll be crazy if he's been playing this kind of chess with queen maneuvers with ABBA playing at the back. And you know what song it would be, Peter?
I don't know if you can select for special endgame the right song.
I mean, this one has got to be Dancing Queen, no? This one's easy.
Yes, but usually Dancing Queen is the first song of the Greatest Hits album. Yeah, so if he has already started, then he is somewhere, you know, on the end of the playlist.
So Peter, you're a bit of an ABBA fan. You kind of remember the order of the songs as well.
Yes, kind of. Yes, I heard it. I heard it on CD. Yeah, queen a3, but it's not tricky because you copy it to your computer and then it's a little bit different. Yeah, it sorts according the, I don't know, alphabetical order or something. But okay, yeah. So queen a3, no time for ABBA, no time for Dancing Queens. Yeah, king a8.
And that's it. Queen f8 runs into queen b8, and you've got to go queen f3, queen b7, shields the king, and the a pawn advances to a7.
Yeah, so now Prague moves the king to g7. He wants to get out of this problem on the 8th rank. But now every check on the 7th rank will be deadly. Yeah, so basically.
Can you just go a7?
Yeah, looks very tempting.
He probably wants to go queen takes g3 then.
Why not? Yeah, I mean, at least since you can't do anything, then at least grab this pawn.
Arnav saying, Magnus, now would be a good time to blunder, please. Arnav, I don't see that happening. A7 on the board.
Yeah, a7, and now yeah, it's very tough. Probably Prague will take this pawn. Yeah, no, he goes queen f8, king b7, queen f3, queen c6, queen b3 check, and then king c8.
Then queen g8 check.
Yeah, queen g8 check
then
is
king
already...
c7. Then king c7, Peter, and there's no check after that.
Exactly, exactly.
Queen g8, king c7.
It's over.
And there is no check on the position.
Yeah, queen g8 check, king c7.
That was a mammoth fight, no?
Yeah, yeah, and that's it. Prague resigns. I mean, an incredible, I mean, another stellar performance in queen endgame by Magnus. Yeah, just unbelievable how he finds this way, you know, and he was also very short on time to get the harmony and avoid any kind of perpetual checks. Fantastic.
No, and the whole technique with marching up the board with your king to the other side where it can defend the pawn, and this idea of giving checkmate, leaving your a pawn on pre, but threatening with this tactic of the mate. Just brilliant technique by Magnus.
Yes, that was that queen d6 was of course the move that Prague missed, because maybe the position is lost in long terms, yeah, but when the pawn is still on a5, you feel like, you know, you have much better chances. But this queen d6, unbelievable. Yeah, it's so easy to miss this from distance, yeah, because you think like the queen cannot move because you take, but in fact you get checkmated no matter how you are, where you are running with your king.
Amazing stuff. And after queen d6, you can't even give queen e3 check in that position, because white anyways goes queen e6 and trades the queens. So it's just a very, very nice idea, and definitely a big fight by Prague. He's got the white pieces in the next one, so a big game coming up. Let's take a look at our scoreboard. We weren't able to have a look at some of the other games, but maybe we've got about 3 minutes. Let's see if we can catch on to some of the action. Jan-Krzysztof Duda beats Shah. Peter, the nightmare for Shah continues. We saw that piece sacrificed by Shah, but Jan managed to just keep it together, gobbled up the piece, and converted it into a win. The Dutch face-off ended peacefully in game 1. Meanwhile, Erik Hansen versus Liem also ends in a draw. Magnus taking the lead in the big match against tournament leader Pragnananda.
Yeah, in a very, very nice end game. I mean, also Prague was putting up incredible resistance. Yeah, there was a moment when he pushed g5 and it looked like he might escape. I mean, this queen takes f6, queen e1 check, queen f2, queen b4. It looked like, you know, this is going to end in a draw, and then Magnus still came up with this queen f5 move. And maybe, you know, computer will show that with some incredible precision, black is able to hold, but with 10 seconds on the clock, and also after putting such heroic efforts, yeah, that you are about to, you feel like now you deserve a draw, but there is still some question, and the game keeps on going, and this queen f5 suddenly disturbs everything. And few moves later, after Magnus collected the pawn, then it felt like he should probably, I mean, knowing that Magnus is such an expert in this type of positions, yeah, he just converted it masterfully.
But the entire coordination that he showed between the king, queen, and the a pawn, and how he transferred it all the way up to a8, pushed the pawn with the support of the king, definitely a model game in how you play queen pawn endgames. Peter, Prague with the white pieces in next one, and of course that's a big one. He's got 2 whites coming up against Magnus. What are your opening predictions? What are you expecting to be Prague's opening approach?
Well, I don't know exactly what will be Prague's opening approach, but I think that Magnus, now after winning with the white pieces, he will be very pragmatic. In my opinion, he will definitely not play any ban on it thing against Prague. He just doesn't want to give him a chance to bounce back. I think he will be super professional. He will rely on some very, very classical opening, and just hope to easily make a draw, and then maybe try to seal the match in the 3rd game. Yeah, and not to give, because we have seen that whenever Prague got a chance, he was so dangerous, and I don't think that Magnus wants to do this favor of ever getting this feeling that he has a chance in this match.
Yeah, well, that seems like a good math strategy. You know, the conventional way: draw with black, win with white. He's taken the match lead. I'm looking at some of the updates we have from chat regarding the match that we just witnessed. And Nidhi's saying Magnus and endgames, it's something you can't easily break. I think his endgame play is definitely something we speak about. It's one of the things and one of the factors that separates him from the very best players in the world. And this is something that one noticed when he was just climbing his way to the very top in 2009, 2010, just how he used to grind down his players. So it's been his forte for a long time. But as Peter was mentioning, Queen Pawn Endgames and Magnus Carlsen, that's a special love story.
Exactly. Yeah, that because I know so many players who are very, very impressive in endgames, but this Queen Endgame, to be able to play so precise, because you kind of have to play with the mindset of a computer, yeah, and Magnus just plays it brilliantly. I mean, feeling all these nuances, and his intuition seems to help him extremely well in this endgame.
All right, the players are back and ready to go for game 2. Just a reminder of the format. We've got 4 rapid games. We are down game 1 of the day. And if it's a tie after 4 games, then the match goes into playoffs, which will be 2 blitz games. If that's a tie, then an Armageddon. Peter, just before liftoff, if you had to predict just one game that you think has the most potential of going into a tiebreak, which one would it be? Which matchup would it be?
Well, I don't know. It's basically before the first game, before it started, I would have said that Mamedyarov Duda has a big chance. But now that Duda has taken the lead and still Shakria has to show us, that he's now on the way of bouncing back. Yeah, until we see the proof of that, I think it's too early to speculate that we might be seeing a blitz playoff there. But one big update, one big teaser in the Jorden van Foreest Anish Giri game. The game started with one knight c3 extravaganza.
Wow. And I just wonder if Jorden has had a word with Lawrence before this, because Peter, do you know Lawrence is just coming out with a big course on one knight c3.
Really? Yes. Wow.
That's what I hear, but we'll have a confirmation from Tad on this. But this should be fun to watch.
Well, I do recall, I think that Morozevich played one time, one knight c3 against Kasparov in Frankfurt Rapid in the Giants tournament the year 2000. And I think Gary was very, very angry that how Moro dared to do that to him. Yeah, the knight c3, I don't remember how the game ended, but I think that definitely the move on knight c3 happened in that game.
There we have it, Peter. That's our course. Lawrence with one knight c3, the dynamic one knight c3. Check it out on Chessable. It's clearly a very cool opening to look at, especially in these online rapid blitz bullet formats, because nobody's prepared against them. And I think if you have these subtle ideas, that could be some easy points coming in.
Yeah, that's the point. Yeah, it has a really big surprise value. Of course, if your opponent expects it and he prepares it, then in long terms it shouldn't be the best opening, clearly. On the other hand, I mean, for the rapid events or also for blitz events online, your opponent, if you are playing a Swiss tournament, for example, then your opponent never gets a chance to prepare specifically against the move. So one idea you can even use 100 times, while in classical chess you use one opening or one opening idea once, you can't really repeat it anymore.
All right, well, we have a lot of moves on the board, including an h4 which has been put in. Peter, what do you make of this? Should we just do a play-by-play and try and understand this offbeat idea with knight c3?
Yeah, well, if we will be able to understand, I'm not sure. I mean,
Lawrence, where are you when we need you?
We are too classy for this. No, I mean that we are classical players, but it's very easy to explain actually that's the whole point. Without the move knight b5, it would make zero sense from White's perspective. White really wants to force Black's knight on a6. Yeah, that's the justification of this quick development with knight c3, d4, bishop f4. e3, bishop e7, knight f3 castles, everything logical. And now things are heating up with the move h4. Basically, White says that, yes, I believe that I can't really play strategically this position with the knight on later, because Black is kicking this knight back, so the knight comes back to c3. Whenever I see this knight, I just feel like, okay, what happened? The pawn belongs to c4, not to c2 in this type of positions. But of course, things are heating up. c5, Black is occupying the center. By the way, it feels like Anish might take things very, very personally, because just 2 days ago against Duda, they also had Then he played the Grunfeld setup. He had with bishop on g7 the same system. You remember in their first game when Anish actually got a nice position with black. And now the same structure, but with the bishop on e7. Yeah, little bit slightly different dynamic. Knight e5. Maybe white is hoping for some pawn storm on the king side with g4, g5. Knight b4 is played. Knight is again trying to get transferred to c6. Yeah, trying to trade off this knight on e5. White pushes h5, black pushes h6, and do we gonna see some g4 or do we gonna see some rook h3, rook g3? I mean, something we're gonna see for sure on the king side.
Something we're going to see for sure on the G file, right? I love this idea of getting the rook lift as well as the pawn advancing to G4. Peter, I think if it was a blitz or a bullet game without thinking G4, right?
Yeah, that's I mean, especially in this kind of positions, this G4 on the board without any hesitation.
On the board. It looks like a very angry Jorden. I mean, but actually this is classic Jorden. This is just his style of play. He wants to play creative chess. He's combative as a player, and that's what he's showing. Peter, we'll come back to this position.
Yes, exactly. Exactly, because there is breaking news. Yeah, exactly that. Look at this position. We could have argued that now after the move e4 from white, black plays the move e5, and the whole center is locked. Yeah, because this pawn chain versus this pawn chain, no breaks are possible. And Liem uses the momentum with d4 because after c takes d4, knight takes d4 is possible. E takes d4 runs into e5. And these tactics that black's king has not yet castled. Yeah. After bishop takes g2, we have e takes f6, check first. And winning the game, winning back the material with lot of interest. However, Eric actually shows maybe poker face because he opts for immediate knight c6, saying, you know what, you got d4 in, but I'm going to jump to d4, no matter if you take on e5 or, I mean, you will get the d5 square, I will get the d4 square.
Yeah, it seems to imply that Eric kind of is familiar with these ideas. He didn't consider grabbing the pawn for too long, so he sort of knows what he's doing. Knight c6, he also looks quite relaxed on the screen, shaking to the beat. That's definitely music on for Eric. I wonder if he's still listening to techno electric music that we know is his playlist from the past couple of rounds. And he goes with d takes e5. So a dissolving in the center with taking the e5 pawn, Eric responding with e5. So Peter, the fight is for the d5 square and the d4 square, right?
Exactly, yeah. But it seems like white is the one who is ahead with the tempest, yeah, because knight is already landing on d5. Black has not yet castled. The rook on e1 is already reinforcing the pawn on e4. So definitely the move d4 was completely missed by Eric, and now he's kind of trying to show poker face that things are not so bad, but white has got an advantage here.
All right, very interesting. So when it's a fight for one of the squares, the side that gets there first generally will be able to put more pressure. Knight d5 on the board. Black also has to watch out for certain ideas around bishop g5 at some point. Knight d4 right now is not possible because the e5 pawn hangs. Peter, we'll come back to this. Let's get an update on our main game, which has started, Pragnananda against Magnus. Let's take it from the top.
Yeah, well, I promised you that it will be some very, very classical variation. And Magnus goes for this very, very fashionable line with c5, cd5, c takes d4. So not the semi-tarash, which Prag is playing himself with black. Yeah, the knight takes d5 move. But he takes c takes d4, queen takes d4, e d5, bishop g5, bishop e6. I mean, bishop e7, e3 castles, bishop e2, knight c6, queen d3 h6, bishop h4, bishop e6. Yeah, this is the typical setup. Yeah, now very, very fashionable. White plays short castle, black plays queen b6, and it's such a direct line. I mean, so difficult for white to prove any advantage. When you look at it from the general terms, then it looks like, okay, white has stabilized his position, everything is developed, black has a weak pawn on d5, an isolated pawn. But proving any advantage in a practical game so far has really proved very, very difficult. A3.
A3, that's a tricky move. So queen b2 impossible because that would just end up in a queen trap. Rook b1 or even knight a4 traps the queen, no?
Yeah, probably. I mean, just queen b2 is such a terrible move. that
So you
everything
can't-
traps the queen. Yeah.
You can win the queen in several ways. So queen b2 impossible, a3 also eyeing the idea of pushing the b pawn, b4 at some point, taking control of the b4 square. So no more knight b4. How is Magnus? Does he just simply now bring the rooks to the center?
Yes,
does it.
usually,
Rook d8.
yeah. Rook fd8. Yeah, usually black is just putting the rook. First of all, he's threatening now the move d5, d4. So white has to pay attention. A move like rook fd1 would be very, very natural. Yeah, that trying to make sure that this d4 does not work. Actually, what should black do after rook fd1? Maybe just play a move like rook c8 or...
Rook c8 just feels like one of those hand moves that you want to make, yeah, if d4 isn't working.
Yes, yes. But I mean, for example, for my taste, yeah, I just can never really imagine myself playing this kind of chess from the black side. Yeah, to me, it's very, very strange. But I know that this is mainline theory. Now everybody plays it, and white has nightmares, you know, how to get an advantage. Let's see how this game will...
We'll see how this one progresses, Peter. Let's have a look at the Duda Shah board. We haven't had an update on that. And Duda currently leads the match with the points. So Shah has got to try and strike back. He is playing with the white pieces. Knight e4. And I have to say, I look at the opening and it looks like it should be fine for Duda. He's down to 11 minutes on the clock. So he's taken a little bit of time navigating the opening.
Yeah, this is Shah's specialty. He loves to play the GC system against the Grunfeld. However, this c6 d5 is a rock solid variation. Queen b3, bishop g7, bishop d2, castles, knight c3, and Duda goes for the d takes c4 setup. d4, queen c4, bishop f5, castles, knight b7. Yeah, very, very classical. Queen b4. I think queen b4 is some kind of a new approach. At least I don't recall it. Knight b6, queen b3. Yeah, this is, you really need to be a specialist and you have to know why you are doing certain things. In all times, in my time, when in the middle of 90s, I think in 96, I had games like this with black. I was playing it. Then white was playing something like rook e1, and then black was jumping in with the knight to e4. It was like the typical scenario. But now white plays all these computer moves, I guess. Yeah, it's some computer preparation. Queen b4, knight b6, queen b3. Seemingly losing a tempo, but provoking the knight to b6. Rook c8, rook d1, knight e4, knight g5. Okay, interesting. Very interesting.
All right, so black has to decide, right, which knight to capture. The one on g5 just feels like it's probably not the way to go, giving white's bishop the chance to come out into the game with bishop g5. Do you capture the knight or do you actually fall back with the knight to d6? But that would allow e4, and I'm not loving that.
Exactly. I mean, one really feels like the move in the spirit would be something like knight takes c3, b takes c3, kicking away this knight with h6. Now you have the move e4, of course. Yeah, that's one of the critical moves, because if you would fall back with the knight, then black might get this typical way of bishop e6, then trying to use the c4 square with some blockade. I'm believing that Shakya probably wants to include e4, using the fact hitting the bishop, and then bishop g4, knight f3 back. And okay, it looks like white gets the center for free.
All right, so white aiming for the center. We'll come back and see how Shah makes the most of this. Peter, let's go back to the Jorden Anish board. We left it when white played g4 last, and it felt like it was going to be a wild ride on the king side. But then white has decided to go short castle and is striking in the center with e4. The d5 pawn is currently pinned because of the queen on d7. You can't take on e4. It's hanging. The move d4 feels natural. Don't really see another way to defend the d5 pawn. How do you like white's position now that he's committed g4, h5? Isn't that a little bit of a weakness now?
Yes, I'm not liking at all, but there are some strategical ideas still in the position. However, let's just go back, yeah, because after g4, Anish played the move I was also thinking about, like knight h7. You can't allow white to go g4, g5 and open up the g file and then eventually prepare also h6 or some other pressure against the g7 pawn. So knight h7 is very, very nice. And all of a sudden, it turns out that white is lacking any extra ideas. Yeah, how do you continue your pressure? Castles, rook c8, d takes c5, bishop c5, a3, knight c6, and this is how it happened. Yeah, knight d7, queen d7, e4. And what I thought, you know, that if black plays the most natural move d4, yeah, it's on the board. Yeah,
I mean,
then
it was hard to come up with an alternative.
yes, then white probably wants to play e4, e5. That's what I wanted to highlight. Yeah, that using the fact that the queens are pinned, and if white gets a chance to get the knight to e4, it's wonderful. The question is, of course, that after e5, black might sidestep with the queen to c7.
But knight e4 anyway?
Yeah, but then can I take on e5? Yeah, that's
you,
a
because
very...
it's a bit of a pin. Yeah, you can be in a little trouble, but how to make the most of it? So rook e1?
Yeah, rook e1, and then I don't know, somehow I have to fall back with the bishop.
You have f6, but it just looks so ugly.
Yeah, here it's ugly. Maybe after e5, I can play the move f6. I think this is because we got a message from Ted that some f6 is very strong, and I guess that this is the moment. Yeah, that after d4, e5, f6 breaks on the spot. In this case, after knight e4, you can already take easily knight e5. You are winning at least a tempo. Okay, I don't know. This bishop e5, fe5 still with the knight on e4. If my pawn would be on g3, I would be super happy with the pawn on g4 with this weak f4 square. Of course, black is perfectly fine, maybe even better. I don't know.
And that's the whole point about committing these moves like h4, h5, g4 in the opening, right? If you're not able to develop a dynamic initiative, it often can backfire by creating weaknesses. So one has to be really precise with such play, which is why general conventional opening principles are always around development, finishing castle, but modern chess doesn't care about any of that.
Yes, that's true, but I'm always liking, you know, whenever such approach like h4, g4 gets punished with the classical approach, yeah, that black plays nicely, yeah, because how many times white goes h4, g4 and white wins and everybody uploads and wow, it's fantastic. I also appreciate very much if black actually shows that no, things are far not so easy, you know, just pushing those pawns doesn't mean anything yet.
I completely feel you. I understand with experience. I don't think I've ever seen you more angry than the time when Magnus got a good position after playing one f3.
Yeah, that was one of the critical moments. But Anish going knight g5. This move, okay, of course it tries to stop knight e4, but somehow it has a very artificial feel. I don't know. Maybe it's a good move. Maybe it's a good move, but it wasn't on my radar at all.
So if white captures bishop g5, h5, and then goes knight e4, you simply fall back with the bishop on e7 and you're a happy camper?
Yeah, because the e5 pawn will be very, very weak, yeah? I mean, I could also give an argument that maybe taking is possible, knight g5 and then going back with the bishop to e7, but maybe there is no need giving this pawn. So we can just go back bishop e7. This weakness is not running away now.
All right, so if not bishop g5, knight e4 immediately comes to mind, but then you just trade off the knights, right? He's gone for knight e4, but then doesn't this just go knight e4, bishop e4, and you've solved the problem of that knight on h7 at least?
Yeah, but white also solved the problem of the knight on c3. Yeah, it's like a mutual achievement. And I have the feeling that afterwards, for example, if black trades and white gets a couple of moves like bishop g3, king g2, bishop to d3 and f4, or maybe even keep the pawn on f2 eventually, otherwise the knight would land on e3, then I mean, white can be really very happy. So Anish has to be careful and he has to target this e5 pawn before white consolidates.
All right, we'll come back to this game and see what kind of trades take place and the eventual development of all the action. Peter, let's jump back to the Magnus Prague board. We've had a couple of moves. Let's take it from where we left last, which was, I think, white played the move a3, Magnus went rook to d8, and he got in b4.
Yeah, Prague played b4 and black played the move a6. Black played the move a6. Rook fd1, very, very natural. Rook ac8 and h3. It's the classical traditional position. And the big question is, usually, I mean, you really have to be a computer to justify black's play, you know, that because otherwise it makes no sense. I mean, humanly speaking, you would say, and now we see after queen c7, the evaluation bar also says like, okay, white has gotten the maximum what he can hope for. It also shows that, yeah, Pragg was very, very nicely prepared against this setup.
But Queen C7, so the players are just sort of moving around, dancing around a little, a move here, a move there, nobody wanting to commit anything, just slowly improving the position, getting the rooks into the center. Rook C1, the final piece onto the board. Black can fall back with the queen to B8, escaping the C file. Peter, I just think it comes down to, in these positions, which side takes action first. And then the other side has to respond to that.
Yeah, well, I mean, now I think it's very important that white has stabilized, yeah, because one of the problems is that this opening is now with computers assistance, very, very direct, yeah. And it seems to me like now we are back to old school, yeah, when people would explain that, you know, this is not the way how you're supposed to play with black because you have a long-term weakness. White has all the pieces ready. Black was somehow not able to get d5, d4 or some dynamics, yeah, solving all the problems. And white has all kinds of ideas like going knight a4, knight c5. The queen on c7 is a target. White also always has the move of going back with the bishop to g3. I think Magnus is very, very unhappy with his position, and we can also see it in his time management. He just doesn't seem to know. Yeah, he's just fooling around. Now his queen went to b6 first. Now he's moving the queen back to d7, and he's just slightly worse. Slightly, but clearly worse.
So Pragg has reasons to be very pleased with his position. So Peter, you think this queen c7, queen d7?
Yeah, well, it also depends, you know, that what happened there before, because he should have known. I think he should have known much better his setup. Yeah, he just relied that this is a very solid opening, but it seems like he didn't know it deep enough.
Isn't queen d7 just hinting at d4 once again? He's just trying to get d4 in.
Well, also he's trying to stop knight a4, yeah, because now knight a4 runs into maybe some tactics with knight takes b4. Yeah, that's what I'm guessing. Yeah, that's also a very, very important small little nuance of queen d7. Yeah, that you have knight takes b4, and knight a4 was the move that white really wanted to play. Yeah, in the previous move.
That's a nice little trick there. So queen d7, knight a4, knight b4. If not knight a4 anymore, what other ideas can Pragg have? Because he sort of put his pieces to the most optimal situation. The rooks are on the open files. You know, the pieces are developed. But what's next in such a position now?
Yeah, exactly. There is a big question that a move like queen b1, is that a good move? Yeah, because I think it would be desirable to remove this queen from the d file. And for example, if black keeps on harassing the queen, then you get the chance of going bishop d3, for example. It's also a very nice option. In general, here now, this bishop on e6 looks like a very stupid piece, but actually this bishop is holding things together. Let's just illustrate. Yeah, like bishop f5, seemingly the passive bishop will be traded. After bishop d3 takes, all of a sudden the d5 pawn becomes extremely vulnerable. Yeah, white has the very simple idea of just taking and taking on d5, winning the game. And there is no easy way of solving these things. So it means that actually the bishops should stay on e6. So queen b1, actually I like this idea because I'm also getting ready to play knight a4 again. Yeah, I'm stepping out of this knight b4 trick. Then I have some knight b6 ideas. I don't know.
I feel, you know, Peter, for mere mortals like us, queen b1 would be such a difficult move to have as a candidate move when you're looking at this position. Once you break it down, it of course makes a lot of sense. But for me, it would be very impressive if Pragg plays queen b1 here. Well,
I'm almost sure that he will play the move queen b1. What really disturbs me on queen b1 is that is knight a4 really a threat, or can you take knight? I think knight a4 is a threat. Yeah, for example, let's just illustrate. Yeah, king h8, knight a4, knight b4, and if white would start with knight b6, then black could take on c1. Yeah, this was the move that disturbed me before. And afterwards, you also target the knight on b6, but we can also just first take on c8. And after rook c8, knight b6 is a fork. And if the queen takes back on c8, then already we can capture the knight and the knight is not hanging anymore. So after queen b1, in fact, it seems like knight a4 is a big threat.
So it's almost understanding that you need to get knight a4 in and then making a move to make that a possibility. Peter, we'll come back and see if Prag finds this idea that you're mentioning. I just want a quick update on the Jorden Anish board. We won't stay too long on that game because it's going to be a long end game. But I look at the position that we have, and to me, it just looks like if anyone can try in this end game now, it has to be white. He's got these two bishops. I can't imagine Jorden trading the bishops off. Just fall back with the bishop, as you're saying. It's an open position. Bishop e2. Come back with both bishops, and then slowly start pushing black's pieces backwards. You go king g2. You go king f4. And I have to say that the way the position has turned out, Jorden has got a chance in this game.
Yes, yeah, he has the chance. It's a wonderful position. And by the way, Prag played the move queen b1. Yeah, clearly.
Wow.
Yeah, he played the move, and immediately Magnus reacted with queen e8. Basically, he was anticipating the move queen b1. Yeah, it was a very disturbing move. He's hiding his queen, and he keeps on, insisting on this knight takes b4 idea after knight a4. Now that he removed the queen.
Okay, this is exactly why we need you here, because understanding moves like these retreating moves, queen b1, queen e8, is just so difficult. But once, you explain the point of knight a4 and how that is the idea that both players are fighting for, it's just easier to understand this beast level chess that we are witnessing.
Yeah, and okay, now this is this queen e8 is, I think Magnus is very happy that finally he managed to hide his queen. Yeah, because with queen b6 he was trying to solve the problems instantly. Yeah, I mean, with dynamic play he was not able to do that, and then he finds this regrouping with the queen to 8. Of course, white gets a free hand, but without the move knight a4, it's still kind of not so easy for white to find the plan. Maybe a move like bishop, move this bishop to d3, because d4 isn't a problem. Yeah, let's just show this, that after bishop d3, if black plays d4, we take the pawn. Black can't solve these problems because bishop h7, the typical bishop h7, wins material. So that's kind of the justification. And otherwise, strategically, I'm starting to go knight e2, and I'm regrouping this bad knight from c3. I can then choose to go to f4 or choose to go to d4, depending on the situation. And white keeps the pressure and can enjoy a very nice play. So let's see how Prag will. But I'm basically expecting him that he might move his e2 bishop to d3 or to f1. It's already a matter of choice.
So then maybe this entire safety approach, or just playing it a bit slowly in the second game with the black pieces, might turn out to be big trouble for Magnus. But there's still a lot of work to be done, of course, in this position by Prag. We'll come back to this. Let's jump quickly over to the Shah Duda board.
Yes, yes, we have to, because look at this stunning move. This stunning move. Yeah, that first of all, it started with a strategical idea that white plays the move e5, gives the pawn on a4. Black takes the pawn on a4. It seemingly you end up in some deadly pin. And after the move rook d3, Duda blitzes out bishop d1. Yeah, incredible move.
I mean, this just loses the exchange on the spot. Yeah, you can't go. If you go rook a5, bishop e2 attacks the rook on d3. As well, the rook on a5 is hanging because of the knight on c4. And if you recapture the bishop on d1, then black simply picks up the rook on a1 in the starting position.
Yes, so probably your only move is then queen a2. Does it mean that
queen a2 is a resource? Is there queen e1 check and some crazy stuff there? Queen e1 check, king h2.
King h2, yeah. Wow. We are getting the message from Tadeusz that after queen a2, the move is bishop c2. Incredible move, yeah. Using the same pin. Unbelievable stuff. I mean, basically, you can fall from your chair after bishop d1, but then you take a deep breath and you recover yourself that I have the move queen a2. Then you are very happy, and your opponent plays bishop c2, and okay, that's it. You can't breathe.
Why is it that's it? I mean, I'm still kind of struggling to understand this idea. So rook f3, where are you winning?
No, it's not about winning, but I mean the shock effect, yeah, that bishop c2. I mean, okay, rook f3 just a catastrophe, because okay, the bishop on g2 is blocked, the knight on g5 is not able to come back, and besides, black is a pawn up, so black should be very, very happy.
What? Rook f3, queen a2, we are being told.
Yeah, rook and then knight takes e5 is merciful or merciless, as you want to put it, because it wins on the spot, but maybe it gets you out of your misery.
Oh, wow.
I mean, yeah, this bishop c2, I would just fall from the chair. Yeah, if I, because I might, you know, I might see bishop d1 coming. Yeah, I might see bishop d1 coming. I would never blunder a move like bishop d1, but then I'm counting on queen a2 and then bishop c2. That's when I would, you know, mentally collapse.
You might not be surprised with bishop d1, but I think Shah definitely is. He's just gone in shock mode with this move and gone in a big think tank. Bishop d1 played, queen a2, the only way to not lose material on the spot, and then bishop c2 seems to be where trouble is massive. One more time for Shakhriyar. Peter, we'll come back to this game. Let's quickly get an update on the Erik Hansen, Leko, Liem board. We haven't spoken about this game much.
Yeah, I mean, nothing really changed. Well, it changed that actually Black has comfortably got his knight to d4 as well. He got quite a solid setup. I mean, at the beginning, we talked about that White was having the upper hand. White had the initiative. Now, I absolutely don't have the feeling that White has the upper hand. It seems like it's just a very solid position for Black. All the problems are solved. Erik is comfortable with his time. I don't see any problems, and I believe that this game gonna end in a draw.
All right, so we can say that Erik should be happy with the position with the black pieces. Peter, let's go back to Pragg versus Magnus. Some big changes, developments there. Maybe we can start with the position where Magnus went queen e8, because Pragg has got his pawns all the way to b5. Let's take it from queen e8.
Yeah, Pragg continues to follow my suggestions. Yeah, bishop d3, very, very nice. I told you that I'm loving how Pragg is playing. Yeah, because I feel like, you know, he's playing in a very nice classical style, and he spices it up with very determined, very concrete approach as well if needed. It's just wonderful to watch. b5, knight b8. Of course, Magnus also immediately tries to create some counterplay. Yeah, with a5, he feels that the position is unpleasant. He needs to create some squares, and he wants to get access to some nice squares himself. Now Pragg has to be very dynamic, otherwise Magnus will regroup his pieces. So a4, knight b7, knight d4, knight b6 on the board, bishop f5, putting the pressure on the e6 bishop.
It's just amazing how Pragg is just mixing it up. Yeah, he's playing on the queen side, he's playing on the king side, he's playing in the center of the board. He's sort of putting pressure all over the board with this last move, bishop f5, and Magnus not looking happy with his position at all. He definitely is not feeling well either, but one can see the pressure that's building up on him. Now the e6 bishop is attacked, right, Peter? The bishop on e7 can't move because you can never allow bishop takes f6 and the ruining of the pawn structure. Going for bishop takes f5 and the knight recapturing on f5, that looks very scary as well, with the knight jumping in on f5.
Exactly.
How is Black going to fight this? Is Magnus going to just retreat with the queen to d7?
Yeah, that's the move I'm also considering, like the main move, to play queen d7, but it also runs into the d file again. Yeah, that's also something of a headache. I mean, Pragg is keeping the pressure. He puts a lot of pressure on Magnus. Magnus only can count on his knight on b6. Yeah, thanks to this knight on b6, he is kind of more or less holding the position together. This is his hope, but otherwise there is not much fun in this position. Yeah,
Magnus
bishop d7. Yeah, finally bishop d7 is played.
Bishop d7. So not queen d7, but bishop d7.
Yeah, it's a move that you make because you see that you don't have another move. Yeah, that's when you come up with moves like this. I think for Magnus, it's now very, very important that he's 3 minutes up on the clock. This is his chance. You know, this is what he can count on. That. Okay, his position is very solid. Still, many things have to happen in this game, and White needs to be, you know, always very, very precise. But how long can you be super precise with little time on the clock? Yeah, bishop d7, rook d7. Exactly. This is the point, because after knight f5, now Black has bishop d8. Yeah, this lovely square for the bishop, keeping the knight on f6, and then also rook d7 with counterplay can happen.
So he's managed to dilute the pressure off a little bit with rook d7. But Peter, let's rush to the Shah game, because it's been just insane since when we left it. Bishop d1 was played. Let's just back up a little bit. We'll, of course, run back to the Pragg game right after looking at this. Rook takes d1 happened, and queen a1. Wow. the pawn was swapped up, and let's just continue.
Yeah, so he sacrificed an exchange, I mean, to Shakriya style to get the initiative, yeah, because the light squares, and e6 is the key move. So it was not about winning the pawn. Rook takes b7, e takes f7 check, king
I mean,
h8.
Peter, you say looking for initiative here. I think Shah just missed this tactical idea, and now he's just making the best of the position.
Yes, no, of course, yeah. I mean, he missed the idea, but afterwards he realized that, okay, if he's not sacrificing, then it will end badly, and he discovered this idea, which looks actually quite promising. I mean, we see the computer thinking that white has a nice position. I see that white has a good compensation. I don't know exactly how to evaluate it.
I mean, what is your move after knight e6? I'm hitting your rook on the board. Rook f7 just runs into queen c8. You don't have a good move after that.
Yeah, so maybe black will have to play a move like queen b5 and yeah,
okay,
or
but
queen
then
b3.
at least white gets the exchange back. But I don't even know if he wants to take the exchange back because that knight on e6 is so beautiful. But maybe he'll have to trade the queens, pick up the rook.
Yes, but okay, if you pick up, yeah, so takes. I'm already setting to take, yes, so you have to grab. Bishop takes f8, and I'm very, very close of eliminating this f7 pawn. I mean,
so if bishop f4 or a development, then king g7 comes in.
King g7 looks very drawish. I mean, of course, white is better and everything, but
all right. Well, he's gone for the he's gone for the trade. And now he has picked up the rook as well. Peter, we'll come back to this endgame. Also, Erik Hansen, we are being told, is in big, big trouble in his game.
Wow, I mean, Erik ran into some f4, f5 ideas. I mean, this looked very, very normal for black. Yeah, f4 happened, and with queen e6, he stepped into, I mean, he clearly missed this f5. f5, g takes f5, queen d1, and suddenly white gets some incredible attack against black's king. Bishop takes d5, and he will have lot of trouble on the light squares. Yeah, this is now looking very, very good for Liem. E d5 played, queen a6. I mean, queen takes h5, and after bishop takes d4, eliminating the f5 pawn, and then we get all the light squares on the board. Where is this king running at all? Okay, let's make a move. King e7. I just want to illustrate that something like bishop d7, cd, queen takes f5, and then this bishop joins the party. It's no way, it's not going to end badly for black.
Or it is going to end badly for black, this one, no? With this h-pawn and marching down the board. I mean, suddenly h5 becomes this glaring weakness in the position after a move like f5. And he picks it up. He goes for queen h5, king e7. Going to pick up the f5 pawn as well. The knight on d3 is beautifully keeping things together in white's position, stopping any checks from c1 after queen takes c4 as well. So it looks like Erik is in big, big trouble. Peter, with that, let's go back to Magnus's game. And
yeah, well, just before we run there, I want to show a big, big turnaround in the game Anish Giri against Jorden van Foreest, because Jorden missed this incredible little tactic with bishop b4. And now if anyone, then only black can be better. Black forces the trade of bishops because the bishop on c2 is hanging. And now after the trade, Anish will start to play for a win with this blockade. Now his good knight versus bad bishop, and this pawn structure is blocked. So we know Anish is actually pressing. He's enjoying himself. We can go back to Prague's game.
All right, and what is happening here? Wow, rook d4, rook f4. That's not a very usual rook lift that we see.
Yeah, no, it seems to me like, you know, Prague did everything right, and then he just, Magnus drove him completely crazy, and he was not able to handle the pressure that he keeps on playing good moves, and then Magnus with this bishop d7 retreat disbalanced him completely, and now Magnus is fine. Magnus is absolutely fine.
I mean, something's gone really wrong in this position, right? Knight e2 after rook c1, you have to recapture with the knight. Look at we had this amazing, beautiful coordination in white's pieces a few moves ago. And now suddenly this knight on c1, queen on b1 just don't seem to make sense. But what is black's next move to take advantage of this initiative that he's developed now?
Well, I mean, black can really enjoy because his bishop on d8 is wonderful. Yeah, covering the knight on f6. Yeah, so no tricks are working because the knight on f6 is very well protected.
So watch out, don't make moves like bishop c7, hitting that rook on f4, because then suddenly tactics with knight g7 or knight h6 become a reality, yeah?
Exactly, yeah. This is very important, and also his rook on c8 is wonderful. Knight on b6 is beautiful. Now white would only be happy if his knight could immediately jump to d4. Yeah, this knight belongs to d4, putting pressure, but now it's just very, very difficult to imagine that this knight will reach there in time. Black has now everything under control. I don't know if he's better, but definitely white has lost the momentum.
And Prag down to 2 minutes. Magnus a little ahead on the clock. It looked like such a passive position for Magnus. And then just a few moves. Peter, is there a turning point that you can point out where suddenly it looked like Prag might have started losing the thread of the position?
Yes, definitely. It's very easy to say that, you know, after the move bishop d7, I think he just completely missed that the bishop can retreat to d8. Yeah, he played the move bishop takes d7 quite quickly, takes knight f5, and he was shocked by the move bishop d8. Yeah, he just missed this move.
So perhaps
and he's paying a big price. And look at this. He takes bishop takes d8, the current position, and the rook takes c1 is coming. It's a terrible blunder.
Wow.
That's
and
it.
Look at, yeah, he spots it. He spots it. Knight f4 and Magnus with the expression, yeah, it happens. And
Yeah.
it's I don't know if Magnus is talking to himself or he's listening to music and grooving to it. Not sure what's going on there.
Well, he's just very much relieved, yeah, because he was under pressure, and now he's just winning the game.
All right, so let's just break this down. Knight f4 is played, and rook c1 is a big threat. So you can't go bishop takes b6, and after knight d4, you simply go queen g6.
Yeah, queen g6
e4.
or queen e4. Yeah, basically, I think it's the same because after takes, the
You
knight
can
on
also start
c1
with
is
rook
hanging
c1,
with
but
check.
you can go rook c1 check.
Yes, I can also go, yeah. But basically, the point is that this knight is hanging with check, yeah. That's always the problem.
Peter, can we just see the blunder? What really happened at that moment? Because it just was too quick.
Yeah, knight h5, and okay, of course, white should have moved the rook somehow, but he cannot move the rook because then rook takes c1, queen takes f5, wins material also.
But this bishop d8 is hanging, so maybe that's not so clear.
Yes, exactly. I mean, you could play the move rook g4. Probably it was not losing, but it was not what Prag wanted. Yeah, because bishop takes h4, you have to take now with the knight. Yeah. And it's terrible. I mean, black is just clearly better, then comes back with the tempo. Knight is coming to e4. Pawn on a4 is falling sooner or later. I mean, it's just very bad. Basically, the move knight h5 was a killer. Practically speaking, was a killer. And Prag was counting on bishop takes d8, thinking that knight takes f4 is not possible due to bishop takes b6. But this simple tactic with rook c1 decides the game. And he had to switch back to knight d4. After which now Magnus, I think, rightly just taking his time because he understands that this is a moment when he can just win on the spot.
Incredible stuff. Yeah, knight h5, knight f4, and now suddenly all these tactics with the forks and rook c1 coming in. So, Peter, we think 2 moves win here, queen e4 or queen g6, hitting that queen, moving it away, also threatening mate on g2. And once the queen captures black's queen, then he goes for queen e4. And after queen e4, rook c1 check, and you just an exchange up.
Yeah, exactly. And Magnus opted for this, and he even recaptures d4. Yeah, because you could take on c1 or not take. It's the same position. It's exactly the same position.
And now knight d5 or knight d3. Both very tempting.
Yeah, both very tempting. Maybe knight d5 because bishop takes a5. You want to maybe also be able to play b6, but in any case with rook a1 you are running after this pawn.
I like rook a1. Pick up more pawns, yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, the pawn was not running. You could include b6 and then rook a1. It did not really change much, but why to play b6 if you can play rook a1? Yeah, that's true. Yeah, this is.
Well, I think it's sort of not just about that blunder with the knight f4. I think, you know, the things just started turning around after bishop d7. And it was a sort of a move by move collapse after that.
Yeah, it was also some time pressure. Yeah, and also what I mentioned, yeah, that it's very, very frustrating from the white side that you feel like you play a good game, you keep on putting the pressure on your opponent, but your opponent somehow always finds a way which kind of make things difficult for you. Yeah, and then you ask yourself, what I have to do to really break this guy. Yeah. And then suddenly this bishop d7 retreat and bishop d8 was the big psychological turning point. Now this is completely lost.
All right, because black is busted, white is busted here. Peter, do you want to take a look at the other game really quickly? Leko Liem versus Erik Hansen, because I think Erik is just in massive trouble with those 2 pawns that white has.
Yeah, because he's unable to hold one of them. King takes e7 runs into h7, and otherwise it's just hopelessly lost. Yeah, one could argue that this is the wrong pawn. Yeah, it's the wrong corner. However, white still has the pawn on g3, so it's not about this. It's just about the win.
And he's got 2 pieces as well. If you can't take king e7, now he's just got an extra piece.
Yeah, he pushes a5. He pushes a5. I mean, okay, you can really choose between so many different ideas. Okay, white plays knight f5.
So he's threatening h7 now. If you don't grab the knight on f5, white will push h7, so he has to trade.
Yeah, takes a4. Yeah, that's his idea. Yeah, that he wants to push the pawn to a4.
And this is what you were talking about, that once the knights get traded, the h pawn, this would be a draw if the g pawn wouldn't be alive.
Exactly. I mean, okay, black also has a lot of pawns, but everything is kind of blocked. Yeah, that's the problem with the pawn on a5.
And the king on f7 is just stuck because you can never bring it to support your pawn advances because white just goes h7. So king e6 is not even possible.
Yeah, so black goes a4, of course. By the way, Prague has resigned. Yeah, so there is no intrigue in that game anymore. A4 had to be played. Yeah, because bishop takes a4, king g6. You at least eliminate the a6 pawn and you hope for some miracle. You hope for some miracle. Otherwise, you push the pawn to a3. It's a very interesting moment. Yeah, that can you for example with white go for something like, you know, king g4 and king f5. Yeah, for example, king g4 a3 and then king f5. It's a very, very dangerous strategy because you are going away from your pawns. a2 is still met by bishop b3 check, but I'm afraid of the move king g8 here.
But king g6?
Yeah, but I can never, I mean, the king on h8 will be safe, and then you are pushing the pawns already. It's tricky. Let's take a look how. Yeah, Liam just goes for takes.
And now he just go king e4.
Yeah, king e4, king h6,
and just put your bishop on f5, pawn on g4, right? But okay, he's gone for king f5. So after king h5, he's just going to go bishop d1 check and grab the f6 pawn.
Yeah, king f5 is very, very important, not to let black's king get to g5. It might be fortress. I mean, even if you get your bishop to f5, there might not be enough to win it. But king f5 very well, because now black will be in Zugzwang. Yeah, that's a very big problem. Yeah, now white will block the pawns with the bishop and then set up a Zugzwang position. I mean, for example, bishop b5, yeah, king f7, bishop c4 check. You move the king somewhere and then you just make a pass, and it's like a Zugzwang. Yeah.
You start losing one pawn after the other.
Yeah, this is, yeah, bishop d3, very nice. I mean, just total blockade. And that's it. This is
now
already
bishop c4. You just come back with the bishop.
Elemental winning.
Nice technical win by Liam there.
Yeah, it's a big point. Yeah, it's a big point. Yeah, he wants to make sure that his pawn is closer.
All right, so you'll have to give check at some point and then come back with the bishop.
Yeah, well, I mean, you can always move the bishop and you can win the tempo. Yeah, so it's not a problem. He's not missing out on anything. He just wanted to get the 10 seconds extra with bishop d3, and after king e7, we will see this bishop c4 position happen.
And black is just running out of moves to defend the f6 pawn.
Yes, because, okay, black has to go king d6, king takes f6, e4, yeah, try to push. Okay, we push g5, d3, we push g6, and after d2, we simply block these pawns, and that's it. So this is now game over. Yeah, and Eric resigns. I have to say, I'm really surprised by Anish that he agreed to draw in the final position, because I thought like for Anish, the game will just start at that moment, but probably he felt that he doesn't have enough chance.
Let's just see that final position that we had. Now we see the players have left the board. Liem taking a nice win back with a good technical show there. Peter, we were thinking that Anish has chances here. And is this the position that he just decided to call it a day?
Yes. I mean, you remember move 40, we reached A5, and I was saying, yeah, Anish is super happy now. He cannot lose and he can start the torture. But we also see the evaluation by things like, there is no torture to talk about. But humanly speaking, still, when you see the structure, and you know that you have a knight against a light square bishop, you tend to get somehow optimistic. But maybe Anish was realistic, that actually the position is much better than it was, but it still does not give any right for him to play for a win. And
yeah, also because it's just hard to imagine the knight landing on c5 or any kind of pressure being built on b3. So I think with the 4-game format, Anish is happy that, practically a very difficult position to convert, if at all there's a way to convert. Whenever the knight lands on b7, white will trade it off. So I think a draw, a fair decision with taking on white in the next game. Peter, we've got a big game 3 coming up. Let's just quickly go on to the scoreboard. And this is where we stand. Pragnananda down by 2 points. Well, to keep any chances alive, he needs to win the next game with the with the black pieces. And that is no mean task against Magnus. So this is going to be a very tough one for him. Meanwhile, Jan-Krzysztof Duda keeps his lead against Shah. Liem picking up a point against Eric means that Eric's playing catch up and Anish and Jorden remains peaceful. We'll be back with game 3 action after this short break.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. Oh, what are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. That's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan-Krzysztof and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
Welcome back, everyone. We are about to lift off game 3 of day 4 here at the Oslo Esports Cup. Let's quickly bring up our scoreboard. and see where the players stand going into this game. Well, Magnus Carlsen mentioned it's time to suit up in his tweet before the match. Even though he's shown up without a suit, he's still playing like a boss. He takes a 2-point lead against Pragnananda. Prag has to win the next game to keep his chances going in this match. Meanwhile, Jan-Krzysztof Duda leading in his match against Shah with a win in the first game. Eric Hansen lost to Liem, and Jorden Anish has been 2 draws so far. We've got action already, and wow, Magnus going for an offbeat opening here. Peter starts with knight f3 and then second e3.
Yes, but it leads to his hybrid type of position, which you already played against Liem. And this is a very, very solid line. Yeah, black plays c5. Actually, it invites white to play d4, yeah, which is like a semi-Tarrasch easy stuff. I assume that if already Magnus chose this move order, then he will not play d4, he will play c takes d5. I mean, c takes d5 is here the ambitious move, but actually there is no need for Magnus to be ambitious. Yeah, that's the trick. Yeah, that he just goes for d4, which is a very classical opening. And let's not forget, he's leading the match by 2-0 and draw is just fine. So playing a solid game is all what he needs.
All right, so solid approach by Magnus. We also have liftoff in the Anish game. And I see it's very similar to the narrative that they followed in their game 1, Peter. If you just quickly switch back. And,
yeah, it's exactly the same, yeah.
It's exactly the same, right?
It's exactly the same, yeah. So I'm basically hoping that Anish will prove my judgment right, that I was claiming that I'm loving this position from the white side. And I still don't see any big reason why it should be good for black, but the first game showed that actually black has a lot of resources. Yeah, one should definitely not underestimate it.
I think they've deviated already, because in that game somewhere black managed to get knight d7, knight c5 in, right?
Yeah, but after the trade, however, now Anish was somehow more tricky, more intelligent in this game. Yeah, he already understood the finesses of you know, these move orders and everything, that every small detail counts. Maybe in the first game he was just very happy, like, you know, just by hand I will get a good position, and it turned out that it wasn't easy. And wow, I mean, if black already has to start all this h5 business, then it's okay, it's kind of blitzed out by Jorden. Probably it's still something that he has in mind. Maybe he wants b6, king h7, knight g8, bishop h6. I mean, he wants to get this blockade and then try to trade the dark square bishops. That's what it's all about.
Or maybe he wanted to just go knight g4 next, and h5 had this very direct idea of jumping in with the knight to g4, and that's why Anish responds with h3, not allowing that.
Yeah, maybe, but still a bit surprising. And yeah, let's jump back to Magnus's game to see how things continues. After d4, knight c6, Magnus goes cd5, ed5, bishop b5, a very, very classical position. cd4, knight d4, bishop d7, castles, bishop d6, knight f3, bishop e6, b3, castles, bishop b2. It's also some kind of a reversed Nimzo, yeah, like the Karpov system in the Nimzo, which I'm a big fan of from black side. Now it's exactly, this is the position now from the white side. I mean, should be perfectly fine for black. I mean, for white.
Bishop g4 still can't pick up the d5 pawn because of bishop h2 at the end after those trades. Peter, let's continue our little tour around the other games before we come back to this. So we've had a look at the Anish game, the Eric, Leko, Liem. Liem played a brilliant game 2 in this matchup. And this is an Archangel's type of position. What do we have here? Let's take it from the top.
Yeah, and it's one of those fashionable model lines. Yeah, where white, you know, because this line actually has so much theory, and white is struggling to find an advantage. One of the most principal ways is the line that Eric opted for with this a5. This is a stunning move. And I first saw it, you know, like some 25 years ago, I was like, what is this move? But it turned out that this knight takes a5 move is just way too risky for black.
Peter, take a look
the
at
action
Eric.
Sacrifice is very strong. Yeah,
I want you to take a look at Eric. I mean, he's just grooving to some tunes there that he's got on. This is the streamer look here that we have. You know, you're listening to music, you're playing a fast format chess, you're enjoying life. But Peter, you would be so annoyed if this was OTB chess and your opponent was just dancing away to something.
Yeah, definitely. I would take it as a personal insult. I mean, it's just unheard of. You know, it's impossible to imagine. But of course, this is a completely different set. Yeah, with the computers, with the screens between the players, and this whole atmosphere. And if already you have a headphone on, then it's very logical. Yeah, that if you are listening to music, then you want to get some energy out of it. Yeah, otherwise it would be probably distracting you. Yeah, so you should actually enjoy it in order to get the benefit.
Yeah, and also I think with the way game 2 went, he's switching it up a little bit. He's trying to just calm himself down. But interesting to see, because Peter, for me as a player, I can't even imagine listening to music while playing chess. Like, it would be so distracting. And then playing with the very, very best, and then, you know, listening to these songs, it's quite impressive if you're able to keep your focus on. And I think chat would love to get an idea on what is Eric's playlist, because it sounds, and at least it looks like something that we could groove to at a party as well, not just a chess tournament.
Well, maybe at the party it would be better. Yeah, my big question is, you know, that now it's the opening phase. Yeah, he can enjoy the opening phase, but I know that these positions are, you know, developing into some incredible jungles. Yeah, very, very complicated, heavy calculation. I'm very curious, you know, in a position where you have to calculate like a maniac, will Eric still be grooving? Yeah, or then he will stop grooving and fully focus on the position. Yeah, but at the moment, everything is under control. He can enjoy himself, and probably also a little, I mean, quite important after this very tough second game to, you know, calm down a little bit and get ready for this very big fight which is ahead.
How are you calming down if you're listening to this, you know, this electric techno music? And I have no idea how he does it. I have just no idea, but we'll have to wait and find out how he's feeling about his position. 8-6 played. So while Eric continues to groove, he's also having a think. He's taken about 2 minutes. So going to be interesting to see what approach he takes in this. Peter, let's continue with our opening tour. And
yeah, we still haven't seen the game Duda against Mamedyarov. This was again a Ragozin, so they keep on debating the Ragozin. CDD, now Queen A4 check, not Bishop G5. Knight C6, Bishop G5, H6, takes. Yeah, this is some kind of a Duda specialty. He loves to play this in rapid games. Castles, Rook C1, Rook D8, Bishop D3, Bishop F8. A very solid setup for both sides. Queen D1, Knight E7. One could be surprised, like, what is this move, Queen D1? It moved to A4, but it did its purpose. And White needs to stabilize the king side as well. C6, Knight E5.
It's like a Carlsbad structure now, no?
Yes, it's a Carlsbad structure, but with a little bit special twist, yeah, that Black has this bishop on F8, Black has the 2 bishops, but White has some very, very active pieces. Black opts for Knight F5.
And let's just explain this structure a little bit, Peter. Let's just break this down. And maybe you can just quickly take us through some of the typical plans that exist for both sides here.
Well, I mean, typical ideas don't really apply to this specific position, yeah, because of course typically we can see that some piece from Black belongs to D6. Yeah, if for example White's knight would still be on F3, it would be lovely for Black to get the bishop to D6 and not allowing any Knight E5 moves. Yeah, because after Knight E5 it's clear that actually White is trying to get some F4 I mean, White is not playing for the typical minority attack that we are talking about usually in these structures. No, White's play is now that he has given up the dark square bishop. He wants to be very energetic, get a very powerful knight on E5. Also that Black has committed the move H6. It will be very difficult later to play the move F6. But why Queen F3? Why not Queen E2? I'm not really getting it.
Maybe he's just playing against this idea of the knight jumping back to D6, because then that would end up destroying the pawn structure, putting pressure on the F5 knight, and sort of making sure that you don't get your knight on D6 easily.
Yeah, but exactly now Bishop D6. I told you that the knight needs to be protected. Yeah, and now that the queen moved to F3, you can't protect it with F4.
So you've got to go what, queen f4, because I don't see a good square. You can go knight g4, but then that allows queen to g5.
No, actually, I mean, this might be an incredible turning point in this match, yeah? That maybe this is exactly what Shah needed to wake up, yeah? Because now out of nowhere, he gets this chance with bishop d6 to get the initiative with black for free.
And Duda, you can look at him and you know that he knows that something, that something has gone wrong in the position. I mean, he's not happy with this. I wonder if queen f3 was a mouse slip and he wanted to go queen e2. I'm not sure. But bishop d6, Duda shaking his head. Shah.
No, it was definitely not a mouse slip. I mean, it was a hallucination. I mean, he just forgot, yeah, that because black had this bishop on f8, yeah, hidden there. And the move knight f5 that, okay, my opponent wants to get his knight to d6 and then get bishop to f5, yeah? Those are the things that cross your mind and you are in a hurry, yeah? You want to play as fast as you can. And then you, okay, I will stop the move knight d6. Then you play queen fc, then to your horror, you immediately you realize that, oh, hang on, but there is a move bishop d6. Your opponent plays it, and of course you start shaking your head and whatever, because you are just so angry that you should have never missed it.
Peter, I've got some news for you, which you're not going to be happy with, but I'm going to break it to you anyway. And you know what it is.
Yes, I know. But, you know, I'm actually even feeling that this match between Anish and Jorden is moving towards a blitz playoff. And I'm looking forward to it. I mean, if the guys feel like, you know, they have too much respect for each other and they are very good friends, we have seen that they had battled it out. Yeah, it's not like they are making friendly draws. No, by no means. Anish just simply felt like, yeah, I got nothing, because black actually managed to block white's queen side, yeah, with this a4 pawn, and it's beautifully protected. Maybe Anish has just missed this little move queen e8, which protects the pawn, and he thought like a4 is not possible, because this is strategically a very, very big achievement for black, and already there's nothing to play for from white side. I'm really looking forward to the fourth game ending in a draw, and let's see an Armageddon. Just
you know, Peter, I'm finding a little bit of inconsistency here. You were just mad at Anish for agreeing for a draw in that end game with the knight and rook, where the knight had like such difficult chances of coming into the game. And you were complaining that, you know, Anish should have played this on perhaps a little bit more. And now this position with pretty much every single pawn on the board and the piece on the board. And you mentioned that you want Anish to prove that there's something for white here. You said it's fine. They drew, it's fine. I mean, I'm not convinced.
No, it's absolutely right. No, here Anish has no right to play for a win with white, because actually he has absolutely nothing. I mean, this is a fixed structure. The other one was where he had the chance, you know. he should have. No, this one, though, is perfectly fine. The very professional approach, you know, it's because strategically you just don't like white's position. Thanks to, of course, space advantage, white has no problems. Yes, so after the move queen d2, yeah, they repeated moves here. Yeah, that queen e8, queen d2, stopping bishop g5. Yeah, black insists with queen e7 that I'm gonna trade the dark square bishops and then I will be super happy. So Anish goes back queen d1, hitting the pawn on a4. Black has no other move than to go back, and it's strategically it's kind of understandable and logical that the game fizzled out to repetition.
Maybe they're playing for the spectators and the audience here, you know, building up that drama of the fight that we witnessed during the Tata Steel, where it went down to the blitz, and they just want a recap of that. So that could be a fun narrative to look forward to then.
Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to this blitz duel, but there is still one more game, and we have seen that before. Jorden started with one knight c3 and then went for this strange kind of Jobava London d4 bishop f4 knight b5 stuff. So yeah, a lot of action in their games, but this game fizzled out. Now let's take a look at Magnus's game. Prague needs to create chances. Let's go back. So it's all like a reversed Karpov system in the Eastern Nimzo. I mean, all the ideas, this bishop g4, h3, bishop h5, white going back, bishop e2, rook c8, white going knight h4. This is all the classical recipe, because if black takes on e2, then white takes knight e2, and white gets perfect harmony with his pieces. And then the isolated pawn will be quite unpleasant for black. So the typical reaction after knight h4 is that actually black needs to go back with the bishop to g6. You should not trade the bishops here because the knight on c3 is the one that is feeling not happy. You can't give him this e2 square. Now white takes, goes knight b5, bishop b8, bishop f3, a6, knight d4, rook e8, and this is a very traditional position. Knight takes c6, bc, queen d3, a5, rook a c1, and okay, we take it from here. It's more or less balanced, but the big question is always that can black generate counterplay? Yeah, like with queen d6, white will probably play the move g3, which is also not obligatory because you can also move the rook. Yeah, but probably g3 is more natural. Rook e3 is not possible.
I was just going to say, he's gone knight e4, and I was just going to say that whether after g3 or immediately, you kind of want to make this move knight e4, no? So that after bishop e4, you just take rook e4. Your rook comes to a nice spot. You're threatening a4. You have all these ideas of queen d6 still alive, and you neutralize white's bishop pair advantage. I like knight e4, and bishop e4, rook e4 played instantly. Rook c2 on the board. So what does Magnus want now after setting up a battery? For example, queen d6 now?
Yeah, he definitely wants not g3.
And can you go for a4 here?
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe I even don't mind this a4. I will just double up with rook fc1. So a b3, and I will try to hit this c6 pawn.
I really wanted to try to go bishop a7 and bishop e3 ideas. I don't know if I can get it, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, there is also some queen a6 move, yeah? Attacking too many things at the same time.
Queen a6 kind of puts the end to this idea.
Yes.
Maybe before a4, maybe before. So rook c2 played, Peter. Queen d6, g3. And let's say you start with bishop a7.
You start
so
with
that after
bishop
queen
a7.
after queen a6, maybe you can just go rook c7.
Yeah, you can do this. I mean, queen a6, rook c7, and if I play rook fc1 here, it feels dangerous because you might be able to sacrifice something.
Not sure if it's working, but it's so tempting, and I don't even know what you sacrifice.
Yeah, for example, okay, let's just take a look. Yeah, bishop e3, f e3, queen takes g3, check.
Rook g2.
Rook g2, you take with a check. King move somewhere.
Yeah,
I mean, okay.
This looks bad. Rook f4 is coming on king f1. You'll have to go king h. I mean, black should be fine here.
Yeah, black should be fine. I mean, yeah, there is no way white will be better here. But of course, I will never play the move queen a6 here.
He goes rook h4. That's an interesting choice. I mean, getting the rook to the h file, the idea is clear, so that after g3, he can pick up the h3 pawn. But moves like f4 come to mind here, right? Because you just kind of trap the rook out on h4.
Exactly. I mean, this feels like a very, very nervous move, this rook h4.
And did you see Magnus, Peter? His expression just shifted. He's also pretty surprised with this approach by Prague.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, okay, because I mean, white has f4, white has then bishop d4, for example. I can just completely cement the position and lock this rook completely out of the game. And then, okay, how are you going to protect your weaknesses? Yeah, I'm not getting it. Yeah, just bishop to d4, rook fc1, target the pawn with this queen a6 and everything under control. Magnus, of course, first starts even with rook fc1, first waits for queen d6 before going f4. These are the nerves now of Prague, yeah, because he knows that he needs to win and he's in desperate mood and he's looking for chances, but that's when you lose reality. Yeah, that's not objective chess anymore.
Is he hoping for some kind of crazy g5 stuff afterwards?
Yeah, but white also has bishop e5. Besides, queen f5 will be double attack. I mean, you will not really be able to do any of this. Yeah, for example, queen f5 puts an end to
this idea. But I'm just very surprised with rook h4. I mean, even if you want something like this, you first go queen d6.
Yeah, it's
and then after g3 you go rook h4. Peter, let's just show that, because that would be cute. For example, if you want your rook on h4, you can start with queen d6, and after g3 you can go rook h4. It's still not a good idea probably, but gh4 is not possible because of queen h2.
Yes, but of course, yeah, white simply plays king g2, and okay, then you have to already start moving, and where is this rook moving at all? Yeah, I'm just not understanding it.
All right, Peter, we'll come back to this and see how he's gone queen d6, how Magnus responds. He's got a little bit of a smile on his face. I wonder if you're missing some tactics after f4. Is some ideas around bishop a7, but there's bishop e5.
Yeah, no, I just don't see. I think the reason why Magnus is smiling like, okay, come on, do you underestimate me so much? Or you want to win this game so much? I mean, it's clear that it's not objective chess. Yeah, Magnus knows, yeah, that of course, if this would have been the first game of the match, Pragg would have never made these decisions. Yeah, it's all connected with the frustration being, and also knowing that he needs to win on demand with black, which is basically almost an impossible task. So he's trying to create some craziness, and Magnus just goes king f1. He does not even want to be provoked to anything.
And I think it is because of this idea of creating this weakness on e3. For example, f4, maybe bishop a7 was something that Magnus was not loving, with getting play on this a7 g1 diagonal. But king f1, wow, well, you can't go g3 because h3 is hanging. King f1 is an interesting approach for sure here. It kind of invites queen h2, but is Magnus saying that he doesn't care and he's just going to take rook c6?
Exactly. I mean, the pawn on c6 is hanging, and then also the 8th rank will be, I mean, let's just show this. So queen h2, rook c6, rook takes c6, rook c6, queen h1 check, king e2, queen takes g2. Black is not stuttering anything, so white can just very quietly collect the bishop and win the game. So if queen h2 is not a threat, then I perfectly understand, Magnus, that, okay, why should I even weaken my position with f4? The rook is anyway out of the game. And Magnus is, I think, eyeing with the direct queen a6, yeah? He's eyeing queen a6, hitting the rook and hitting the pawn on c6.
Peter, we'll come back to this and see how Magnus goes ahead after king f1. But let's just quickly jump to the Jan-Krzysztof Duda board. We were quite unhappy with that approach of queen f3. And I think you were completely on point, because look at the way things have turned around. And now in this position, he's just losing the e3 pawn by force. If we just back up to that moment when he played queen f3 and bishop d6 and take it from there.
Yeah, basically it was almost like a losing blunder, because queen f3, bishop d6, and look at this. Also, the bishop takes f5, a terrible move. I mean, of course, white would never ever consider this move if he had other choice, but he did not have. I mean, all this knight g4, then you will end up losing that knight. Yeah, knight g4, queen g5. And the knight is loose. If you jump back to e5, then I don't know, somehow it looks like black will just win this game easily. So he opts for bishop takes f5, and he wanted to protect with f4, but now queen e6, f4 is forced, f6, knight g6.
You don't have a good square actually with the knight, because knight f3, also queen e3 was going to be on the board, and
exactly.
Just the knight, as you mentioned, is badly trapped right in the center of the board. And with this, Shah has an extra pawn. Jan-Krzysztof Duda down to 2 minutes, down to, well, a little less than 3 minutes. But the position seems to be busted. Peter, I think we can call this a Shah win.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's pawn up and has the better position, the e-file. And okay, if white's knight would be on f5 or h5, it would be very dangerous for black. But this knight can only reach there via e2, but black is the one who is controlling the e-file. Yeah, so this knight will never ever reach the king side. So yes, big trouble for Jan-Krzysztof, and completely unnecessary, absolutely unnecessary. I mean, okay, he was leading the match, and with white blundering like this, it was terrible. But let's go to Eric.
Let's go to Eric. And Eric, chat has given Eric a new name. It's now Eric Grooveson. And that's what we are calling him from now. He is, well, down to 4.5 minutes, Peter. And knight c4 on the board. What do we make of it?
Well, this is exactly what I talked about, that this position will be very, very sharp, but you need to concentrate. I somehow have the feeling that now black might be able to sacrifice the exchange with queen c5. And after knight d6, maybe I can get very ambitious and take on e3 with a check. I mean, I don't really see at least why I would not be able to do so. Yeah, king h1, and then I can even take on e4 with the bishop. I mean, why isn't this possible?
Big questions why it isn't possible. Meanwhile, we're getting an update that Pragg is in big trouble in his game.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's basically game over. Yeah, there was just nothing. He opted for this queen h2 idea. Magnus went for queen a6. Yeah, rook h5, queen a6. Rook f8 takes. Queen h2, rook c8. And it's basically game over, yeah. This is only one check. Yeah, this is just one check. But actually, Black's king is also in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, rook f8 coming in, and either the rook or the queen landing on c8 will be game over. And I think it just comes down to the match situation, right? You're playing with the black pieces. It's just desperate times call for desperate measures, and I think that's just what went wrong with Prague in this game.
Yeah, it was, but also the way how things turned out in the second game, yeah, because I was thinking during our break, yeah, we had a quick break, and I was trying to put myself in the shoes of Prague, and I didn't really see any hope, yeah, that. I mean, first of all, you are very angry of yourself that how did you mess up that good position? Yeah, you lost the first game, and then you created yourself a chance against Magnus to really have a chance, and then to lose it like this, and then the match is lost. It was very, very difficult to come back. And okay, you even cannot make any targeted preparation against Magnus because Magnus played all the openings in the board. Yeah, you don't know if it's gonna be e4, d4, knight f3 whatsoever. He's the one who is choosing. It's basically an almost impossible task to create something. And then if you try to create something when it's not correct, yeah, then it ends up like this.
Wow, and rook c8 on the board. So Magnus still doesn't care about the line with queen h1. Maybe we can just show it quickly, Peter, that after queen h1, king e2, queen g2, there are no checks on the board. Queen b1 was played, but if queen takes g2,
then... not yet. No, this is my move. I mean, I have to try queen b1. It's my only little hope, yeah, that maybe bishop a3, queen takes a2 blunder will happen, which will never ever happen, but at least it's a very, very small hope. I mean, that's why I want to give the check.
Queen b1 on the board. It's not on the board, but this is the line we're looking at. Let's take a look at this, Peter. So bishop a3, you're saying queen a2, and...
Well, that would be a terrible blunder from white side, yeah.
Rook f5 instead he goes for.
Prague goes rook f5 and
rook
takes
f8
yeah.
immediately. Is this just checkmating after queen c8, bishop a3?
Yeah, I mean, this was exactly the same line like here after queen b1. Yeah, that you just take and you give the same kind of stuff with bishop a3 check. Now we are seeing this.
And bishop a3. And it's just queen e7 if you go king e6, and if you go king e5.
Yeah.
But anywhere you go queen e7 checkmates.
Yes, yeah, this is checkmate, and the same applies to queen b1. That was the same idea. Rook f8, king f8, queen c8, king e7, bishop a3, and basically.
And there we saw both players shaking hands. That's nice to see. And but yeah, this was a dominating performance by Magnus.
Well, it was way too easy. Yeah, it was way too easy because okay, he chose the right opening. Yeah, he's just very, very experienced. That he knew that actually in this opening, black has to be precise to equalize. Yeah, but Prague was not in the mindset to trying to be precise and equalize. He wanted to create chances for himself. But the position is so rock solid from the white side that any kind of such attempt will be severely punished. Yeah, especially if you play so precisely as Magnus.
Let's hear Prague's thoughts on this match.
Was good, but then in less time I started to play bad moves, and okay, in third game I just didn't get the position, and then I tried this rook h4, but okay, it was nothing. But I think it's a great experience for me, and I always enjoy playing top players, and of course definitely Magnus, playing Magnus is always a fun thing.
But does it offer you more motivation for the future to take chess even to a further level?
Yeah. Next time I would definitely like to put better resistance against Magnus. I think that's a great motivation to work even harder. I think. I just would like to play remaining games better.
Did you feel that Magnus played at his best today?
I don't think so. But because I got a lot of chances in the first and second game, so I don't think he played his at best. But still, he plays very good.
Good luck to you tomorrow, Prague.
Yeah, thank you.
So that's composed Praggnanandhaa Rameshbabu. He has a tough day today, and he faces the best player in the world. Simple as that.
And I'm joined here by Magnus Carlsen. Congratulations on your match win.
Thank you.
So it was an interesting match. You finished it in only 3 games. What was your plan today facing Pragg, who's been on fire so far?
No, I didn't really have a plan. I thought, well, the only thing I thought was that I would probably do well to hit in the first game, and yeah, after I managed to do that, you know, so is the favorite to win the match. Then the second game, I think I was considerably worse. He did really well in the opening, but I think once he allowed me some counter chances, he started to play a bit uncertainly, and I think he started to really drift with his rook lift, which is something that he has done against me before in Vacancy, kind of the same thing, and it's also a bit typical of younger players to play a bit too ambitiously in such a position and try to play for an attack where there isn't necessarily one, and a more positional solution is called for. Anyway, he made a blunder there later on, but I think at that point I had already sort of taken over the initiative, and it was pretty short on time. And then, yeah, the third game wasn't ideal, but I never thought he had any dangerous attack, and he certainly didn't find anything, and I wrapped it up pretty comfortably.
And definitely result-wise as well, it's a dominant win for you. All eyes were on this match because of Praggnanandhaa's performance so far in the tournament. Were you feeling some sort of extra determination to show who is best?
Yeah, I want to win the tournament, but I am the best. I mean, I don't have any doubt about that. But I mean, you gotta prove it when you play. So clearly, for the tournament, this is very, very, very important.
Absolutely. But with a performance rating of over 3,000 that he has had, have you been impressed with him?
No, I'm very, very, very impressed with what he's done, and even after today, he has a great chance to win the tournament. So it's been very interesting to watch, and obviously he will only get better with age.
You will now be in shared lead with Praggnanandhaa with 3 days to go in the tournament. Are you feeling now excited for the end of the Oslo Esports Cup?
Yeah, it's going to be a few interesting days now. On paper, maybe I've already played some of my tougher opponents, but every match has its own life. But I'm happy with the way I managed to recover after day 2.
And tomorrow will be Jorden van Foreest, which we know is a very entertaining player, some chaos in his game. What do you expect from that matchup?
More of the same, I guess.
Okay. Well, we wish you best of luck, Magnus. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
And we're going to also now jump into another game going on in round 3.
Interesting insights there by Pragg. Some champions mentality there, saying that, you know, it's always nice to play against these tougher opponents, and playing Magnus is always a motivation. And this loss motivates him further to, well, try harder next time. Despite losing to Magnus, he does still share the lead in the tournament, and that just goes on to show the kind of performance he's had. And we saw Magnus Carlsen also give his insights, which were very, very cool, Peter, because once again, you could see that he's really struggling with health. And despite that, just managed to crash through today.
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, the match wasn't as easy as the score shows, yeah, because when people look at it, Magnus crushed Pragg 3-0, then of course Magnus gave a lesson to Pragg. No, it wasn't like this. The first game was very tense, yeah, Magnus was better throughout the game, but Pragg was putting up incredible resistance. It was like he's almost there, he's almost holding the game to a draw. But yeah, Magnus, with his incredible technique, he managed to convert it. After the second game was also very, very shaky. It looked like Pragg has very good chances. But Magnus kept on finding very good moves in a difficult position, driving Prague crazy, and somehow Prague lost control and then lost badly the second game. And the third game was already kind of a formality. There was just no way back for Prague against this Magnus, and that's it.
And it also that explains that smile, because he mentioned that Prague had used this similar idea of rook e4, rook h4 in a game earlier. But Peter, we have this very interesting position in front of us. And before we just see a couple of moves of what really got here, I'm going to ask chat here. So queen f4 was played by Shah. Jan-Krzysztof Duda resigned at this very moment. Chat, tell us, do you spot the mate? What is the way forward after king takes f4, black to play? How is Shah going to wrap this one up? Peter, don't mention it. We're going to wait for chat to tell us. And while they do that, maybe we can just back up a little bit. We've got the final position on our live board and just see how the last few moves happened.
Yeah, well, it happened as we have seen that, okay, black was pawn up, and he even uses the fact that the knight on c3 has nowhere to go with bishop b4, and white also has the back rank problems. So h3, bishop takes, c3 takes. The second pawn was lost. White has to go all in for an attack, but this attack does not exist. Yeah, queen c2 pins the queen. So white throws the second rook, trying to go for the attack, but now Shakhriyar counterattacks with rook e1 check, king h2, queen b1. Yeah, still keeping the pin alive, and also hinting at rook h1 check. Queen h5, the queen moves away. And now rook e8, black is bringing the last piece into the battle. Rook b3, rook h1 check, king g3, queen e1 check. And here it was already like, you know, you are already calculating a mate. And Shakhriyar spotted this wonderful idea. Actually, it's wonderful always to finish in such a beautiful style. Queen e6 check, f5, queen e4 check, rook f4. And there you go. I don't want to spoil the fun.
Well, Peter, the fun's already spoiled because we've got the answers in chat. And after queen takes f4, king f4, some of you suggested the move rook e4, but that would be just too soon because white has an escape square on f3. So well done on spotting that the accurate, precise way to play, in fact, here is to go rook f1 check. And now you force white either when he sidesteps. If he goes rook f3 or queen f3, blocks the check, taking away that escape route. Only now you go rook e4 checkmate. So whether white blocks the check from f3 or goes king g4, rook e4 would have been mate. Well done, Arun, on spotting that. And well done to everyone who did. This is a beautiful finish that we had here, as well as Jimmy spotting rook f1, rook e4.
Yeah, and how happy is Shakhriyar? Yeah, because that was exactly the game he needed, yeah, to get his confidence back, to get all these emotions. Yeah, Shakhriyar is a very, very emotional player, and I think he gets a lot of energy from such games. And now the match will be really exciting. I feel like the match is just about to start, and we still have a very, very crucial fourth game between these guys.
Yeah, we have a match on our hand. Let's go back to the only live game remaining, Peter. It's Eric versus Leko. Liem is ahead on the match by a point. And wow, it looks like that's two pieces for a rook. And usually in these positions, the side with two pieces is better. Is that the case as well?
Yes, exactly. I mean, of course, if white would have mobile pawn structure, like instead of these terrible double pawns, we would be talking about a pawn on f3 or f4. Things would be completely different. Then it would be just very, very unclear. But like this, with this lovely e5 square, black king is coming to e7. There are all kinds of weaknesses in white's camp. This is completely lost. I mean, it's hopelessly lost. We also know that if Eric loses this game, then he loses the match. So it's kind of unfortunate for him, but he already can't do anything. This is just lost against Liem.
He's down to a minute and a very difficult position. So e5 played by Eric there. So if you take knight takes e5, he wants to try and pick up the a6 pawn, which probably gives white some hope with that a5 passer.
Exactly. I mean, there is just no reason. I mean, it's also not bad for black, of course, but you don't even consider moves like this. Yeah, no reason. I mean, this a5 pawn is the only danger that white might have. So you want to keep an eye on this.
All right. So what are the different approaches that black can have in this position? E5 played by white. How can black continue to improve the position? Does he go for knight takes a5 and just trade the a pawns?
Well, that's a possibility. I mean, it certainly gives a very clear advantage. For example, takes, and then knight c4.
I love it.
Targeting all the weaknesses. But I also want to mention, the super finesse, the move knight d7 to b8 can also be considered. Yeah, and then trying to take the pawn on a5 by protecting the pawn on a6. However, here the reason why I'm not such a fan of this, because it allows white to go rook c1.
Peter, wait on. Let's not. I see your idea. Chat. This is a beautiful counter resource that Peter is pointing out to move rook c1. And even though black can pick up the a5 pawn, my question to you is that a good idea? What happens after knight takes a5? White to play. Let's see if chat gets it. How sharp is chat after a long day of chess?
Yeah, I think that the chat is very sharp. Yeah, that's what I'm getting.
That's a nice little trick that you set up there. Well, e5 is the current position, and Liem still having a think.
And Liem opted for b4.
Liem opted for b4.
Very tempting move. Yeah, very tempting move as well. Just advancing the pawn.
And I've just pulled up chat, Peter, and we do have our answers coming in, and maybe we can just show it really quickly. Well done on spotting this, Devyender, Shamil. Rook takes e6 is the problem here, where you win the defender, where you take away the defender with a check, and then eventually pick up the rook on c8.
Exactly. Yeah. This little tactic is the refutation of knight db8, and then once you spot it, you feel like no, I can't allow white this coordination. So Liem opted for b4, and I feel like, he wants to push the pawn all the way to b3, and then whenever he goes for this knight takes a5, rook a6 idea, then with knight c4, he even has already a very, very powerful pawn on b3. That's the reason why he's opting, e4, b3 on the board.
And it's so nicely defended with that bishop on e6. Knight d4 is not even a possibility because the e5 pawn hangs after trading the knights. So it's just really nice, taking advantage of the fact that white is sort of cramped up, and you can improve your position completely before you start the trades of the pawns.
Exactly. White is completely stuck. I mean, nothing moves. The knight is protecting this terrible weakness on e5. The rooks are doubled on the d5, but they don't have any empty squares. Black's bishop on e6 basically stops every kind of activity, and it's a terrible spot to be in. And Eric is down to 15 seconds. He plays the pass like a neutral move, king h2, because there is just nothing he can do.
And now is it time to go knight a5 already? Give that pawn up, jump onto c4, and grab the b2 pawn.
Well, it's very tempting. However, knowing that white is not having any move, maybe even black will try to make one more, some professional good move. And he opts for knight c5. He hits the e4 pawn and also protects the a6 pawn, and knight takes a5 will come gratis. Yeah, I mean, just you take it, and so knight d4 had to be played.
But can you already start picking up the e5 pawn?
Well, it's up to you to decide what you pick up. Yeah, you can pick up so many things.
Yeah, a5 or e5.
Yes. It's just matter of, knight takes e5, I think, is now already even more human. Yeah, just, okay, eliminate, make sure that, this d6 rook will be unstable, and knight is threatening to jump to c4.
Yeah, I'm expecting Eric to resign any moment now. Knight f5 check, black can simply capture on f5, bishop f5, e takes f5, and then jump in with the other knight to c4.
Yeah, it looks hopeless, but what the game chess is, it looks like white is about to design, but if you make a terrible blunder with king f8, then rook d8 checkmate. So there is always a mistake which can cost the game. That's why we have to keep on, no matter how good we have, we stand, we have a winning position, we have to keep very professional approach, not to blunder anything.
And it's interesting, he decided not to capture the knight on f5, but brings the king forward. And to me, it looked like after rook f1, wait a second, you can't go king g6 because there's knight e7. And there are all these checks coming with the knight. Does he just want to go king g5 now? Is that the point? No, G6 is
Well,
what
he
he
just
wanted.
goes G6. Yeah, he just wants to eliminate this knight. Okay, please take this H6 pawn. I'm gonna go King G7. I evacuate my king and thank you very much. And very important that there is no check which can somehow attack the C8 rook.
Yeah, no good discovered check on the position. So G6, wherever the knight moves, the king simply falls back to safety on G7. Knight D4 check.
Or back to E7.
Or
yeah.
E7.
Yeah, and now knight C4, knight C4 or knight D7. I mean, okay, everything is very, very good. Yeah, Eric still trying to put up some resistance with 20 seconds on the clock. Knight E to D3. I think we should mention that actually Liam is making sure that always his knights are protecting each other. Yeah, he just doesn't, I mean, he knows that every move is probably winning, but still he wants to play the most safe option. Knight C6 check, King F8.
Also, with this win, it would mean it's the end of the match. He's already on 1.5. And if he wins this one, it's wrap up for their match.
Yes, yes, it's but it also shows, yeah, that whoever is behind on the scoreboard after like 2 games, yeah, he feels the pressure. He knows that he should try to do something, and that's why we are seeing these matches that they only last.
Knight A6, Rook A6, Bishop C4.
Yes, yeah, I mean this will happen, and the bishop will protect the rook. Yeah, I mean, for example, here capture and protect. But that's the reason why we see these matches end in 3 games. Yeah, because whoever is behind the score, he tries to take enormous risks. Yeah, that's
Liam
the
goes
reason.
directly. Liam goes directly. Bishop C4, probably as good, but I'm kind of surprised because here at least there's Rook B1.
Well, I mean, Knight A6, White would have taken the bishop, but I mean, it does not matter. Yeah, you move the knight anyway. It's a win. But he just did not even want to give this option already.
Rook C1 played, so taking advantage of the pin.
Yeah, but there is no pin. Yeah, just knight takes A6 and finito.
There is no pin. That's a good point.
Yes, there is. It's some mirage. Yeah, that there is a pin, no pin. Yeah.
And that's it now.
Yeah, so he take Rook takes B3 because it's kind of a stylish move. Yeah, Rook B3 on the board.
Wow, so it's not 2 pieces. It's going to be 3 pieces for a rook. But will he take Bishop B3 or not?
Yeah, well, Bishop B3, Rook C8, and then Rook C6. Yeah, hitting the knight. Actually, it's, I think maybe Liam had
King E7, Rook C6, Bishop C4.
Yeah, and Bishop C4 puts an end. Yeah, that's it. I mean, no drama here. But if not for the move Bishop C4, actually the Rook C6 would be a very strong idea, because after knight B4, then all black's pieces will be on the B file. Very, very tricky. So the problem is, yeah, Rook C6, Bishop C4 protects the knight.
Okay, Eric needs to make a move. He's gone for with 4 seconds on the clock. He plays Rook to C6, and Bishop C4 would just keep everything protected. And then the king is going to come to D7, hit that rook. And this should be easy conversion. But Eric continues to fight.
No, not anymore. Yeah.
Not anymore. Not anymore, has had enough. And with that, Leko Liem wraps up his match against Eric Hansen, winning. A big match for him, really, after what happened yesterday. Peter, you've got a smile on your face.
Yes, I had a smile. I mean, the groove didn't go according to plan, but yeah, that's how it is. Yeah, I mean, things are completely out of control. Yeah, once this opening, yeah, Eric was very aggressive. Yeah, Eric was very aggressive, and it can backfire. Yeah, simply it can backfire. I mean, takes, he was taking enormous risk, and Liam is an incredible classy player who uses this kind of chances very, very well. And
we've got Liam in the studio, so let's head over to Oslo.
He was under a lot of pressure, and this game he didn't know the opening so well, so he spends a lot of time there, and I got a very comfortable right out of the opening.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster tournament for you so far. How do you see the next days coming ahead?
Yeah, when you play against the top players like this, it's always challenging, and anything can happen. You can beat someone like Magnus, and then you can lose to another player. So it's very common, but I think I will have to play better, and only 3 more rounds. So I'm gonna try to do my best.
Do you like this format? Do you enjoy to play it?
Yes, absolutely. Playing against players like this always a big pleasure, and when there's a lot at stake, when the format is very competitive, I think it adds a lot to the tournament.
And what is better, 1 classical game or 4 rapid games?
I would say in terms of preparation.
In terms of fun.
In terms of fun, definitely rapid game is more fun.
Thank you so much, Liem.
Sure.
Happy Liem there, and big win for him, Peter. With this, we've got 2 more games coming up with Shah taking on Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And I want to point out, I mean, that really looked like Shah in his element. The last game that he won against Duda. Yes, it was a bit of a miss by Duda in the opening, that move Queen F3. But after that, the kind of attack that Shah set up and driving Duda's king to G4 and this final finish, this is why we love Shah. He was in his element, and it kind of felt good to see him sort of come back. But of course, it all comes down to this game 4 between these 2 players, whether we'll have a tiebreak or not, or who's going to take the match away. Not just this one. We've got Anish Giri taking on Jorden. They've had 3 draws. 2 of them in positions that many can argue, well, there's still a lot to play for, but there's a big 4th game coming up. Is it going to be peaceful one more time? And will we see a face-off between these 2 in the Blitz portion? All these questions will be answered very soon. We'll be back after this break.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson, and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it, because you were in Thailand during all the match, and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the 2 kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof Giri, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging me. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented aim chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using Aim Chess. Aim Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, Aim Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to Aim Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on Aim Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that Aim Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join Aim Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. Aim Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a Queen's Gambit. That's so fucking dumb. Aim Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan. It's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. It's... Look, just sign up for Aim Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Welcome back, everyone. We've got 2 big games coming up. This is the final round of the day, and everything comes down to this one for Anish Giri and Jorden van Foreest, who so far are even Steven in their matchup. Meanwhile, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Shah and Mamedyarov have traded punches in 2 games. First one was taken by Duda, the third one by Shah, and now the score is level. Well, an unfortunate loss in game 3 after an opening slip. Before we talk more about the matches coming up, I want to bring on a tweet that caught my eye, and I think it really beautifully sums up Prag's experience in his match against Magnus, which ended once again in just 3 games. And Prag's coach Ramesh, who is currently with him in Oslo, this is what he says. Another short day for Prag at Oslo Rapid, but this time at the receiving end. First game was well fought. Second one, very impressed by Bishop D7. And Peter, this is reiterating your point, what you mentioned, that this is what threw Prag off, that move Bishop D7 and then vacating the D8 square for the Bishop on E7. Under pressure by Magnus. Third game, well, Rook H4 showed the 16-year-old Prag. And I think this once again is a reflection of what Magnus said, that very often players who are young are so overly ambitious, and positions that demand solid, soft play, they sometimes tend to overpush. So a wonderful analysis there of the match by Ramesh. Learning from the master himself is worth it, is how he summarizes it. Peter, your thoughts?
Yeah, very, very nicely summarized. Yes, this bishop d7 move was incredible. I mean, it's double exclamation mark move, and psychologically, yeah, when you feel like, you know, from the white side, you are doing everything perfectly, and you feel like your black is on the ropes, and you might just win. Yeah, you get overexcited, and your opponent finds this incredible finesse, you know, how he keeps the balance. Yeah, but because you are already so much into it that you want to win, and you are thinking about how I'm going to bounce back against Magnus, that you lose the reality. Yeah, and that's what I felt like, you know, that suddenly the next moves were already too emotional for Prague. Took on d7, went for knight f5, missing this bishop d8 resource. After getting nervous, going for this rook d4, rook f4, too aggressive approach, and it heavily backfired against Magnus.
And we've got our 4 players with us now, 2 games. And this one, we've got action already. Jan-Krzysztof Duda versus Shah. I think, Peter, for Duda, one of the bigger challenges in this match is also going to be just letting go of what happened in game 3.
Exactly. I mean, because sometimes you can have a bad game from the black side, yeah, and then you feel like, okay, yeah, it was terrible, but now I get the white pieces, yeah. But he basically threw the game with the white pieces to Shakriar, and he awakened the beast, yeah, the monster Shakriar. And the big question is, can Shak really use this momentum? Yeah, he definitely would like to use this psychological advantage. I'm hoping that Duda will handle this situation well, because I would really love to see a blitz playoff between these 2 incredible players. I think that we would be treated to some incredible action and drama if it gets to a playoff.
Definitely a very entertaining blitz. That one guarantees to be. Potentially, we're in for 2 blitz games. I mean, 2 playoffs with even Anish Giri and Jorden in this match, sort of implying and showing that, you know what, we're happy to go into blitz. They haven't been over pushy. They haven't been taking too many chances. And Peter, what about this opening? Where do you think this is going to land us up?
Yeah, well, it's a very, very sharp line in this seemingly solid opening. It's the anti-Berlin, but with a twist that after this, the bishop c5, white did not opt it for bishop takes c6, did not opt it for the move c3. He played the move order with knight bd2, which allows the move knight d4 from black side. But after takes, sees the bishop b6, there is this very, very dynamic d4 move. And actually here, black has to be super precise. Seeing that Anish is blitzing things out, I agree with his choice, yeah, because this is a line that you should play with black if you exactly know what you are doing. Yeah, like this is what Anish is signaling, because if you are just, you know, not sure, you are, yeah, people are playing like this, it's supposed to be fine. No, that's not good enough. You see that black has this damaged pawn structure. Yeah, in order to justify this play, you have to know your stuff, and you have to know computer's evaluation, you have to know the computer suggestions to make sense of all of this.
Both games are currently being blitzed out in the opening stages, but very different dynamic approaches here. We've got the Shah Duda game with a fun Grunfeld going on. And meanwhile, Anish going for the Berlin, ready for the Berlin, but of course being met by the anti-Berlin here. So interesting to see how the players will fare in this game 4. Peter, d6 has been played by Anish currently, and bishop coming to g4. Now that's something that you don't want. So is h3 the way to go here, or can white continue with development? He does so with rook e1. So he doesn't care about bishop g4.
Yeah, well, because it's a very direct position. Yeah, that yeah, this is the end game. Yeah, this is actually, I think, how the line goes. I believe that I already analyzed this some 5-6 years ago, but it was, you know, it was really like an opening that I felt like, yes, if I analyze till the end, I'm very happy with black. Yeah, because you make a draw, but it's I mean, you really have to make sure that you know that it's going to be a draw. Because, for example, yeah, like bishop takes f3, queen takes f3, queen f3, g f3, it comes down basically for the move f5. Yeah, I don't know exactly now if you should take first or not, but it will all come down to this breaking move with f5 that gives black then enough dynamics to claim equality. So, but you
and
have to
Black's
know.
biggest problem is, of course, the pawn structure here. The d6
Yes.
is a big weakness, the double pawns on the queen side. And that's why Black needs to be not just playing slowly, but needs to take these concrete actions like f5 to neutralize White's position. And that's what he does. Anish, instead of taking on f3, goes for a very direct approach, immediately striking on the queen side with b4. So it's clear the queen on f6 is hitting the pawn on b2. So you could start with bishop b6 or c takes b4. In either case, Black is going to capture the b2 pawn.
Yeah, this is the spirit. Yeah, this is in fact the spirit. This is how you have to play, because I think that if White would, yes, I think that this is the point. Yeah, that after bishop e3 you play b4, and if White starts with after bishop g4 plays the move, hang on. So after bishop e3, instead of bishop e3, if White plays the move h3, forcing bishop takes f3, so that you will eliminate all this b4 stuff, then takes f5 comes, and this is the line how Black equalizes and draws on the spot. And if White plays the move bishop e3, then of course you don't take on f3, but you destroy the pawn structure. And as Ted is telling us, this is Nakamura Ronyan from the Croatian Grand Chess Tour 2019. Officially, bishop takes b6, a takes b6, c takes b4 is a novelty, but this one cannot really call a big novelty, just acknowledging the fact that the game will end in a draw.
And you say that because queens have been offered to trade, but after queen d4, can't Black actually snap up the pawn on a2 instead of taking the queen on d4?
Well, I just feel like also the players are playing way too fast. Yeah, this signals to me that they actually both in preparation. They know exactly, they have it in their computer that this ends in a draw, and that's why I dare to suggest that there is no real intrigue. But hang on, knight h4, okay. I'm
Blitzed
loving
out,
it.
Peter. Blitzed out.
Yes.
Not even blitz. It's like he's on bullet mode. He goes knight h4. He, of course, doesn't take b6, d6, because that would allow bishop f3, gf3. And with queens on the board, you don't want that.
Exactly. Knight h4. And then White wants h3, rook e3, rook g3. You know, suddenly White has some... I'm loving White's position. Of course, maybe it's not enough. I'm not sure if I would have allowed this. But okay, Anish probably knows what he's doing.
But also, where could you have deviated? Because taking on a2 felt like something that needed to be done. Queen d4, knight d4 would have been a better endgame for White.
Yes, but I mean, after cb4, yeah, I don't know. For example, a move like bishop f3, queen takes b2 looks also very drawish. However, okay, White has a move like a3, keeps the structure, and okay, if White will stabilize, Black will really have problems. So it would also come down to some very forced rook c8, rook c3 idea, if I'm able to eliminate everything or not, yeah. Otherwise, I'm not willing to go for it. And knight h4, queen e6, played by Anish. So what does it mean?
Interesting choice. So it means that after h3, you have to go bishop h5.
Well, or queen e7. Does he want queen e7? Because no, bishop h5, I don't want to go. If knight lands on f5, it's terrible.
Yeah, so queen e7 has to be played.
You have to play queen e7, I guess, yeah. This is very, very important. This is the final touch then, yeah, because this seems to, yeah, queen e7 on the board. This
and
should
maybe
guarantee a draw.
And queen e6, queen e7 had to be played. And now this position with queen and rook, this one should wrap up really soon. And I think it might just end very quickly, but they have to still find a repetition, right? So queen d5 played.
Well, I mean...
Because there are no draw offers in this tournament.
Yeah, and okay, in this position, there is also no reason to offer a draw, yeah, because things are happening quite forcefully, yeah. Black has to decide now, should we take on g4 and then allow this queen takes b7 when we have some problem with the b6 pawn? Of course, it's not the end of the world, but because you also have some h5, h4 counterplay, yeah, it's... however, something like h5, queen takes b6, h4 can be met by queen takes d6, and after h3 we have queen g3 back. Yeah, this is a very, very important line to notice immediately, yeah, because it's kind of a very principal kind of variation. And if you are not happy with this, you might have the option of going back with the queen to e7, but slightly passive, yeah. Queen e7, then White will play a move like rook d1, hitting the d6 pawn, and you should definitely not play the move rook d8 because of e4, e5. And this you might just end up losing.
Or maybe after rook d1, you can just simply create a luft for your king, no? And just go I don't know, g6 or h6, so that if you go queen d6, there's queen e4.
Yes, I mean, the problem is that, yeah, it's just way too little material on the board. Yeah, queen e7 played.
Queen e7 played, and you're expecting rook d1 here. Peter, meanwhile, do you want to just quickly switch to the next game that we've got on? Because definitely a more exciting middle game there.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'm rooting in both games for a draw. Yeah, I really want to see these dramatic blitz playoffs between these guys. In both Shah against Jan-Krzysztof and Anish against Jorden. It would be so much fun for all of us. But yeah, this is a very tricky position. I know this line. I mean, at least I knew this line when I was from some English translations. I was getting this like some 15 years ago, and I thought like this is a dead draw. But maybe Shakhriyar find a new idea with computers. Yeah, h3, knight takes b3, a takes b3, bishop takes c3. Yeah, because this was supposed to be a very clean solution. Yeah, you just take this, you take the d5 pawn, and yes, white has enough compensation to make a draw, but not more. However, with bishop d2, Shakhriyar came up with a long-term plan. Yeah, black played f6, now white plays c4, queen f7, and white plays bishop e3. So black is pawn up, but he has a terrible knight on b6. White has lovely structure with b3, c4 pawns, restricting back knight, black's knight, and white rook, which has not moved yet, is actually just perfect. Yeah, the rook on a1, hitting the rook on a8, pinning the pawn on a7 is also vulnerable. The bishop eyeing the knight, so white develops with bishop f5, knight d4. There is certain initiative here.
Knight d4, and he falls back with the bishop to d7.
Yeah, he had to fall back, and he's hoping to somehow get e5 in. I mean, it's now very, very move pair move line. Yeah, that, for example, queen f3 would be very strong, but then you are hitting me with e5, and if the knight moves, black gets bishop c6, and black will get a brilliant position. So
I
queen
think
f3.
black probably wants to go e5 regardless of what you play, no, to kick that knight out.
Yes, yes, and in this regard is the move f4, which otherwise would be strategically speaking a terrible move. I would not like to weaken my structure, but maybe f4 stopping e5 is a move. However, Shakhriyar goes rook a5.
After rook a5, is he implying that for e5 he's not going to fall back with the knight, but instead go forward with knight b5, so that
Yes.
bishop b5 he can meet with rook b5?
Exactly, yeah. This is the idea, but this one already feels very, very drawish, no? Because, yeah, there is some pressure. Let's take a look. So takes.
I'm threatening to pick up the pawn.
Yeah, well, I mean, you would only recover the pawn, but yes, you would have some initiative, small initiative. Would be very tempting to move the rook to d8 with a tempo.
But why not just go queen c7 and defend that pawn?
Queen c7.
I mean, just trying to hold on to it.
Yeah,
Rook
but-
d8, can I go queen a1?
Yeah, well, queen a1, I would go knight c8. This would be my kind of strategical trap. Yeah, and I would be very happy with this scenario.
But I could still take bishop a7.
Yes, you can, but I ignore it. I go suddenly knight d6. I start jumping with my knight. I feel like, first of all, I mean, if I want very safe, I can just take and go rook d7, and I believe that this is a very drawish position. I mean, what is my problem? But
He decides to go rook d8. So he
he
starts
goes
with
rook d8, yeah.
No e5. But I like this queen moving to a1 for some reason. I just feel like the queen's pretty on a1, hitting that a7 pawn.
Yeah, it's very, very stylish. And once my rook is on a8, actually this queen a1 idea makes a lot of sense. But for example, now again, if queen a1, if we play the move e5, can we? No, actually we can't. It's beautiful. Yeah, e5 now runs into knight b5. And after bishop takes b5, we have bishop takes b6 idea. And suddenly your beautiful queen a1 makes beautiful, I mean, a lot of sense. Yeah, just winning some material maybe. So queen a1, I have to be careful. It means that maybe I even have to play a move like a6. Yeah, maybe I have to play a move like a6.
All right, Peter, we'll come back to this because I have my eye out on the Anish game and I just noticed that he has put the rook on d8, which sort of invites e5 in the current position. And I'm just wondering if the point is that after e5, now that the structure that white has taken, black can actually perhaps go rook to e8. And e takes d6, there's a direct perpetual. And it might just end like that.
Yes, because this is the difference that Anish included the moves, yeah, rook d1, g6. And after f3 opted for rook d8.
It's on the board, by the way.
Yeah, e5 on the board. And now the move rook e8 that you suggest, if e takes d6, then queen e3 check. King f1, queen e2 is a direct perpetual. And if white goes to h2, you have queen h6 check. No, queen h6, king g3, so queen f4 check.
But queen h6, king g3, g5.
Oops.
It gets a bit crazy.
Oops. Yeah, this is... Okay, I can still run back and it's probably a draw, yeah?
Is it a draw? Where is the draw?
No, it's not a draw because I can run back. No, it's a draw, yeah. Queen h4 check, it's a draw. After all,
king
it's a draw.
g1 and rook e1, yeah?
Yes. But it got a little bit more complicated than we thought, yeah? Yeah. I just wanted to illustrate the easy perpetual, but yeah, it turned out that it's a complicated perpetual.
Also, there's rook e2. After king g1, rook e2, and it's still a bit strange.
Yes.
You know, so not easy to say what's going on here. So e5 on the board, rook e8 is the line that we are looking at. If after rook e8, queen d6, we simply go queen e5, no problemo. And after e takes d6,
exactly, yeah. This is. I mean, e d6 will be played already because this is a stylish finish, yeah. Queen e3 check.
So hard right now. I mean, is there an alternative to rook e8? Isn't it a bit late to think this hard? He's going to go for it though.
Yeah, he will. He definitely will. I mean, okay, just double checking, triple checking, because if it's a draw, it's a draw, yeah?
Has he played it?
Yeah, he played it.
So rook e8 on the board. Maybe he's just getting ready for the blitz playoff, you know? You have this time, you can just calm down.
Look at Anish's face. Yeah, he's concentrated at the same time. He's also, I think, satisfied that he kind of remembered. He passed the test, yeah, because it's always like when you are faced with an opponent's preparation, you recall that, yeah, I analyzed it, yeah, but there are so many lines to keep in mind that it's deep inside, it's there somewhere, yeah, but you really have to dig deep and also to make sense of all these moves. I wouldn't be surprised if both players actually have this position in their preparation, but maybe it was analyzed a few years back, yeah. So
and maybe it was analyzed together.
Well, that also could be, but usually, I mean, the case is that if you analyze it with someone, then you don't want to play against each other because you hope that you can use it against someone else. Yeah, in this regard, I feel like they probably analyzed it separately because otherwise it would make no sense to show this.
So rook e8 played. Let's just take a look at some of these other lines that we're discussing. We don't see a way to keep the game alive, right? I mean, you have to capture on d6. So e takes d6.
Yes.
Queen e3.
Check.
King f1 is a direct draw. And king h2, we are looking at queen h6. And if king g3, the only way to stop, then we had this idea of g5. And suddenly it could also turn a bit nasty because king f2, queen h4, king g1, rook e2, but maybe there's rook e2, and actually Peter, after queen d4 there's queen g3.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, this is queen f2 and it gets very, very tricky. So maybe,
I mean, you still have f4 though.
Yeah, but it's too scary. Yeah, it's
not the way to draw. It's not the way to draw.
yeah, but e d6 on the board. So after queen e3, will we see king f1 or will we see
king f1, Peter? It's going to be king f1. Or if it's king h2, it's going to be king g1 after that. It's not going to be king g3. Yeah. It's not going to be king g3.
No, but actually, no. But you can actually go like this. Yeah, king h2, queen h6, king g3, g5, king f2, queen h4 check, and then just go here, king f1. It's the...
and then queen h1, queen h4.
Exactly. Just don't try to play for a win. Yeah, just play king f1 and that's perfectly safe.
Well, I've got chat in front of me, Peter. They're pointing out 500 different ways to draw this position. One of them being after king g1, you can go rook e1 immediately. Chat, you're completely right that there are a million perpetuals in this position and there's no escaping it. White chooses the move king to h2. and he gives queen f4. So here, there is another way to do it. And after, but you know, here, Peter, now if you go king h3, then queen h6, g5 might come in.
Yeah, well, but also king h3, I don't know, is black maybe able to play h5? I mean, already after queen f4 check, I think you are expecting that, okay, come on, go back. Yeah, exactly. Exactly,
And this is
that's
how it's
it.
going to end. This
That's
is
it,
how
yeah.
it's going to end. And that means, Peter, 50% of your dream has come true. We are
Yes.
guaranteed one playoff.
Yes, this is very good. This is very, very good. I
Anish
mean,
has a slight smirk on his face there.
yeah, because Jorden haven't played king G. I mean, he was looking that, I mean, come on, okay, why not? Yeah, king G1, that's it.
Okay, this is going to be a fun match. And there we can see Anish with a little smile on his face. Of course, he does a little fist bump. And of course, both of them are great friends off the board. And we can see that vibe. But there has to be one winner in this format at the end of the day. And it's going to be Blitz. If, again, it's a tie, then we'll have an Armageddon. Anish doesn't have very great memories of a playoff, at least in this tournament.
Yeah, I mean, somehow, but I think he learned his lesson, because the problem that he faced with, you remember, yeah, that he was just playing way too fast, yeah? It reminds me of the very first Magnus tour, yeah, when it just started. And whenever the players got into the Armageddon, then they were hurrying like crazy, yeah? And the quality of the Armageddon games at the start of the tour were terrible. Yeah, I mean, often White collapsed. I mean, White was the one who was collapsing, you know, trying to flag the opponent instead of playing good chess. And then after 1-2 tournaments, the players adjusted. And then with White, you know, they very nicely controlled the game, played the long game, and it was so much fun also to see this, that how the players are adjusting so quickly to the new circumstances.
Well, definitely. We're expecting a stronger fight here this time. Anish had a little trouble against Duda in their playoff, but this one's going to be fun against Jorden. And before that, Peter, we've got one more game on. So let's go back to Jan-Krzysztof Duda up against Shah. Some developments. Queen was on A1. That makes me happy, Peter. I got that one right.
Yes, Queen went to A1. I was just suddenly remembering the game. There was one blitz playoff, I think in the Magnus Invitational, in the very, very first event. It was some, I think Anish was involved. And then at some moment, you know, because Grishchuk was commentating, and it was so, I mean, I was following the action and so on. And then in the middle of the blitz game, after like 20 moves blitzed out, he said, okay, I'm leaving because this is a farce. It's a comedy, because already White was losing. Yeah, I don't remember exactly who it was. I think Anish was involved, but I think he won the game. But in any case, it was like so, I mean, this reaction from Sasha, yeah, that he was so happy that we will see a lot of action, you know, in this blitz game. And then they blitzed out everything, and Black is already winning. It was amazing. So where did we left? Yeah, Rook FD8.
We left it at Rook D8. Yeah. So this is the idea that we were looking at.
Yes, Knight C8. Yeah, regrouping the knight. Of course, White gets a lot of activity. Rook D1 is coming. Now
defending A7.
The Rook had to sidestep to E8. I feel like this Rook FD8, actually seeing what happened in the game, we feel that maybe this Rook FD8 was premature, because White actually won some very, very important tempo. Rook D1, Rook E8, Knight B5. Takes, but finally Black is activating the knight. The knight is heading to F5. A6 played, Queen A5, Knight F5 on the board. And okay, after all, yeah, White has some incredible initiative, but Black somehow should coordinate.
I'm, Peter, feeling a little lost here, because, you know, I look at the position. Black has an extra pawn. The eval bar seems to like White's position, as you're mentioned the initiative. But what is it based on? And you're pointing out these ideas of hitting on the B7 weakness, the 7th file. Is that the big plan that White has? Rook D7, Queen B6.
Yes, and I think also the big advantage for White is that it's such an easy position for him. Yeah, he has a very clear plan. And this bishop on C5 is super strong. Queen E6 is a very, very good strong move. I love this reaction by Duda, immediately understanding that, yeah, Queen B6 is a very, very big threat. You can't let this happen. Besides, after some moves like rook d7, white has to reckon with a move like knight d6, and the rook might be trapped on d7.
There's still rook c7 there, right?
Yes, there is rook c7, unfortunately. Let's just show that. But I mean, it already feels like a little bit, I mean, the situation is a bit
Peter,
murky.
in this particular position, white already wants to go bishop d6.
Yes, and then take on b7. I mean, white has a certain initiative here.
So what's the point after rook d7? How is black going to try? If we're not happy with knight d6, let's say, it doesn't work immediately. But of course, he has to, as you mentioned, keep this tactical idea in mind that at some point the rook on d7 could be trapped. If not knight d6 here, what are the other moves that black has?
Well, a move like queen e4, we should definitely consider trying to create some counter chances here with knight h4.
I like that.
Yes, but you always have the move f3. Of course, it weakens, but with the dark square bishops, it might still be under control. Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to give you this tempo.
But after queen f3, queen has to fall back to c6. Does white ever want to play queen b6 there?
Well, you don't have to go back to c6. I mean, you can also try to play queen e2, insisting.
True.
But okay, yeah, queen e2, you can always kick it away with any of the rooks. It's not a guarantee. I mean, in any case, queen e6 had to be played. That's the good news for black. Yeah, he didn't really have other choice. And it's now also white to decide that does he go for this rook d7 complications, or if he finds another way. I mean, another way would be to play queen b6, but it's a little bit too soft, right? Or maybe not, I don't know. Okay, but Shakliya goes for rook d7.
I mean, if Shah has to pick between rook d7, queen b6, he'll always pick rook d7 here.
Exactly. That's my guess.
It's so his style.
As well.
But in general, to understand, in these positions, if white does trade the queen on b6 in certain points, even then he maintains pressure. And look at this, Peter. Duda shows us what he had in mind, immediately making the move b5, trying to get rid of this weakness. But that means that white can go c takes b5, and then does he want to take on b3? Is that the idea?
No, I think after cb5, he just takes a b5. He just wanted to make sure that he eliminates, because cb5, a b5, and already the b3 pawn. Yes, okay, if you get to b4, it might be strong, but you feel like black will get lot of activity. I mean, so
queen b5, rook b8, rook b7,
forced lines. Yeah, I don't know exactly which rook I should put there. That's why I'm hesitating. Wow. Okay, yeah, this is actually a nice point, that after cb5 there is knight d6 actually. Maybe interesting.
What? Oh wow. Okay, that's kind of stunning, because now after rook c7, you'll take knight into b5, hitting that rook on c7.
Yeah, but I mean, this is still only the beginning of the fun, because we definitely have to calculate lines like takes queen c7, where it leads, yeah, with some dangers. However, there is no stat, because we can always go king f8, so we can just take on c5 and rook g7 check king f8, rook takes h7, we simply force the queen
e1,
trade,
queen e5,
and we win the game. So yeah, this is then the point. Yeah, knight d6, and you see, I told you that there might be some reason for this soft little touch with queen b6. And now finally Shakliya is playing queen b6, but one move too late.
Interesting, because definitely queen b6 before rook d7 would have blocked that pawn on b7 and a weakness for life. But now that this is sorted, this is big progress for black. And black can even just trade on b6 and take on c4. He still maintains the extra pawn, and the pressure has been diluted.
Yes, I mean, it's definitely a very big step forward. I believe that Shakliya actually, just as we missed this c takes b5, knight d6 trick. Yeah, because it's so easy to miss, yeah, that we had knight d6 on our radar before, yeah, knight d6, but then white had rook c7. Now, of course, anyway, I still think that white has enough. I mean, white is so active. I don't believe that white is risking anything, but now black should also kind of be absolutely satisfied, because the draw is within reach. I mean, for example, bc4, can we try to go knight d6 if we just want to be super professional, and then knight c4? And this one looks like very easy liquidation. I think this is very sympathetic from black side. I mean, okay, black is not risking anything. there is even the danger of eventually reaching, I mean, for white, that if black gets a blockading knight on c6, then bishop on b6 will be completely stupid. I mean, it will be out of the game. So white has to be careful here to make a draw.
Shah looks a little frustrated, yeah, with the turn of events here. I think you're absolutely on point that he perhaps missed this idea of knight d6 and only realized it when Duda went b5.
Exactly. Yeah. Now I mean, he really felt like he had a very promising position. I'm pretty sure, and he also had a big time advantage. Yeah, it was like easy play and time advantage. Maybe objective evaluation was that black was the kind of equal or had no real problems. But it did feel like, and BC on the board, I'm expecting knight d6, yeah, because it's so pleasing that because this knight on f5 can get out of the game if white manages to push c4, c5, and this knight will never find a good square. So I'm expecting knight d6 to happen.
So not to start pushing this a pawn right now, because c5, as you're pointing out, will take away that d6 square.
No, but he opted for rook a8. Okay, this is very interesting because knight c5, then what exactly?
Maybe he wants to transfer the knight to e6 via g7 or e6 and start hitting the pawn, but it looks so unnatural to do that.
Yeah, knight g7, yeah, knight g7, and also king f7, knight e6. It's a very compact way of playing.
But if white goes rook c1 here, will you first block it with rook c6, not allowing c6?
Yes, definitely. I mean, we can never allow this. And okay, please go after the a6 pawn. I don't care, because actually if black coordinates, then black can try to play for a win. I mean, of course, it's very drawish, but for example, just to highlight, like rook a7, something like knight e6, rook takes a6, rook ec8, and then also king f7. It's a very unpleasant position. White will definitely need to give up the c5 pawn, not to run into any tactics with if the rook moves somewhere, then rook takes b6, cb6, rook takes c1 would be an option as well. So yeah, I mean, I understand why Shah is so angry, because in fact now he needs to fight for a draw in a position which was like he had a draw at hand and he was hoping for more.
I think this has a very big potential to go into some sort of a 4 versus 3, no, Peter? You'll take c5, trade off there. For example, rook a1, knight e6, rook a6. And then you trade off on c5 and you do a 4 versus 3 endgame.
Yes, but it's also a question, yeah, like if it's 2 rooks each, then okay, it's a long torture. Of course, it's also kind of a draw, but it's not so pleasant. I mean, I feel like Shah would love to, you know, get a very clean draw.
But I don't think a clean draw exists anymore. I mean, with this knight coming on e6 and this plan you showed with rook c6, rook c8, I don't think you can avoid this.
Yes, however, I mean, for example, yeah, just to show the difference, that if we are, for example, rook c6, if we are getting this position, for example, this, and I can somehow play rook a1 and force you to take on c5 and we trade everything, yeah, then this one I feel that, okay, we know exactly that we have to play here h4, get the pawn to g3, and it's an elemental draw, yeah. But if we have 4 rooks on the board, then these kind of things can be a little bit more tricky. I mean, black can play on forever and it's not so pleasant. So let's see how Shah will decide to react.
So you're saying that it might be cleaner to go rook a7 instead of rook e1?
I don't know, because putting the rook on a6 is also very, very dubious, and I'm not happy to go pawn hunting like this. But I would love to trade one pair of rooks if we are going for this 4 versus 3.
I mean, it all comes down to this point, yeah, because it just means that it's the difference between getting a playoff and having to really struggle for it here. So that's why he's having a long think. It's clear that the c5 pawn will be traded for the a6 pawn, but the path that Shah chooses right now will determine how hard it's going to be. Peter, after rook a7, he goes for rook a7, knight e6 on the board. And so white has to defend the c5 pawn to get that line, right? So you're saying rook d5 or rook c1?
Well, it's a tough call, yeah, because this rook c1, we see that often we are ending up in this pin. Yeah, that's the drawback. So yeah, if we can go rook d5, then maybe rook d5, in fact, would be more natural. Because knight f4 jump doesn't really do anything. Yeah, rook d5 on the,
Rook
yeah,
D5.
this is,
So knight f4, you go rook d7, yeah?
yeah. However, we have to watch out because rook c6, rook takes a6, runs into you. You want to ask the chat or?
I'll ask the chat once I've figured out myself what you want. Yeah. Oh, I see it now. That's a
Yes.
good question.
Yes, it's a good
been-
question. Yeah, good
Chat,
question.
tell us. Rook c6, rook takes a6. It's actually an easy thing to miss. Rook
Yes.
a6, black to play. Oh, that's a nice tricky one. Chat, you've got a puzzle from Peter right now. It's puzzle time. Puzzle time by Peter.
Yeah, it's kind of nice and also very, very important because it means that if you can't take on a6, yeah, then okay, you have to worry about black, yeah, rook c6 on the board. Yeah, white plays the move g3.
So here you asked Peter whether rook a6 is possible or not. And I have to say that chat is faster and sharper than I am right now. Seb, Zab, Noah, you're absolutely right. Taking advantage of this pin, the move knight c7 would win the exchange.
Yeah, it's beautiful construction. Yeah, just really beautiful. Yeah, wow. So of course it's not happening in a practical game. Yeah, Shaktiar plays g3, but now this is what I'm talking about. Yeah, now black pushes g5, stops this h4 kind of business. Black will go king f7. Yeah, white has to be patient. Yeah, basically maybe black cannot improve the position, but sometimes it's so yeah, but maybe here that's the trick. Yeah, whenever black goes rook c8, white goes rook d7, it's not about taking this pawn, it's just keeping this pressure on.
So still keeping the tension on the board. King to f3. And probably after rook c8, he's going to go rook d7.
Yeah, this is actually a repetition which can happen at some point. Yeah, because you can't afford to give up the e7 pawn, so rook e8, white has to come back with the rook to d5. Since white's king maybe is threatening to march toward the c pawn, yeah, trying to reinforce the c pawn, and you don't want to give this. Maybe you don't want to give this to white because there is not enough counterplay on the king side. You can't really achieve anything. So maybe at some point when you feel that there will be this danger, then you take this exit with rook e8.
Will he decide that now is the moment to bail out and go into the playoffs? Speaking of playoffs, we do have one guaranteed with Anish and Jorden going into the Blitz tiebreak. 2 games of Blitz, 5 minutes with a 3-second increment. If it's a tie, we'll have an Armageddon. And while this is on, let's run a quick poll on our chats on Twitch, on Chess24, as well as on YouTube. Who is the favorite to take the playoff in Blitz? Is it Anish Giri or Jorden van Foreest? Who are you rooting for? Tell us in chat.
Well, while the poll is running, let me just show you one incredible, because I was thinking like, should black include this h5, king e4? What are the dangers? And there is one line now that after rook e8, rook d7, if you think like after rook e8, king d5, you panic and you think like, oh my God, this is dangerous, I missed it. Now white got this very powerful king. And then after rook e8, rook d7, you decide that, okay, now it's time to liquidate. Actually, there is a mating net. There is a mating net here, finishing like this. Yeah, thanks to the king on e4. So be careful. There are some tricks in the position. Of course, after rook e7, black can probably go back king g8 and he should still hold. But this is some little murky stuff. I mean, you don't, with being pawn up, you don't want to be in a situation that white decides when the game ends.
I mean, it's clear, right? If he's going to go rook e8, then rook d7, rook coming back to e8 is what he wants. But king d5 can get a bit tricky in that position, actually.
Exactly. That's why I don't know why he played the move. Maybe h5 was a very happy choice, thinking that, okay, I'm the one who decides. Or maybe it's time to go king g6. No, he goes h4. Okay. He just keeps the structure. I mean, he just wants to create some pressure here. Takes f4.
This is getting a bit messy now, no, Peter? With this G file open, in some positions, F5 coming in, hitting that knight on E6. What does Duda have in mind with this little operation he's done on the king side?
Yeah, he's actually risking. I mean, it feels to me like he's trying to create chances for himself. Yeah, but by doing so, he's also giving chances for his opponent, and he goes for this. Wow, and that was his point. Now white has to return, retreat with the rook, because king d5, then you can just fall back with the rook to c8, and that's what Duda wanted to create the weakness, yeah? f5 runs into knight f4 check, and then knight takes h3. That was his big point. Okay, so now we're gonna see a repetition, yeah.
And this is how we head into our second playoff.
Yes, this is very, very good news for all of us. This is fantastic.
Peter,
this
you
is,
were really rooting for this result.
yeah, well, first of all, I also felt like, after what happened in their match, none of the players deserve, to lose this match without a playoff, yeah, because it was very close. It was a roller coaster. However, let's wait. The game is not yet over. It's not yet over. Let's wait.
Meanwhile, I'm going to check out what our chat is saying. What's going on in chat?
Yeah,
How
repetition.
is our poll doing? Oh, we do have a repetition. And how's our poll doing? Do we have the end result of that? Maybe Tad can tell me. And that is it. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov ends in a tie, going into a blitz playoff. The two players traded blows with a win each. But in the end, the match ends with 2-2. We've got two big blitz playoffs coming up. And in the Anish versus Jorden tiebreak, what we're getting from chat, Peter, is only 56% to Anish and 43% to Jorden. I was expecting a bigger margin there, considering the big fan following that Anish has. It's Aaron, absolutely. It's a pretty close poll. And let's also run our other one now. Jan-Krzysztof, Duda versus Shakhriyar, Mamedyarov. One thing's for sure. In this playoff, these two players and their style of play and just how aggressive they are, it's going to be fireworks in this one.
Well, I think in both of these matches, it's a blitz playoff. There will be a lot of emotions, yeah, a lot of dramas, and it's in both cases also a big prestige duel. Yeah, it's in Shakhriyar versus Duda, yeah, two these very aggressive players fighting each other. In Anish versus Jorden, the Dutch duel, yeah, it's also clash of styles. Anish being the very classical player, yeah, with very nice, fine positional understanding. Jorden, the youth with all his aggression and creativity, trying to disbalance his opponent right from the start with some tricky opening choices, will be a fascinating struggle.
Absolutely. And we have an interesting take here. Just going to read out a couple of chats, Peter. Max the Chess Kid saying, Jorden has historically had the edge against Anish, so the close poll makes sense. As you're pointing out, Tata Steel, who can forget the tie breaks there. And yes, Gerald, there's more chess coming up. In our poll for Duda versus Shah, we're calling Jan-Krzysztof Duda Janek. Is that a normal way to call him? To call the dude Janek?
I don't know. Are you asking me or the chat? We should ask the chat, yeah?
I'm seeing it for the first time. I'm seeing a Duda. I would have understood if it was the dude, but Janek's interesting. But the poll is still on. Exactly. Even I thought it was Jan. Who is Janek? Maybe Tad can tell us more on that. Oh, now we do get an answer. Apparently, chat, that is Duda's Polish nickname. Fun fact there.
Oh, wow. Okay, nice.
Absolutely. Janek sounds cool. Maybe it's Polish. All right, guys, we're going to have the Blitz playoff really soon. Remember, two big games, two big matches actually going into tie breaks. I think that this is the first time we're going to have two playoffs at the same time. We also have some confirmation on the colors. So let's just speak about that for a moment. And Jorden starts with the white pieces against Anish. Interesting stuff. What about, and Duda starts with the black pieces. So Duda gets black, it's Shakhriyar white. And Jorden gets white, and it's Anish Giri who takes on black pieces. All right, Peter, we're going to go into a quick break. I see you smiling. Whenever I see you smiling, I feel like there's some really interesting thought going on in your mind. And I'm going to ask you, why did you smile?
No, I was still digesting this Janek story, yeah, because it's probably Polish stuff, but yeah, we just don't know. We already have some trouble with this Jan-Krzysztof, yeah, and then okay, Janek would make our life so much easier, yeah.
Okay, I have a question. Veera, I have a question. Okay, if there was a spelling bee, right, and you had to pick between having to spell Jan-Krzysztof Duda or having to spell Pragnananda? Which one would you pick?
Well, actually, I would not pick Jan-Krzysztof probably because I'm more used to it, but I'm pretty sure that we're gonna get used to Pragnananda also very soon. But there is this shortcut, yeah, Prague, yeah, it's so comfortable, and that's why I feel like, you know, we are never forced to pronounce the whole name.
That pronounce? Yes, I agree. Actually, let's also run this poll in chat. Chat, which is easier to spell, Jan-Krzysztof Duda or Pragnananda? Tell us in chat. We'll be back with more such burning questions after this short break.
Hi everyone, welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.
Air quality isn't the first thing that comes to mind when you think about chess and esports, but it affects our focus, decision-making, health, sleep, and more. What's in the air you breathe? Find out with Air Things.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome, everybody.
My name is Jan-Krzysztof, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
That I give up a phone. He wants to be even rude.
Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses.
Hi there, it's me, John Chess, inventor of chess. And are you sick of sucking at chess? Well, lucky for you, I have also invented AIM Chess. Look at this chess puzzle. Did you solve it? Of course not, that's because you're not using AIM Chess. AIM Chess is a digital chess trainer that helps you improve by creating unique lessons based on your recent games. Just link your chess.com, Chess or Chess24 account and feel that brain wrinkle. Yeah, see, you shouldn't have blundered your queen just there. Now I know! Thanks, AIM Chess! Now all that's left to figure out is how that funny horse moves. They even got acquired by that one chess player other than Hikaru, so you know it's good. Hi, it's me, that guy I just mentioned, and I am the best chess man in the world. But thanks to AIM Chess, I also have a girlfriend now as well. This could be you! Personalized training, game reports and analysis disease, study plans, thick, luscious hair, intuition builder, all this and more available on AIM Chess.
Hello?
Courtney, did you know that AIM Chess users improve their ratings 43% faster than average?
What?
So what are you waiting for? Join AIM Chess today. Links will be somewhere, probably. I don't know, I just made the video. AIM Chess. Sign up now and get 50k silver and 2 free months off your VPN. Now that's what I call a queen's gambit. That's so fucking dumb. AIM Chess, for when you aim to chess. That's their slogan, that's what they say. Ready, aim, chess. That's another. Look, just sign up for AIM Chess, okay? Just, come on, literally, why not? Alright, just stop being a dick for like 5 seconds and just go, alright? Jesus Christ.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. And even though it's been such a long day with so much exciting chess, there's a whole different level of excitement coming on as we have got 2 playoffs, Peter, for the first time in the event. And it all comes down to the next 2 blitz games between these 2 matches. Let's take a look at our scorecard. Anish Giri, Jorden van Foreest had a very different narrative with 4 draws. Shah, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, they had 2 decisive games in that match, which eventually ended in 2-2. And we also know that Jorden has picked white in his match. Meanwhile, Duda has picked black in his match. Tad, correct me if I'm wrong. And we do have a poll running. Can I get the results of that? What has our chat chosen? Which one is more difficult? Has the chat spoken? Jan-Krzysztof Duda or Pragnananda? Which one would you pick in a spelling bee? Wow, it's quite down the middle, Peter. Jan-Krzysztof at 53%, Prag at 46%. We were actually debating this chat in the middle, and Peter had a very valid point to make that it kind of depends on which country you're from.
Yes, definitely, yeah, because I mean, also during the break, I realized I asked Ted, and yeah, Tadeusz mentioned that actually the way how to pronounce Duda correctly, I mean, the Jan-Krzysztof, I don't know exactly. I mean, this exact letter I just can't pronounce.
Is it not Jan? Am I doing it wrong? Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Is that
I think
wrong?
you are doing quite good. I think you are doing much better than what I can produce. You know, that's my feeling.
That is saying, Tania, well done. Thank you. So we've got our name game on point. But let's talk about the chess, Peter. What is the kind of approach you're looking from Anish? Especially while considering the fact that they've had 4 not very combative games, I would say. I mean, they were long games, some of them, but they seem very strategic. Are we expecting the same stuff or something more dynamic in the blitz?
Yeah, well, it's very, very difficult to disbalance Anish. Yeah, he knows his stuff extremely well. Yeah, Jorden knows him. At the same time, by knowing someone well, it also means probably that you have a lot of respect for him. Yeah, because you know exactly that he is such an incredible, well-prepared opponent. He's a fantastic player. And then it's kind of a lot of mind games involved. I don't know what kind of, they probably played hundreds of blitz games already. So they also have some kind of a feeling that which position might suit them better against each other. Yeah, and by knowing all these things, it's so hard to get your will on your opponent. I feel that there is a lot of mind games going on there. Preparation will be very important. Yeah, if one of them will be able to surprise the other one and put him under pressure, it will be very difficult to deal with in a blitz play. So lot at stake in the openings.
Wow, speaking of so much at stake, and take a look at our screen, what's going on there. Some music choices are being made by Anish Giri, setting up his playlist. That's the only prep that he needs against Jorden, apparently. Anish with the Ronnie Flex playlist is what I read.
Wow, I didn't see what I just when I turned that, and the camera was already turned off. I mean, it moved already. And we already have liftoff. Mamedyarov is not wasting any time on playlist or whatsoever. He means business. He goes D4 immediately. And he sticks to his G3 Grunfeld. Very, very logical choice. And let's take a look. Jorden van Foreest goes for knight F6, C5, B3. Yeah? The mind game continues.
Wow. So speaking of opening preparations, this is definitely something trying to get a game and going a bit offbeat. Anish, one of the best prepared players in the world, and Jorden saying that, you know what, we'll just play something which gives us a middle game with a lot of pieces on.
Yeah, easy said, difficult to do, but hang on. I mean, this knight takes D4 so quickly blitzed out. I'm a little bit puzzled. I mean, I felt like this could maybe play into white's hand, but for sure Anish no, and he goes for B6. Yeah, this is the justification. He wants B6 and then get the tempo with bishop C5, castle short quickly. Okay, but still a bit surprising. At the same time, the Shakria Mamedyarov Duda game sees the same line that they already debated. Now, Shak deviating, I think, with the move E3. We have seen knight C3 in the rapid game. Yeah, now E3 is played. Knight B7, H3, Rook C8, Queen E2. Very nice prophylactic play, very slow play, but with lot of venom.
Lot of venom, because you want to get that knight out and push E4 then, hitting that bishop on F5. So white has a clear plan, aiming to get that E4 pawn rolling and rook to D1 first. So placing that and making sure that black doesn't get the E5 break.
Exactly, yeah, because with Rook E8, black was counting on E5, creating this counter threat. Queen B6, and look at this. I mean, a seemingly... Hang on, can white go G4, bishop E6, knight G5? Can we take the bishop like this? Is that the reason why the evaluation bar suddenly jumped? Because we can get access to this bishop on E6?
Oh, and if you go bishop D5, there's E4 coming in.
Yes.
And if you go, let's just go back to the first position, Queen B6 played. So G4 is the line that we're considering right now, trying to pick up the pair. But no, he goes for knight D2, trying to get E4 in quickly.
Yes, and with knight bd2, yeah, he's counting on knight c4, so he's fighting against e5 this way. Makes a lot of sense. I mean, I would love knight bd2 a lot, if not for the fact that I still don't know how black should have reacted after g4, but it's a good move, very nice move.
Well, development is always a good idea. Still keeping all the threats on the board. Peter, Duda's having a think. Do you want to quickly update us with the other board?
Yeah, definitely. So what do we have? Yeah, first of all, Anish is 1 minute ahead on the clock. It seems like Anish still relies on this strategy of playing very, very fast. I'm not sure that I'm liking this idea, because this 5+3 blitz is completely different story than 3+2. And this we have seen already in Anish's match against Duda, that he somehow was hurrying, and also here he's taking his decisions very, very quickly. Not that he ends up getting outplayed, but knight e4 allows some kind of a...
Watch out for that G7 square, the bishop on B2, the queen on D4 with a deadly battery. So the knight from F6 can't move anymore. G7 under fire. He goes rook D8.
Yes, and prepares D5. Yeah, this is the point.
D5. He doesn't have time to jump in knight D6 because the F3 pawn is weak.
Yes, exactly. Knight D6, queen takes F3 immediately, or bishop D6, queen D6, queen F3. In any case, this pawn is hanging. And okay, so this was the justification of of Anish is takes queen b7. Yeah, so he very, very quickly judged correctly, actually, that this knight e4 move, which looked scary, does actually absolutely nothing. Queen e5.
Queen e5, do you still get in d5? Are you in time to break with d5 now?
Yes, probably you have to, because actually queen g6 is a big threat. I mean, okay, after queen g3, you will still have knight h5 and g6, but it's a bit suspicious. So you definitely don't want to allow that.
But this position is getting pretty tense already, you know, with this break on d5 coming, these double pawns, f3, f2, a potential attack on g7.
Yes, and also the big question that if you play d5, then can we just take cd5, rook d5, rook takes d5, and you have some problem. Yeah, Anish goes knight e8. He doesn't want to go for these forced lines with d5.
Peter, let's just quickly jump to the other one, because we're getting a big update that Shah might be just winning already.
Yeah, well, look at this position. I mean, it's an incredible position. White has the space advantage. White has everything under control, yet developed the pieces very, very harmoniously, and black was somehow forced back. Yeah, this is nothing was voluntary. Yeah, it was forced to do so. Knight ec4, queen a6 on the board. So luckily for black, d5 does not work yet, because the bishop on b2 is also hanging. So bishop f1 targeting the queen. Very nice move. And
Duda down to 2.5 minutes. Shah has got about 4 minutes on the clock, clearly in driving seat in this one.
Yeah, absolutely. And he simply threatens to move the queen to f3, targeting the queen on a6, forcing finally this terrible weakness with b5. And yeah, Duda goes for c5.
But what about d5 here? What is the point? After d5, he wants to do what?
Well, take on b2 and take on e2 and take on h3. Yeah, that's the only way. But I don't know if all this works out. First of all, d5, and then d takes c6 is possible after bishop takes b2.
Exactly. He goes bishop h3. So the idea is after bishop takes h3, he wants to take bishop b2.
Wow. Okay, this is a great trick if it works.
But does it work?
Yeah, does it work? That's the very big question. Yeah, so let's just show that bishop h3, bishop takes b2, and knight b2 is not possible due to the pin. Wow, and okay, so actually black, but black went all the way back to g7. White goes e5.
Okay, this is getting crazy. Yeah, look at the center that white has complete control over, but Shah might have just blundered a pawn there.
Yeah, well, I mean, there is also still this pin, but there is also b5. Yeah, bishop takes e5. Wow, yeah.
Okay, that's a second pawn. That's a second pawn. What
yeah, this was a blunder. Yeah, this was a clear blunder.
And Shah just so frustrated with this miss. I mean, he got a dream position out of the opening.
Yeah, but one really has to give credit for Duda for spotting this bishop takes h3. Apparently, according to the computer, it was not correct. There was some hidden tactic there for white, but in a blitz game, yeah, with all these emotions, and let's not forget, it's already after the fourth game. The players had 4 incredible tough games. So any tactical blow is like a very dangerous one. Yeah, you can easily miss something like this.
But you know, Peter, I'm looking at Shah on the screen. He's just not feeling good about what has happened. And I think these kind of tactics are just something that comes so naturally to Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. I mean, this is the kind of chess he loves and thrives on. These complications, these swindles and these tactics and this attacking chess, combative chess. And missing this just goes on to show that he really is struggling with his rhythm in the tournament. And that's a big miss with bishop e5. And with that, Duda takes the upper hand in this game.
Yeah, the only good thing for Shah is that he's way up on the clock. Yeah, and there is still some dynamic in the position. So it's not trivial yet. That but yeah, after umpiring, yeah, white had to play a4 because b5 had to be stopped. But after umpiring this knight, yeah, the knight might trade somehow. But the knight can't move. Yeah, the c5 pawn is hanging. Yeah, queen g6 is played. Yeah, black is eyeing for some h5 g4. Yeah, that would be very, very nice and thematic. Yeah, queen f3. trying to
After
threaten
H,
bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Bishop f5 is, and that's such a pretty square for black's bishop on d4 as well, you know, just in the center of the board, eyeing the f2 weakness. And after bishop f5, you can go queen g7.
Yes, so king g2 played.
Okay, Shah trying to build it up. Shah trying to build it up on the king side. Maybe rook h1 someday, and things will start happening along the h file.
Yeah, this is still sharp. I mean, this is very, and Duda down to a minute. Yeah, minute and 10 seconds.
Still very complicated. And we're not going to switch, but we do have our eye on the other board as well. The other blitz game, it's kind of hard to go back and forth, but just want to tell you that this one is definitely where the fire is. And just a quick evaluation, and Peter, you can jump in on this as well to update our chat. The other one looks pretty even so far.
Yes, it feels like, you know, they are very, very solid. Yeah, it's okay. We can just for a second jump there to see what has happened. Yeah, it looks very solid. Okay, white has to watch out. Not that after some queen d5, his pawn on b3 will start to get weak. I mean, suddenly actually it's tricky, yeah. And Jorden is down to 55 seconds. How do you protect the b3 pawn?
You can't protect the b3 pawn because knight d2 is impossible. Just when I was thinking that everything is in control and we have a clear game to be in direction with. But Peter, yes, this pawn is falling, but I just feel all the action is on the Duda board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, agreed. Yeah, that even if Anish wins the pawn and he converts it, it will be a technical position. But this one is, this one has some dynamic with the opposite colored bishops.
So bishop played to e4, hitting that b7 pawn and offering a queen trade. But Peter, currently, black has got 2 extra pawns. So trading queens might not be a bad idea here.
Yes, you have to kind of trade. Yeah, also black got a very nice structure with e6. The knight is blockading on d7, but there is some issue on the b7 pawn. Yeah, rook b8.
You couldn't go b6 because bishop c6. You don't want to make the c6 square weak. So that's why the b pawn could not be pushed in that moment. He defends it with the rook instead.
Yeah, and now Shakriya goes rook e1. He's hinting at some b4. Yeah, he wants to disbalance this powerful bishop. Now finally b6 is played because black's rook is already, the d8 square is available for this rook. Yeah, b4, rook e d8. B takes c5, but hang on. Yeah, b takes c5. How do you recapture? Should white just maybe play b5 also? It's possible. Trying
so b takes c5, bishop c5. You want to go, what do you want to do after bishop c5?
Yeah, well, that's why suddenly I switched to b5. Yeah, that's how it goes in blitz. Yeah, that bc5, yeah, but bishop c5 is a problem. So maybe actually just fixing with b5 and then maybe with a5, I will try to put some pressure on the b6 pawn.
It's still far from over. There's a lot of work that black needs to do in this position, despite being up 2 pawns because of that trump that white has in the position with d6.
Yeah, knight c4, pawn on d6, bishop on f3, which can go to c6. Yeah, this is a very, very nice kind of, I mean, for blitz, certainly you feel that you have a hope to generate some play, even if it's objectively bad. Yeah, knight d7 played.
And 25 seconds to Jan-Krzysztof Duda, while Shah has got about a minute on the clock.
Yeah, bishop c6. So do we go knight e5? But no, knight e5, rook takes d4. Yeah, this knight e5, rook d4 is a deadly move.
Okay, that's a nice little trick. So after knight e5, rook d4, and if knight c6, b takes c6.
Exactly, and then the 2 pawns just cruise.
Peter, we need some arrows. We need some arrows without making a move. Let's just show if instead of king g7, knight e5, it's so hard to do it because the players are just blitzing out.
Yeah, and of course, this is the right way. Yeah, king g7, knight f6. You are trying to go knight e8 eventually at some moment, or maybe knight d5 is an idea, but knight d5 does nothing. One really feels, but knight e8, then we take, and we still rely on this.
Peter, he made a move with 5 seconds on the clock.
Well, this is Duda. I mean, Duda is super happy. I mean, if he has 5 seconds, that's chilling time, yeah.
It's chilling time. I love it. Yeah. Okay, he's managed to pick up the d pawn, which was just such a stressful pawn in the position for black. Well, that's disappeared. He maintains his 2-point pawn advantage. Definitely progress for black.
Yeah, and finally, he at least disbalances this incredible knight on c4, but knight b6, rook b6, suddenly black's rook will be tied. I was expecting rook d3, rook f3, but finally black can always retreat with the bishop to f6, which protects then
Not just
F7
yet,
pawn.
not just yet, because rook e6 was hanging. So king f6, rook h1, attacking h6. Black defends it with h8, rook d7, and now he's got this idea of, well, I wanted to say rook a1, but that bishop from d4 will capture the rook on a1. So you can't double on the 7th rank.
Yeah, and Duda immediately creates play with h5, h4. Yeah, he wants to get a pass pawn there, which will always distract White's construction. Yeah, g4 played. Wow. I mean, Shakriya wants to, yeah, h4, rook h3. He wants to block the possession. Rook h3, rook f3 idea. Bishop
Rook
e5.
f3, hitting that f7. But
Going
now
to
maybe he can go
f4.
rook a3 and try and get the rook to the 7th rank. But he goes for the c pawn instead.
Yeah, rook bb8. Finally, black is bringing his rook back. King h3 blockading the pawn.
Nice. Nicely played.
But rook d8. Yeah, now black is trading one pair of rooks, and then that's bad news for white. Yeah, that's very bad news for white.
Wow. We also have breaking news that Jorden van Foreest has won his first game against Anish Giri. We'll do a play-by-play of that game after this one's over. But Peter, a big win for Jorden in their first blitz game.
Yeah, absolutely. And also now it's Duda is about to win, yeah, because with this fantastic rook on b2, bishop on d6 covering the b8 square, and this incredible pass pawn on h4, yeah, this, and also the c pawn should not be underestimated. That's why White's rook is staying passive here, because he has to keep an eye on the c pawn. Actually, rook on c3 does a great job, yeah, protecting against on the 3rd rank. Yes, rook a3, c4 played, rook c3, rook b4, and now bishop e5, pushing c3 and then pushing h3. That's it. I mean, the two pass pawns will decide. Rook b3 also, yeah, this just finishes it off immediately.
And
Wow,
now
so
Black's king will just march across the board to c3 and win that light squared bishop, while the h4 pawn will distract White's king. So simple
Exactly.
plan. And this is just going to be an easy one. You just go b2, and after bishop c2, you bring the king forward. And that's it. Shah has had enough. Shah resigns. Duda wins the first game. And now Shah has to win on demand to force an Armageddon. Otherwise, Duda wins the match. Peter, we've got a couple of minutes. Let's do a quick play-by-play of what happened in Anish's game, because chat is informing us that Anish made a big blunder.
yeah, could easily be, yeah, because it looked like it was a very, very solid position with Anish having things under control. Yeah, with the knight versus the bishop. I mean, of course, everything is under control. And so what happened here? A, B, bishop d4, knight d6, bishop c5, knight c4.
I mean, Peter, just let's stop for a second. You look at this position and one can just never imagine Black losing here.
Exactly. No, black is trying to win. Yeah, that's how he loses. Yeah, because he wants to win. Queen g5, queen h3, f5, takes, queen h1. Look at this. Yeah, that was the only way of activating the queen with queen h1, and probably that's where things went crazy for Anish, that he felt like he cannot convert. Yeah, white gets counterplay.
Wow.
Hitting
Peter,
also
that
b5
one
pawn.
second, we have to just stop and admire that queen maneuver that we just saw. Can we just point that out one more time, where the queen found its play, falls back to the square where the rook starts from, then comes back to its own square on d1 and d7. I mean, this is stunning geometry.
Yeah, this is unbelievable, because suddenly with little time on the clock, this has such a psychological event. Yeah, it looked like black was trying to dominate the whole board, and then suddenly white jumps out and the queen and bishop combo becomes extremely strong. What happened here? So takes, still it looks that black shouldn't lose this. King h3, queen d3, f4, knight d2, queen e3. Aha, so actually now Anish is back. He's perfectly fine. Queen d5, oh my god, he just blundered his knight with queen e4. Just blundered like this. Unbelievable. Yeah, and resigned. Wow, this is completely crazy, because okay, after queen e2, yes, the pawn on c4 is hanging, but okay, you can just go back with the knight to c4. You are perfectly fine.
And I don't think this was a mouse slip. This was probably just a blind spot. Yeah,
it was a blind spot. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah, queen e4, queen d2. But I once again just want to bring up this queen h1, queen d1 way of bringing the queen back into the game. I think that was just really beautifully done by Jorden, and that definitely has a psychological effect on the player as well. But very unfortunate, this one. It looked like Anish was the one who was pushing the game till a very long point, and even this position, as you were pointing out, Peter, nothing wrong with black's position, and then just a blind spot. Queen h1 check. You can pretty much play anything you want. Uh, I don't know if it was a mouse slip or not, but for now, I think it was more of a blind spot. Perhaps in the post-game interview, we'll find out what happens. Peter, that's 2 decisive games.
Yes. I mean, now, the more I think about it, maybe did he intend to play the move queen h1 check, and on the way his mouse stopped, or his hand?
Possible.
Because that could be possible, that something like queen h1, king g4, knight e4 was the plan that he had, because it's very natural. You are trying to checkmate. I mean, white's king is in some kind of a mating net, and then suddenly your hand stops for a second, and the move queen e4 is played. I can imagine that actually being the case here.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's exactly what happened, and maybe someone in chat can tell us if they were watching our other broadcast where I think they were focusing on this game, and if they could see the expression and if it was a mouse slip or not. But big question there, which could end up costing Anish the match. Anish starts with the white pieces now. So still everything to play for, but he needs to win on demand. And then we'll have an Armageddon. Meanwhile, Shah in the same situation has to win against Duda. Otherwise, it's match over. Peter, are you expecting an Armageddon?
Well, I'm kind of rooting for Anish not to bounce back, because I do believe that this wasn't an intention. I mean, it wasn't a blunder. Something extraordinary happened, because the more I look at this position, it almost looks like black was actually winning at that position. So losing that, in this case, I feel like it would be nice if if the match decides finally in a decisive game, not because of this mistake.
No, I agree with you. I think if that was indeed a slip and he intended to play queen h1, it would be nice to see this go down to the wire. It also reminds me of what happened in Tata Steel, at the tie breaks that they played in the Blitz, Peter, where once again, it was just a skirmish at the end. Anish was completely winning, but some crazy stuff happened with the clock, and it was just a game over for him. But we've got action already with the Duda taking off.
Yes, actually, with both games, well, this is a very, very traditional Meran variation. Very difficult to see how Shakria will create winning chances here if white does not want anything from the game, because it's a very solid setup. And Duda going for c takes d5, forcing e takes d5, which kind of gives a very pleasant position for white, I guess. I mean, it's looking good, but take a look at this. Anish Giri against Jorden van Foreest, it's also some kind of a Benoni, some strange kind of a Benoni. I mean, it looks like if Jorden is in a must-win situation from the black side, no, that's when you choose something like this.
Wow, he goes for the Benoni. We've seen Magnus do that with some success in this tournament, but this is a different kind of a position completely. And Anish slowing down here.
Yeah, and that is good. I think this is very, very important for Anish to slow down, because we have witnessed that by rushing it doesn't do good for him. He should take a little bit his time, make the right strategical decisions, because he's such a fine player, that he needs the finesses in his play, and if he spends some time, I think he will get those type of positions which suit him perfectly. No need to rush here, and I'm loving it if he spends some time.
Well, he's decided to take this approach of trading on f5, gone for a4, so that at least a6 can be met by a5, really cramping up that queen side over there. Peter, meanwhile, Shah needs to win with the black pieces. Never an easy task. And the position that we have on the board, it's quite interesting, because he's made this move c5, opening up that bishop on b7, threatening that if you take on c5, no, I'm not going to capture that pawn back, but first I'm going to take the knight on f3.
Yes, exactly. I mean, dc5, bishop takes f3, and then you mix things up. White's pawn structure will be damaged. So I'm actually expecting something like bishop takes f6, bishop f6, maybe some bishop h7, bishop e4. Isn't this a very professional way of making a draw on the spot? I mean, look at this, takes, bishop h7, king h8, bishop e4 back. I'm forcing you to take. I take, I sacrifice the d4, but hang on, no, there will be some pin. It's not the end of the story. Yeah, rook a d1, for example, something like queen d7, knight takes d4, rook a d8, and thanks to the pin, I'm winning the game. So no easy way for white. Okay, then we get a game, dc5, bishop f3, gf on the board.
Well, there was no other way. If this line doesn't work, then white had to accept that his pawn structure on the king side will be destroyed. Bishop f3, gf3. Shah having a think whether to recapture the c5 pawn with the bishop or the pawn, or just completely ignore it. Peter, even a move like rook c8 comes to mind.
Yeah, rook c8, but then you have to deal with c6.
That's why he takes it. He takes it with the b pawn.
Yeah, he takes. I mean, I'm not liking this b takes c5. I mean, it's clear that he takes it with the pawn because he feels like he needs to win the game. But spoiling the pawn structure, I don't like this. Suddenly, the two bishops are just too strong. Again, Shakhriyar is in a very similar structure like yesterday against Eric. Yeah, with this terrible bishop and the c5 pawn and the light squared bishop. I mean, this light squared bishop can go to c4. And this weakness on f7, black's king on g8 can come in under some fire. No, this is very, very bad news now for Shakhriyar.
Well, he's still counting on this king side structure that white has, but is it going to be enough or not, Peter? Because we still have a few minutes. The players have got a little time on the clock. Let's quickly switch back to our other game and get an update from you on what is going on that blitz. Anish has to win this game. Yeah, Anish has to win this game. Well, I feel like Black actually made a lot of progress in this position. I mean, this one already looks like a real Benoni. Yeah, he is creating counterplay on the queen side. Queen on b4 is wonderful. Yeah, Anish goes rook e6, brilliant move, and it's the only move which justifies his whole play so far. Yeah, trying to open up the light squared bishop. Yeah, so if black takes, then d6 is wonderful, hitting also the rook on a8, but opening up the bishop. So Jorden, of course, declines this offer, goes rook a b8, hitting the pawn on b2. Wow, I love that move, rook e6. That's a stunner.
Yeah, that's a lovely move, but it's a very typical one. It happens from the g3 Benonis, I think. Yeah, from g3 Benonis. Whenever you have this bishop on g2, then you have to look at this sacrifice.
All right, but Jorden was prepared.
Wow, hang on. Duda has just won already. Duda has just crushed Shakhriyar. I mean,
what?
Take a look at this. Bishop c4, knight h5, bishop takes f7, check, king f7, queen c4, check, king g6, rook e6, check, winning the game and winning the match.
Oh my God, and rook takes f7 could not. If you just go back to the point, bishop f7, this final blow, after rook takes f7, the d8 bishop hangs, you first give a check on e8, and rook f8 can even be met by queen c4 check and picking up the rook first.
Yeah, exactly. It's a total catastrophe. I mean, it seems like don't get into a blitz playoff against Duda. Yeah, he seems to be so incredibly impressive. Unbelievable.
Let's switch. Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, 2-0 to Duda, but I think there was a complete collapse one more time in this blitz matchup, starting with the game one. And Duda gives no chance for a comeback. We've got this one. Anish still fighting for his comeback. And knight d1, so supporting the b2 pawn. If bishop takes b2, then you've got the move rook b1. You can pin that bishop, so it's still not on pre. And someday, maybe that knight can jump to e3 and put pressure on the f5 pawn.
Yes, well, the only piece which is a problem for black is the knight on f7. Yeah, everything else, the bishop on g7, bishop d7, perfect. Rook on b8, queen on b4, perfect. Knight on e8 is very nice because it's mobile. It can go to f6. It can go to c7, b5, eventually to d4. Yeah, it's also a very typical rerouting in the Benoni. So yes, Anish has to rely on this c4 square. Yeah, he puts the knight on c4. He's dreaming of eventually putting the other knight on e3. Yeah, knight c7 is played. Knight is heading towards the d4 square.
Are you in time? Can white actually go knight e3 now? Or is bishop b2 something that you need to be careful about? Because it gets pretty murky after knight e3. He goes bishop e1.
Bishop e1, queen e1. Oh my God.
What?
Blunder.
Oh my God. And let's see if we can have the players on our screen. What just happened there?
Well, just bishop f2 to e1. I mean,
oh my God, Peter, this is so shocking. I mean, first that queen e4 mouse slip and now bishop e1. I mean, this was a blind spot for sure.
Yeah, this definitely, yeah, this is, I mean, Bishop
Wow.
F2.
I mean, both these games, right? The second games of the Blitz portion were just a bit shocking the way they ended.
Yeah, but I think we have to explain also that these matches are so incredibly tense and so tiring for the players. I mean, 4 rapid games and there is no rest day. Yeah, the players are keep on playing it. It's already the 4th day.
Yeah.
And then the Blitz playoff, suddenly the speed, the tension and everything, it's so easy to make a mistake. And this is what we witnessed now in this Blitz playoff.
It's nice to see Jorden and Anish have a little chat about their game. They're entering the interview area. We can also see Eric there. And that's our Oslo studio. So we're expecting an interview from both these players really soon from Oslo. It's a really nice environment, Peter, and a really cool setup there. There we see Eric over there as well. Jorden second, Johan Sebastian. And there we have an interview. Let's head over to Oslo.
Break, but maybe I'll watch a bit, who knows. But yeah, it's been a long day of chess.
Are you happy with your play altogether today?
Yeah, actually, I'm quite satisfied. I think I played very well, especially with the black pieces. So, I mean, this going for the King's Indian every game was a bit of a gamble, but I figured it might suit my style, and I think in every game I was doing pretty well there. And I mean, of course, I was very lucky that he mouse flipped him game 1. Otherwise, the match would have of the Blitz. Otherwise, the match would have gone a lot different. But you know, in Blitz, everything can happen.
It was interesting to hear Johan Sebastian saying that no, we haven't really prepared anything for the white game now. This is purely intuition, and then we get some pretty crazy variations, especially for a Blitz game.
Yeah, I mean, with the white game, we were not sure at all what to go for. We were just coming up with something different every game. But with black, I had a game plan, and that worked out pretty well. But with white, it's very hard in these days to come up with any ideas.
Congratulations, and one final question. We have Eric, we have Lawrence, we have Johan Sebastian. Who do you want to beat now?
I'd like a game against Lawrence maybe later, who knows.
Final question. Tomorrow you're playing Magnus Carlsen. He destroyed Pragnananda today. How do you think about that match?
Yeah, even though he seems really ill, he's playing extremely good chess, as usual, but still it's very impressive to see his level always. So it's going to be extremely tough, but I'm mostly just looking forward against playing a match against world champion. It's my first time doing something like that, and it's going to be very special.
Do you almost wish you could have done it when he was before he got healthy again?
Well, he seems to, my first trainer always said, if you're ill, you're playing better chess somehow. So I don't know, any day of the week I'll play him, whatever how he feels or how he plays.
Good luck.
Thank you so much.
And then we also have Anish Giri straight behind here. I'll sneak behind so we can have a quick chat. Is it frustrating when you put that much effort into a match and then it's decided in the beginning with a mouse slip?
Yeah, of course. It's part of the game, obviously. Also, it was not this mouse slip where the kind of mouse slip where it slips, you know, from your hand, because especially with such long time control, I can sort of handle my mouse. But the thing is that sometimes when you click a piece, intending to move it, and then you drag the other piece, something weird can happen. And this is the kind of mouse slips that happen usually here. I don't really know exactly what is the mechanics of it, but these are like stupid ones. Sometimes you mouse slip, you just grab the piece and then it drops, but mine was kind of stupid. I first selected the queen, I wanted to give queen h1 check, and then I wanted to play knight e4, but somehow my queen went on e4, and I don't really I don't even know how exactly that happened. So that was quite annoying, because even the mouse slips, sometimes it's your own fault, kind of, but this one was kind of, I mean, they happen. I've seen them a lot. This is how they happen in these events, yeah.
It was a really interesting game prior to that, and it was a very interesting opening choice from Jorden. Do you think that he puts extra effort into this all Dutch event just to have some bragging rights?
Yeah, I don't think there's much spectacularities. I think he showed more interesting ideas earlier on. For example, against Prague, he showed some great prep. I think by this point in the event, he was running out of these forcing interesting ideas and was just trying to take me out of the book early. But I think that game I played very well. That was the best game I played today, but unfortunately I mouse slipped. The second game also had chances, but somehow, just things fell apart.
It's quite intense here with so many matches every day. What do you do during the daytime to recuperate and actually get back into game mode?
Yeah, there's literally a lot of time before the game. you start at 6, and it's kind of hard because I wake up at normal time, so it's a lot of time. So we walk a lot, we eat once or twice or thrice, and then just try to rest and prepare. But it's very long. But I enjoy it. I think it's an interesting routine. In the evening you come very late and you just take some rest and sleep very quickly. I think that's not bad. And I'm looking forward to the matches that remain. I think my score is still pretty good. Today was already better than yesterday, and I feel that maybe I'll get going tomorrow, hopefully.
Best of luck to you, Anish.
Thank you.
So that was Anish Giri and Jorden van Foreest. It turns out that Van Foreest took these bragging rights with the all-Dutch matchup.
Yeah. Annoying for Anish.
Wow, so Anish there saying that it was a strange mouse slip that happened. He did intend to go queen h1. And I think when you play this kind of a game that he did in game 1, which was actually really nicely played by Anish, and then it goes down like this, it's just so difficult from a psychological point of view in game 2. It's just so disappointing because this was very unfortunate.
Yeah, very, very unfortunate. And then what he said was that first he intended to play the move queen d5 to h1, so which means that probably he has touched the queen, but then he changed his mind and he thought like, okay, hang on, but knight e4 maybe is even better, and he wanted to play the move knight e4, and then the computer suddenly ended up choosing for him the move queen e4. I understand the frustration, and what I immediately remember that wasn't it something that happened to Gary? Gary was complaining in a game where he made some big mistake that the computer decided for him. It was not his blunder because he intended to play a different move. I feel that this is very much the same narrative. It should be terrible, because if you know exactly that it slipped out of your hands while you are going queen h1, that's one thing. But if you decide that instead of queen h1 you go knight e4 and then computer plays queen e4 for you, this is just completely crazy.
No, this is just so disappointing when you played this really nice game and then to end it in this way. But tomorrow is another day for Anish and still a lot to fight for. But that means that, well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda won his 2 blitz game against Shah in convincing manner, and Jorden with this mouse slip first, and then that bishop e1 move wrapped up his match against Anish. Let's bring up our standings going into day 5. Now we've got 2 leaders, Magnus and Prague at the top with 9 points. Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after his win in the playoff segment, which means he gets 2 points, while Shah gets 1 point for their match, is up at 7 points. Liem at 6, Jorden and Anish with 5 each, Shah at 4, and Eric with 3. A big day 5 coming up. Peter, your summary, your wrapping up thoughts for this incredible day we had.
Yeah, there was so much action, that I already losing my mind that where we stand at all. I forgot everything what happened before. I just focused on this blitz playoff. I remember that in the very first game in the blitz, Shakri had this incredibly wonderful position, and then this crazy bishop takes h3 tactics completely killed him. I mean, according to computer, it was not a good tactic, but practically speaking, it won the game for Duda, and basically it won the match for him, because after this, Shakria was not able to recover, and this last game, Duda already won quite easily. To me, it looks like, in any case, that Duda is extremely sharp in the blitz playoffs, and their opponent and his opponent should make everything in order not to get into it, because they might be into a very, very tough ride against him.
Peter, you mentioned so much has happened today. It's hard to get our head around it, but the chess action never stops on Chess 24. Chat, I've got some très bien news for you. That was very bad French on my end, but it's the only French I know. That we do have a banter blitz coming right up with Laurent Fressinet, Grandmaster Laurent Fressinet. So go on Chess 24 and you got a chance to play some fun blitz against Laurent. Enjoy the evening. Thank you so much for joining us, chat. Do like and subscribe to the channel and support us that way. Yes, enjoy. If you haven't had enough chess, go and play some banter blitz. It's a sign off from us. We'll be back tomorrow.
Goodbye.
Hi everybody and welcome to our new video series. My name is Jan Gustafsson and I'm thrilled to be reunited with fellow Magnus Carlsen's trainers, seconds, Peter Heine Nielsen, Magnus Carlsen's head coach, and Laurent Fressinet, Magnus Carlsen's French coach, are both here, and we will be going through the World Championship match 2021. Our experiences with it, the games, what we prepared, where we felt things went well, where we felt things didn't go well. Peter, we have different perspectives because we were in different locations.
Very much. I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about it because you were in Thailand during all the match and I was in Dubai with Magnus and his non-chess team. So I see some kind of debriefing where we will discuss what was the mood in Dubai, what was happening in the technical department in Thailand, and we got to sort of basically compare notes and get the two kind of inside looks from the match.
Very much so. And Laurent, we are actually in your private home. Thanks for having us.
It's a big pleasure to welcome both of you, and I'm sure it will be interesting to talk to you guys about the match.
Likewise.
So we hope you guys enjoy the series with our behind the scenes insights. See you then.